Oh, Cenk had really bad trans takes during the debate. You don't say. I can't wait to hear them. And to destroy them. Gamer G! Serious Bread, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Look at these months, only a couple more. Then I've been trans. Weird how that is. Yeah. Serious Bread, thank you for being subscribed for 20 months. That is incredible. Can I donate 10 subs to Undermine Gamer G? Yes. Now, my question is, chat, my outfit is really good. But should I switch to sweatpants? Because I've been sitting in this skirt for 5 hours. Yes? Leather looks uncomfortable. Joke's on you, it's faux leather. Sorry. Are we doing Cenk? I mean, so far we've only gotten two subs. Jack is a latex girl. I am a latex girl. I love latex. No, the skirt is faux leather. It's just a leather-looking material. Latex is the best. I do have to remind you guys, I look amazing in latex. How many subs do we need? 3 more? Real boobs, though? True. These boobs, 100% homegrown. I feel you. I only mosh in the raver pits where it's chiller, if anything. Look them up. You will not be disappointed. Thanks for having my back, girl. Organic? Yeah, organic free-range boobs. Yeah. Oh shit, chat. Did you almost make it to 69 likes on this stream? Oh my god, you're at 67? If you get 2 more likes, we've achieved the dream. No one else is allowed to like the stream.
These subs vote hell no on that Cenk. And that Hasan too. BWA does not support that sort of long-form brain rot.
Oh.
I support you, Tilda.
Well, Paladin Lost, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. And Davita, thank you for the $11. I really, really appreciate that from both of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Now, chat, if anyone wants to make this happen,
BWA bring on the Cenk and Hasan pain.
Stroudman, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. For the Cenk and Hasan pain. It's a dono war, everybody. So far, we've got... Let's see, we got 8. Plus Davita's, we're gonna count that as 2. We're back at 0. We need 5 subs to make this happen, chat. You can either donate subs for or against. I'll allow a dono war. I'll allow it. War never changes. But Doms count double. Hey yo. Hey yo. War never changes. It only transitions into a hotter, sexier, bigger-tittied war. You need to water boobs to grow them, and they need sunlight. I've been giving my boobs so much sunlight. I've been really good at taking walks lately.
I vote for Cenk and Hasan debate. I don't like either of them, but it might be fun.
Well, Davita, thank you for the $6 dono in favor of the Cenk and Hasan debate. We now need 4 more subs to make it happen. Let's go. No, Jack, you're gonna turn me pro-war. No, I'm going to transition you pro-war. Oh shit. I also forgot. If we're not gonna do the Cenk and Hasan stuff, we are going to cover another Sydney Watson video. She's very boring, but she could be fun to dunk on. Oh my god.
Chat forgets that I am the Harry Truman of this asterisk 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 asterisk. We will shorten the agony of war to save brain cells in the future. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Holy fucking shit, dude. But also... just wait, never mind. I'll take Cenk content over Sydney Watson. Well, okay, but we will do this Sydney Watson video at some point, just because the thumbnail of the video is, again, the video she put out is female game developers make everything ugly, and then she literally looks just like them. She literally looks like all of the characters on screen. How? She's dunking on herself. It's so fucking funny. Oh, fuck, dude. Is her face? No, that's her actual face, Gamer G. That's the actual thumbnail for the video.
I'm glad I did.
Oh god. It's the actual thumbnail. You can see it right here. It's amazing. And it's the same face she makes in every thumbnail. Oh god. Why is she? Because she's saying the characters in the thumbnail are all ugly because female developers made that. Because women only know how to make ugly things. Men are the only ones who know how to make sexy, lovely things. Oh, God. Anyway, this is very funny, and for the meme alone, we will be doing this video, just not today. Here we go.
Bad faith
Yes.
arguments to these people. You're like
Yes,
saying they're
I
cloud
definitely
operated.
do.
Okay, so one, that might not be the case. There might be genuine disagreements. That's number one. But at which point you think, well, you know better than them, right?
No, they can disagree.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
give a shit
okay.
about
But
their
listen.
disagreement.
But like,
But
even if they are bad,
We unfortunately we can't speed this up to 1.25 speed.
Me, I'm going to call them Nazis.
okay, even if they are bad faith, right? Even if they're bad faith, and of course I'm going to
Maybe.
ask you why or even how. But that's it. That's those are some of the things that we're going to be talking about. Before we get into any of that, though, let's start off with the Democrats actually doing something that is unheard of, unimaginable, which is showing backbone and showing a spine and actually doing the right thing, even though they were like kind of forced into a corner to do the right thing on Kevin McCarthy's ouster as Speaker of the House.
One could say they forced the vote.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, look, I guess I love it. Not going to change anything. It's not going to make any difference. But I agree with you. I'm glad that the Democrats didn't gratuitously help them. So I talked to Representative Rokana on Friday in D.C., and we came up with a good idea together, which is the Democrats, for whoever
That
it is,
his
that
children should keep doing.
whatever it is you were going to say, no, that's not it.
Wait, you guys didn't have the good idea of making sure that his children were participating in the stock market and having excellent returns
No.
year over year? That's
No.
crazy.
So
What?
came up with the idea of, well, why don't we ask for something in return? So, like paid family leave. So if any Republican wants Democratic votes in the House for speakership, yeah, maybe we could do that. Give us a couple of concessions. You don't get it without concessions, right? So we give you give us the concessions of a vote on paid family leave that polls at 84%, and maybe one other vote, right? And then okay, then we can have a deal. But if you just want a deal where we needlessly give you the speakership, why in the world would anybody do that?
I think the funniest part about that is that would never happen because Kevin McCarthy.
Well, so that would never happen, but Democrats did float different ideas to Kevin McCarthy on like ways that they would support him and allow him to keep his office, but he shot them all down. The only deal Kevin McCarthy was willing to consider was one in which Democrats got nothing.
They would have never done that. He would have probably lied, maybe.
I do have to say, this is a very weird setup for streaming a conversation. Like, Hasan is, like, off and, like, further up, so he's talking to someone who's effectively sitting behind him. It's very weird.
But what's even better about the situation is that, like I was alluding to, he didn't even like go to the conservative Democrats and offer them anything. Like literally nothing was given. And then there are still, of course, perverts, both sidist perverts in liberal media that are trying to turn this massive fuck up within the Republican Party into somehow a issue that is the Democrats' responsibility, which is awesome. It's awesome. Some dude on the Daily Beast wrote an article talking about how, like, you know, this is actually a bad thing that the Democrats did once again. Here it is. Matt Lewis, who is a conservative himself, said, "You can't blame Dems for the blow that right-wing bomb throwers landed on Kevin McCarthy. But what you can say is that they failed to do the right thing on behalf of the American people, which was to make sure that Kevin McCarthy remains the Speaker of the House."
Yeah.
Hasan doesn't deserve his hot fuckboy looks. Look, the only thing that irritates me about Hasan's hot fuckboy looks are the fact that he somehow continues to age in reverse. Like he's suffering from some kind of Benjamin Button disease. And I think it's starting to affect his politics.
So look, I I know Matt a little bit. We used to go on MSNBC together. I went on his podcast recently. He's a good guy. But generally speaking, he's from the old school of establishment, bipartisan, uniparty thought, which is the way that this would have gone in the old days is.
Okay, maybe we can get away with speeding this up. I feel like he's talking really slow. Well, obviously, when it heats up, we'll have to slow it down again. But
the Matt Gaetz character would have huffed and puffed, and McCarthy would have said, "Oh, no way," right? And then at some point, whether it was the Republicans inside their caucus or they go to the Democrats and they get a deal, the deal is what it was always going to be, which was cut spending for the average American, maybe throw in a tax cut for the rich or a deregulation or something. It's all theater. It's all fake. Now, here comes a twist. The twist in the story is that the crazy right-wing Republicans like Matt Gaetz are actually not doing theater. I mean, it looks like they're doing theater and they're doing their own theater to raise money, etc. But they're not playing the same old game. This is like, and that's part of why the media and the establishment is so mad, because they're like, wait, you guys are supposed to pretend to object, but not actually object. And we're supposed to cut spending for the average guy. That's why guys like Matt go, I don't get it, man. The Democrats are part of this play, good cop, bad cop. And the good cops are supposed to come in at the end and screw over the American people while pretending to be good guys. And so since the Democrats didn't do it and Gaetz didn't do it, they didn't get a deal. And so I don't think it's so bad at all. Like, number one, they weren't doing anything anyway.
Yeah.
Right? And number two, actually somebody threw a
we are getting a lot of use out of the Grands emote today, and it makes me very happy.
curveball into this normal, sick theater.
I like to always say, what would the Republicans do if roles were reversed? And if anybody in here thinks that they would have dove on a grenade to save the Democratic Party or the institutions to make sure that Nancy Pelosi would have retained her speakership position, you're fucking out of your mind. So yeah, Democrats did exactly what the Republicans would have done in the situation, which is of course always good politics. Okay, it might not yield good policy, but it was certainly good politics. Now, of course, the other
You
side
guys
of this
were
is
doing
that there
such
was
a good
no
job
opportunity for
comboing.
good policy anyway. People are immediately rushing to conclusions that Kevin McCarthy would have been a more moderate speaker than whatever kind of demon they put forward, certainly. But functionally, Kevin McCarthy, as the Speaker of the House, was going to operate like the most reactionary person in the party. And he did. He did do that. It's not like he gave a bone to the Democrats in his chaotic order and under his control in the House. Like, they fucking lodged an impeachment inquiry with zero evidence that connected Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Zero. Okay? Zero. That's insane. That's so insane. And it's not like
True. That is correct.
there was no investigation leading up to this. There was. They just did it behind closed doors because they knew they had no real evidence. And then they just kept going along with it. And now they just apply this rhetorical tactic, this little trick where they say the Biden family. Have you noticed that? Where they, instead of saying Hunter Biden, they always say the Biden family, we're doing crimes, as though because technically it's not wrong. Hunter Biden is a part of the Biden family.
Yeah, it reminds me of the trick that Dick Cheney did to get us into the Iraq War. When he was asked on Meet the Press, wait, did Iraq attack us on 9/11? He said, the fighters come from the same general region as Iraq. And that means no, they didn't attack us, and you're just making it up. You're saying, what difference does it make? They're all Arabs.
Yeah. So we talked about that. You think the Democrats have a little bit of spine? Not that it fucking matters in this situation anyway. So why do you think the progressives are going to win? What's going on in this book? You wrote a book, finally. You've been writing it for a while.
Yeah. So, look, first I explain all the depressing stuff, so you're not going to be surprised by that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I explain why, even though progressives are 2/3 of the country, and there's no argument about that, we don't win. I explain exactly why. Money and media are the two giant factors. And I explain how we live under corporate rule and how we lost the Democratic Party, let alone the Republican Party. But then Kirkus Reviews and everybody else says it's a super hopeful book because in Chapter 6 I explain how we're going to win. And the answer is actually really easy, Haas, which is young people are super progressive. Oh. And so the polling is overwhelming. The Republican pollster Frank Luntz's his toupee's on fire.
Friend of the show, Frank Luntz.
Yeah. Noam Chomsky agrees. You look at any of the data, under 45 in 2020 voted massively progressive. Now this time around, it'll be under 49. By the time you get to 2028, it's good night, Irene. It's under 54-year-old.
I don't know that I frankly, I don't know that I agree with this analysis at all.
And they're done.
I think this is I think this is wrong. I will say this is like the classic trope that time and time again the next generation will save us trope. If with one exception,
That's just not true.
With one exception.
Too reductive. Yeah,
Okay.
100%. 15 combo. My goodness,
material
chat.
realities for the upcoming
15
generation, my generation,
grands.
is significantly more dire
That's right.
And therefore, they will vote along the lines if they are still participating
Thank you,
in the
Milton.
democratic process at that point. If
I
they haven't fully
appreciate the
checked out,
compliment.
they might end up like having a much poorer country overall and having less economic prospects overall will yield understandable results and will yield the same voting patterns. I do not think that it's more so a generation being.
I mean, I agree. I agree the demographics are on our side. I just don't know if it's going to play out how Cenk is describing. Like, again, there's a lot more gerrymandering, a lot more fascism rising. I think what Cenk is pointing out here is just the need that Republicans will have to veer even harder into fascism and anti-electoralist policies, stances, etc.
Progressive, but instead a generation not having access to additional economic opportunities that prior generations had.
Well, and Shaloon, he might be correct that 2/3 of the country is objectively progressive. The issue is turning those people out to vote. Because most of those people don't vote.
Because you see it time and time again. When people have more assets, when people have more capital, they start voting in predictable patterns. They start voting for deregulation because they understand that like this is intrinsically aligned with their interests. Oh my God, Kaya is so good at opening that door now. It's crazy. I had put her outside, and she literally opened the door immediately and ran in here. That's nuts.
Okay, let me break that down for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So number one, the trope is actually
I'm gonna
not
close.
inter-
I got close. You keep going.
What, can someone explain to me like what's going on in the background of like Hasan's streaming room?
trope is not intergenerational. It's about demographics overall.
Like
right?
it's so
people say,
much
oh,
weird
that's okay. The
shit.
Democrats are going to win because they're going to get black voters, they're going to get Latino voters, and that's not at all guaranteed. So I never believed in that, and the identity politics generally doesn't work. But the idea that hey, it's okay, the next generation never saves us isn't true, and everybody always says, oh well, we are going to get more conservative as we get older. Well, I quote in the book meta studies that show that's not at all true. In fact, your political leanings get set between the ages of 14 and 24. Every study shows this. And is it true for everyone? No, but is it true generally? Definitely. And so one of the examples that I give, Haas, is that back in 2011, did a normal study, and they found out that people above 65 years old were the most likely to vote Republican. And generally speaking, they grew up in the...
By the way, one of the polls that sticks in my head and lives rent-free was polling that showed that, like, white men over the age of, like, 65 are one of the most supportive demographics of trans women. Like, that polling lives in my head every day. Elderly white men generally pretty positive on trans women. For real. I don't remember where that polling was, but I just can't forget it.
The older generation, that kind of Gen X, et cetera, grew up in the Reagan times, and actually they were just as conservative when they were younger, okay? But above 85 was super liberal. And the reason for that is because they grew up with like FDR, LBJ, JFK, some range of that, right? And those guys stayed progressive their whole lives.
I know, but there's like also at that point, how many fucking 85-year-olds exist? You know what I mean? I feel like that.
No, that's not.
That yields
it's not
a
about,
lot of.
like right now, those guys are 97, right? That's not. The
There's
issue.
like 8 of them.
No. The issue is that it's totally bullshit that people become more conservative as they get older. It's not at all true, and it's not backed up by the data. And this generation.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the only thing that I would agree with on that data point is that it is totally, entirely pegged to their economic circumstances.
And the economic circumstances of the younger generation is very, very unfortunately are fucked.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm saying like that is ostensibly the only reason that I think the younger generations, as they get older and are devoid of the same opportunities that prior older generations had, because like a lot of the current wealth that we have in this country is trapped in like baby boomers and Gen Xers. Like they are like the last remaining generation with access to any kind of assets, homes, things of that nature. You're coming to a situation where you have like permanent renters
Yeah.
that will never be able to purchase a home.
So part of the reason
That changes their dynamic. That changes their
100%.
political perspective.
And this is all going towards exactly my point, which is, look, part of the reason that the younger generations, or both millennials and Gen Z, are so progressive is cultural factors, right? But the other reason is economic factors that nobody ever talks about. They have no chance of buying a home for the great majority of those generations, right? Everything for them is much harder. Student debt is infinitely higher. They're much more tied to corporate rule and have become chattel in a lot of ways, and they're rebelling against that. Besides which, this isn't arguable. They would have to change the dynamic of those generations massively over the next 1 to 5 years for the Republicans to be able to win, right? So, because in the 2020 elections, even the states within the Democratic Party that Bernie lost, he would win under 45-year-olds with 40, 50.
But Republicans have built a strong coalition of deplorables. The evil, the mean, the petty love Republicans, and that's why not even being convicted of crime stopped their support, because the supporters themselves are criminals or want to be criminals. I don't think that's it, Milton. We just had a lovely conversation with Mike from the Humanist Report, and I think he brought up a pretty salient point, which is not necessarily that Republican support is predicated on, you know, a love of evil. Instead, it is predicated on propaganda created by corporations to point at minority groups as being the cause of various social problems and societal and economic problems, when really the source of all those problems are, you know, the capitalist class itself, you know?
Point margins, even after the race was largely over. So, like, the handwriting's on the wall. And by the way, what saved the Democrats in the 2022 midterms? Younger voters. What saved Joe Biden in 2020? 11% more younger voters showed up. That's the only reason he won. And so this is all trending not just towards Democrats,
Not just younger people, I think,
but towards progressives.
I don't think it's just younger people. I think it's also it was white people in general. Like there are more white people now voting for Joe Biden than they did before with Hillary Clinton.
Look,
That's
there's a lot of different demographics.
That's a huge demographic shift.
I know, but those things shift. They go back and forth. And now all of a sudden Trump's up to 42% with Latinos. He's up to 20% with African Americans. So I'm not relying on that 1%. But I have not seen anything that challenges the numbers.
I don't think the 20% number is real, but, you know.
Yeah, no, it might be an outlier. It might not be exactly right. But the bottom line is, I've never seen a compelling case for demographics saving the Democrats or progressives other than age. And age is the biggest demographic and the biggest difference maker. And so there's other factors too, changing media.
So how are you going to activate younger voters to go out and vote? Because out of the voter eligible population, younger voters are poorer on average, and poorer equals less likely to vote in general. Poorer equals less time off from work, a job that you're most likely trapped in the service sector. How are you going to get
God, that dog is so cute.
young people to go out and vote? This conundrum is the reason why a problem that even Bernie Sanders was unable to solve is the reason why he didn't win in the primaries. That was a big part of the problem.
So I hear you. Those are generally problems, but it's not that Bernie Sanders didn't solve it. So first of all, Bernie Sanders won the first 3 states, as we all know, right? And what happened then is mainstream media activated the older voters to vote in droves against Bernie, right? So normally after you win the first state, let alone the first 3 states, you get a significant amount of positive coverage, and I have the numbers and the data in the book. But of course, Bernie got like 3 times the negative coverage.
Okay. We're saying the same thing.
Right.
You're just saying
no. But my point is, at that point, even with mainstream media just blasting Bernie, talking about executions in Central Park and giving Biden enormous positive coverage, etc., Obama rallying everyone, Buttigieg, etc., still, if it was 4 years later, Biden would have lost to Bernie because of the age demographics. Just couldn't do it with 40 and under enough. Like if it was like 49-year-olds and under, Bernie almost certainly would have won. So, and here we are 4 years later. So, look, is it written in stone? Of course not. But is it as dire as people think? Not even close. I think we're definitely the favorites, not the underdogs. And Haas, here's another giant factor: media. So we all know mainstream media hates progressives and destroys us at every turn, right? And so they activate the older voters, etc. But now they're losing their power. But here's a really important fact that people don't absorb enough. Now, for most of the television networks, their costs are higher than their revenue. Are they really going to be able to last 5 more years of bleeding out? So at some point, this doesn't just wither away, it capsizes, right? Meanwhile, what's happened? TYT's happened.
See, this is also where I disagree with Cenk. I think people on the left in general have a tendency to underestimate the forces of capitalism. And what I mean by that is that capitalism is a very malleable economic, system. It is something that will adapt and change to different economic situations. And when he says, the old media is dying, it's going to capsize, I don't think that's true. It's going to do something else. It's not just going to collapse and leave a void. And that's, I think that's almost a naive type of thinking.
You've happened tons of like new streamers progress, and almost all of them are progressive, right? So we've got some right wingers trying their best.
If anything, Milton, exactly. The wealthy undermine democracy over and over. And what I think we'll see happen are billionaires step in to buy legacy media, and sure, just allow it to bleed out because they have infinite money, effectively, to allow these news networks to bleed out. The Washington Post doesn't make Jeff Bezos a ton of money, but it doesn't have to, because that's not why he bought the Washington Post.
Sexism, bigotry, racism.
I think right wing media is
or like Musk
more
did with
popular.
Twitter.
I wouldn't say that like they're.
Though I would hazard that other capitalists are smarter than Elon, and are going to wait for these legacy media companies to start going under or to be far more interested in selling.
Popular because they have more like genuine grassroots support, but they're popular in the same exact material reasons as to why CNN cuts corporate propaganda, MSNBC cuts corporate propaganda.
I mean, Sam and Moose, I think if Elon had a long-term strategy that he was pursuing, it could be genius, but it's clearly idiocy.
Propaganda, and Fox News is the most popular news broadcast. They have moneyed interests backing them, whereas like real progressive content has to revolve around, or if they want to be sustainable, heavily rely on
Gamer-G, good point. Sinclair Media and News Corp / Fox News control a huge amount of the media. But the other element that you have to remember is that Fox News is a profitable company. Sinclair, as far as I know, is a profitable company. But what we're going to see more of are, extraordinarily powerful capitalists, either personally or through subsidiaries, like buying these. I don't know if Sinclair, who Sinclair is owned by off the top of my head.
Subscriptions, and that is incredibly difficult. There's nothing as good as just like having unlimited wads of money from concentrated wealth that will give you a couple billion here, a couple billion there, and that is precisely the reason why Daily Wire is fucking taking our lunch money all day.
Yep. And that's the thing. Daily Wire doesn't have to be profitable. Doesn't have to be profitable because they get donos from billionaires. PragerU doesn't have to be profitable. They get donos from billionaires. Increasingly, as like fascism progresses, like you're going to see more outlets operating under a model like that,
Every fucking day. Think about it this way. The Steven Crowder $50 million conversation. I would say, not to toot my own horn here, but probably more popular a figure overall than Steven Crowder. There is no $50 million deal coming my way. That is unimaginable. That would never happen in a million years because Steven Crowder doesn't have to generate $50 million in revenue. He just has to keep saying the right things.
Yep.
And billionaire-backed independent media that is basically cutting the same exact propaganda that Fox News cuts will keep funneling money to those places.
Yeah. So I understand our disadvantages very well because I'm in this business, right? But look, even with all of our disadvantages, TYT gets about 5 billion views a year. So Daily Wire can kiss my ass.
It's true. I don't get donos from billionaires yet. But it'd be really cool if any of them happen to be watching, if they wanted to dono money. as long as I don't have to change my content.
The right-wingers combined can kiss my ass. And so the good news is I'm not just a good host. We have a lot of great hosts on TYT. I'm a really good businessman. And so
also, they have to take a pledge not to influence when we have sub wars, okay?
Maintained us in business for 21 years in an impossible industry. We built a network of progressives, and we just keep on winning. So they're not going to be able to get rid of us. We're going to win, and then when we
you
get
don't know my
more
financial
resources,
situation.
we're going to dominate even more. So the problem, the advantage that the right wing has is infinite money, and the left has almost no money at all, right?
Like, okay, but like, the serious question here, I get that Hasan's just kind of doing whatever, right? I get he doesn't have like a more formalized streaming space. That's fine. Why is it that he has a mini fridge on top of a bunch of empty plastic boxes? Like my guy, you're insanely wealthy. Why? What is with this ramshackle setup you got going here?
But the disadvantage that the right wing has is that they're not popular. We say things that are popular, and people like what we're saying because it's in favor of them, right? The right wing has garbage that says, "Oh, rich people are great. You should give all of your money to rich people." This show brought to you by rich people. That shit's never going to be ultimately that popular. And part of the reason why,
but that's why they don't. They all.
Well, yeah, but you could like he's the point I'm trying to make is he's wealthy. He could just buy like a little table to set it on. Oh, Chipperdoodle in PA, thank you for the 200 biddies. I know you're not, you might not be a millionaire, but I really appreciate the support because literally could not make this show without viewers like you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Always move around and try to latch on to focus tested talking points on deeply and undesirably unpopular policy positions that they have. That's why nobody says we want to criminalize abortion and like lock women up that have a pregnancy and want to exercise their bodily autonomy. They say we're pro-life. Life begins at conception. And when there is an anti-Catholic, anti-Christian slant in the United States of America, which there is, then they change the conversation around from even someone like Ben Shapiro, who is very religious. Like he doesn't.
No, Hasan didn't accidentally stumble into his fame. Like, dude built a following on TYT and then continued like amassing, support and stuff. Like, props to him. He's done very well. I don't think there's anything accidental about his success outside of like him being able to get on TYT in the first place.
That they changed the narrative around from, instead of talking about like how life begins at conception is a Christian talking point and therefore you have to abide by it because America's a Christian nation, they moved towards how this is actually a moral argument. This is the scientific argument.
Also, you're adorable.
This kind
I
of
appreciate
this kind of paradigm shift, this kind of like propagandizing and the mechanism that backs it is all too powerful because, once again, it goes back to concentration of wealth. So it doesn't really matter. Like Daily Wire is more successful than both of us combined. I'm sorry. That is just the reality.
No, not in terms of views. In terms of money,
I don't
have more money.
Think so. I think that they are
You
very
think they get
successful.
more than 5 billion views a year?
I don't know. I don't know what metrics you're working with when you say 5 billion views a year. I don't know if you're just simply talking about YouTube.
Facebook,
Yeah, you're talking about YouTube, Facebook,
Snap. You name it.
That's great. If Daily Wire is on all of those platforms with the exception of Snap, I think probably I would assume that they're not on Snapchat. And yes, they probably get significantly more. I don't have like access to their media deck, but their Facebook numbers blow everyone else's out of the water. Time and time again, every single Daily Wire content creator is absolutely at the top of the leaderboard in terms of impressions, in terms of readers, in terms of everything.
So Haas, let me give you my perspective and context on it. So since I'm like a generation older than you, I grew up completely on mainstream media where we didn't have any options at all, and I write about that a little bit in chapter 5, and that turned everybody Republican. And the reason for that was that they would tell you, like, Ronald Reagan is the Gipper, and he's a cowboy, and he's awesome, and America's a shining city on a hill, and that's what Republicans stand for. And Democrats are weak losers like Michael Dukakis looking funny in a tank. And they all did it 24/7. There was no other option, just corporate media. And so I think conservative voters have some redeeming values. We can talk about that if you want. But all Republican politicians and all Republican media figures are liars, okay? They have to lie because they can't say, hey,
wait, Chainsaw, I don't know anything about this. All the tankies that Destiny kicked out, half went to him, half went to Vosh. Then when Vosh had his tanky purge, they all went to him with a hate boner for both of them. I'm unfamiliar with this lore.
I want you to take all your money and give it to the rich. That's their actual objective, and they can't ever say that. And then you can say it about 100 different things. They can't say, hey, I want you to smoke cigarettes and get cancer because they pay me. Hey, I want you to take guns and shoot yourselves because the gun manufacturers pay me. I want you to destroy the planet because ExxonMobil pays me. They're never going to say any of that. So it's one lie after another, and we call them talking points. But these days, even if you were right and Daily Wire is slightly larger than TYT or TYT is slightly larger than Daily Wire, it doesn't matter, because what matters is that they can't
I mean, it sounds like it matters to you by quite a bit, but okay.
stop us, you, and 1,000 other streamers out there. And we're going to get the message out. And so, like, now some of their old talking points sound so dumb and asinine. And so when they try their things about, like, oh, trickle-down economics. When I was growing up, the
That was
media
the law.
actually brainwashed people into thinking trickle-down economics was real.
Yeah, the
Like,
same. Okay.
And now we've destroyed that. Anyone who says trickle-down
No,
economics
we
is
didn't.
considered a total joke.
We didn't destroy that. I don't think that we destroyed that. I think like objective reality and the lack of that promise destroyed it significantly more than
Objective
like.
reality was always against it, Haas. It wasn't even close.
I know, but people started people after 30, 40 years of neoliberal austerity recognize now that like that is complete bullshit. Now it doesn't matter because people still do the same thing. They move as soon as the established narrative, the norms that people recognize are at odds with whatever the media is saying, or are at odds with what like right-wing moneyed interests are trying to pump, then ultimately they move on to the next thing. That's I am in agreement with what you're saying, but like ultimately, you know, the market collapse in 2008 probably did significantly more for people to understand that like trickle down economics was bullshit from the jump than anything else. Like that is a major. That played a major role in people losing confidence in like a lot of economists and what they were saying, which they should lose confidence in because these guys are they're spreading poison. But
Here, let me give you one example of the power.
All I'm saying, guys, is that like getting on TYT, becoming pretty successful over there, and then jumping on over to Twitch and like starting from the ground up, but having that built-in audience. That built-in audience helps so much at getting started. Like over the last 2 years, we've slowly been building up YouTube subscribers, and we're just about to hit 2,000, which is pretty good. But like it takes a while to get that steam going. But he didn't have to wait a while because he already had that built-in audience, and he was able to grow from there via the algorithm and like what the algorithm pushes. It pushes things that more people see. So like. It's is what it is.
Power of an alternate voice. So, and this is a very ironic example. So, Iraq War was always bullshit. It was always obvious. Mainstream media didn't say it. They said, "Oh yeah, weapons of mass destruction," and they attacked from the general same region as Iraq, etc. Right? So, okay, 70% of Americans, when we attacked Iraq, thought that Saddam Hussein had personally attacked us on 9/11. Right? So they mass lied, mass hypnosis, etc. So no matter how much we were right, we couldn't break through. And then that lasts for forever. Until Donald Trump goes, Iraq war was bullshit. And all of a sudden the dam breaks. And then the Republicans go, oh, yeah.
no, I disagree with that as well.
No,
I think
before
you and I have,
not a single Republican said the Iraq war was bullshit.
You and I,
until
it doesn't
Trump
matter
said
what Republicans say. You and I are at fundamental odds and will forever be at fundamental odds in the way that we analyze the world, because I am a believer that the material conditions and things withering away, like larger structural moves in either direction, are significantly more important in bludgeoning people with reality than the media moving in a specific direction. I'm also a believer that like under an inherently oppressive construct, yes, you can inevitably shift the attitude in the more reactionary on the more reactionary side of things, and unfortunately the only way to stop that is by waiting it out and just eating the pain. But I don't think that the media can get together. Like, let's say if tomorrow MSNBC, CNN, and mainstream media were no longer owned by the same corporate entities, and we're actually doing objective journalism across the board, and not whenever like it is like anti-Trump, which drives clicks or whatever, and it's permissible, right? I don't think that would cause a genuine sea change in the way that I think you believe that.
Yeah, I think a progressive would be president the next day. Okay.
I think that they would play a very significant role in changing people's attitudes. But the reality is that could never happen in our current structure. Regardless, there would be need for a world where the material realities were different.
But the material realities are different.
Yeah, his shirt says capitalism is voluntary.
So we've got every single thing lining up for us. Younger voters, the destruction of mainstream media, rise of new media, but also objective reality. So, for example, why did FDR do incredibly progressive things? Why did LBJ, at least on social issues, do incredibly progressive things? Because
the economic realities, one, demanded it, and two, there was more pushback from outside groups at the time. There was more militant labor, and people were recognizing the writing on the wall about America's dire economic circumstance.
It's exactly right. And what's the situation we're in now? Almost exactly the same thing. Now we need to build the labor movement. We need to build more direct action.
I agree. That's
Good night,
why I do what I do.
Abyssalists.
I think a lot of people don't understand that. The only place that I have any sort of optimism for the future is in the labor movement, which is why I do what I do. I want to change people's minds about certain things and allow them to see for themselves the autonomy that they can have and change their immediate workplaces, somewhere that they spend 80% of their adult lives in, and therefore set up the groundwork for a mechanism of pushback against the Democratic Party and force the Democratic Party's hand to do the right thing when it's a necessity to do so.
And look, all smart progressives are going in the same exact direction, right?
Yeah.
So
I've been on that direction.
Yeah, so my co-host Anna's obsessed with the labor movement, totally believes that's the answer. Nina Turner, who's another host on our network, just announced today that
I mean, they're not wrong on that front.
she set up a new group with Chris Smalls to back the labor movement and to even get funding for the labor movement whenever they go on strike, etc. And so that's what pushed FDR. That's what's going to push the next generation. Because, Haas, the economic situation isn't going to fix itself. Like, the old line
Why is he saying that to Hasan? Like, Hasan knows that.
power never concedes without a demand, never has, never will. So we've got to demand it. And right now, since the economic situation is so bad for workers, they keep demanding it, right? So more demands.
It's not just that either. It's also, yes, it's also, there is actually a real tight labor market and not a tight labor market with like, you're right though, the confidence is different because we've already had tight labor market periods where income has not increased in the way that it's supposed to. Real income, real wages are not increased in the way that it's supposed to. And even economists are baffled by this reality. Well, the reason for that was because labor had lost and capital had won that war. Whereas
totally
now, in a post-COVID world, I think with the unimaginable amount of profits that these corporations are raking in, labor has a decent bargaining position because they saw that, if people just simply didn't go back to work, that people were fucked.
Yeah. So look, they took and they took and they took and they took too much. And so this is how we get to balance. We push back. So we're in the middle of pushing back. And
Good
so
night, Archangel.
everything is trending in our direction. The only thing is we can't, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And there's two icebergs ahead. And so I'm not Pollyannish. I see the icebergs probably better than anybody else does. And I'm really worried.
This is a fitting discussion to go over, especially after that lovely talk we had with Mike from the Humanist Report, because you notice Cenk doing this all the goddamn time. Oh, I noticed it better than anyone.
Worried about it, okay? One is the progressive movement, honestly, and this is where you and I can begin to disagree, getting too radical and too away from what most Americans want. And the second iceberg.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So look,
Normal gamer girl, thank you very much for the
saying things
follow.
like,
I appreciate it.
All sports leagues, including professional ones, has to allow trans women. They don't have a choice, etc.
Dude cannot they weren't even talking about trans people. He can't not make it about trans people. Good golly. Midnight Null Night, thank you for the 100 biddies. Those icebergs coming out of nowhere. This is Nexus, I just changed my name. Nexus of Midnight, nice. Much love to you, friendo.
It pulls at like 2%. You say, hey, it's a moral issue. It's really important.
Do you think
sports leagues are like the most important thing in the whole wide world?
Do you think it's actually a significant issue? Do you think that is a significant issue or a driver of the conversation, or cynically weaponized by Republicans with some liberals taking the bait and then having a conversation about it instead of being like, fuck off, nobody cares about this, stop talking about this immediately?
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what the right wing does. They weaponize every single issue. What I'm trying to get progressives to do is stop falling in the trap. So the minute they say it, our side comes out and goes, no, this is the most important issue. And anyone who disagrees is a Nazi. You just called 98% of the country Nazis.
Okay.
What are you doing? You're alienating voters like crazy.
Do you think that organizers on the ground, both trans and cis, that are or members of labor unions are even using this as a talking point in any meaningful capacity, or is it simply reactionary Republicans bringing this up because they tried and unsuccessfully failed to push the anti-trans button with bathroom bills?
Except for the fact that they pass all those bills, which I despise. I hate those bills.
Let me just clarify something here. In the lead up to the 2016 election, you had the North Carolina bathroom bill that was anti-trans, right? You have to have the gender assigned at birth be the bathroom that you go to.
That totally failed.
Okay,
right.
that failed. That was so objectively a failure that Donald Trump came out and said, I don't give a fuck where Caitlyn Jenner shits as long as she's shitting in Trump Tower, right? Something along those lines.
But
I'm
then
paraphrasing.
he tried to ban them from the military.
Hold on. Let me finish.
That was also unpopular. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay? Yeah, he tried to ban trans people from the military. That was also unpopular. So, what did Republican interest groups do? The family, moral family, Christianity fundamentalist groups. What did they do? They went back to the drawing board and they looked for a reasonable sidestep that would still be anti-trans, that would open the door to anti-trans conversations that they could push for that was more popular. What did they find? They found that Americans love the concept that is bullshit, meritocracy. What is the most meritocratic process in the entire country, maybe in the world? Sports. Americans love sports, and Americans believe that meritocracy is real, and it's especially real in sports. So they changed the narrative away from trans people can't pee and poo in the fucking bathrooms to trans people want to destroy sports. It was simply just another way to attack
Hasan's right.
Trans people, which is precisely why I think a lot of people correctly looked at that and went, why the fuck are we talking about this? This is ultimately marginal. You just want to fucking...
Yeah, this is from today, midnight and all night.
Eliminate trans people from public spaces. And I have never given an ounce of legitimacy to that argument.
Yeah,
despite
for
what
now.
Public polling says,
Yeah.
Because the reality is no one gives a fuck about it. Let me tell you something that's more important than public polling, however. Because you brought up...
So far, I don't even see where we disagree.
Okay, so you brought up state legislatures.
Oh.
Republicans like passing incredibly, horrifyingly psychotic anti-trans bills.
Yeah.
Okay? And they're passing this. Yet there is no viable single issue voter out there that is like desiring these anti-trans bills. Although, if you ask Americans directly about like, what do you think about a 14-year-old trans girl like participating in a swim meet, they might say 56% might say, fuck that, that's wrong, we shouldn't do that. But the reality is there isn't any real momentum on the ground for anti-trans shit. Okay? Voters do not give a fuck about trans people overall. The overwhelming majority of voters actually have apathy for trans people. They just don't care about it because they think that there's no trans people in their lives whatsoever. Republicans, however, have kept on pushing the anti-trans button over and over again and made it their major fucking talking point.
That's right.
That has yielded horrifyingly bad results for them. And instead of like fucking assassinating Christopher Rufo, for example, who's one of the leading guys here at the Manhattan Institute that was like doing this.
Cenk said trans people in sports was not a winning issue. Imagine being told that your existence is not a winning issue. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like that's why a lot of people turned on Cenk, because like that's effectively what he's saying. Now, like, I guess to Cenk's credit, minimally, like, he's in favor of trans people having civil rights in every other way, so he says. But, like, I don't know. Makes me wonder. Does Cenk have trans medicalist takes? Should non-binary people be allowed to transition? I don't know. I genuinely don't know where they're all at on trans issues. And that's concerning.
CRT stuff, doing the anti-trans stuff. Instead of going, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You ruined our midterm chances when Biden had a historically bad economy, when a red tsunami was supposed to happen. That was a major failure on their part, one that actually has led to Kevin McCarthy's ouster as the speaker right now, a domino effect of like the Republican Party imploding in and of itself, partially because the only thing that they have been looking for, the only thing that they have, the only tangible policy position is just increasing the dial of transphobia, but there's not enough people on the ground who are demanding it. And those who are...
Well, I know he discussed it regarding kids with Anna, which is how we all know he's not in favor of, like, you know, trans kids in sports. But or trans athletes, I guess, after they're in high school. It's a very confusing take that he has. But basically, not super fun to have him constantly be telling us we're just too politically inconvenient to have around.
Are demanding it are increasingly more psychopathic, which is pushing away normal fucking Republican voters who are just like, I just want tax cuts, man. Like, I'm racist, sure, but like, the fuck's going on? Like, I don't give a shit about this. Like, why are you talking about dismembering children's genitals all the fucking time? You sound like a psycho. They're getting outrage fatigue, and it has demonstrably been a failure. And that's part of the reason why you don't see Trump talking too much about wokeness or trans people. He like brings it up every now and then in his commentary, but it is far less than Ron DeSantis, wouldn't you say, who is an objectively less popular candidate.
Yeah. So with the exception of Trump and DeSantis thing, which we can get into, I actually agree with everything you said. So now let me give it to you from my perspective and why I'm concerned about it. So, number one, Republicans bring this up because they're fishing and fishing. All their positions are deeply unpopular. So they're fishing for one position that they could...
Yeah, honestly, Sophie, I'm in that camp. There needs to be better ways to segregate sports, and it seems like moving away from gender and instead embracing, weight class of some kind. I don't know exactly how one could structure it. Exactly, but I'm certain we could come up with a different system.
Finally get some sort of popularity on, right? So they dig all the way down to trans sports at the high school level, and they get over 70% saying, okay, no meritocracy, we shouldn't do that, right? So if at that point, you and I agree, like, we fight back when they propose a bill, and we do the best we can, and we aggressively make the case that you just made, and that I make all the time on the air, right? And then we're okay with it, and everybody would agree.
Hey, Gayfesh.
The country is in favor of trans rights, okay?
Excited to talk to you tomorrow.
But in the midst of these conversations...
Which, by the way, tomorrow we're talking with Gayfesh on stream. Again, outreach arc in full swing. So be there or be square-shaped.
One of the things that happens is, okay, on air, I say, okay, you're asking, fine. I think at the high school level, trans girls should be able to participate with biological girls.
Oh, look. He's nice enough to clarify for us.
Because...
Why do you talk about that at all beyond how...
Because it comes up. Because
No,
there's a bill.
No,
I'm fighting against the bill.
Okay. But why do you talk about it beyond it being a distraction, perfectly cooked up, because you said you agree with me. Why do you talk about it beyond it being a fucking bill that is laughably unpopular, so unpopular that, like,
It's not so unpopular that it didn't pass in all the red states.
Wait, what?
The trans bills that passed, not about bathrooms, but about sports and all that horse crap.
But none of those bills were passed with popular support, Cenk.
I know they're passed by Republican legislators, and the Republican legislators are appeasing their base.
Okay,
and their base is maniacal, and their base wants it.
No, they're not. That you and I are entirely incorrect.
Okay, so they go fishing in that area, and in that conversation, I say, hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
I say, at some point, look, my real opinion is, at the professional level, yes, of course the leagues get to make their own decision, and sometimes, yes, trans women have an advantage, and the league is allowed to say, no, we're not going to allow it.
Yeah, like, trans women, just infinitely better at playing chess, or trans women, just infinitely better at fishing. This is ridiculous. And not true. And honestly, as I've gone through the studies. Guys, and the studies don't even indicate this. So why make this your core argument here? I just don't get it.
Okay, so what happens next? Every single person that I know in mainstream media saw that what they perceive as a progressive community then called me a Nazi. Then they go, okay, progressives are lunatics. I'm writing all of them off, right? Are you kidding me? Because somebody's had like this microscopic difference of opinion with like the most radical end of the progressive base. They're right-wing pivot, Republican, Nazi. Well, okay, you guys sound nuts.
Well, it's your constant doubling down on that position, and also, like, frankly, your position isn't even well thought out. That's why people are upset. And, like, you could just choose to look into it and not be this way, but you choose to be how you are. So, yeah, people are mad at you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and don't do that.
You think
just say,
you think
hey,
that's
I
what it took?
I disagree, so what?
Mainstream media literally called you a bestiality-loving horse fucker when you tried to run for office in California. You think they needed the fucking? You think they needed like 11 trans people with anime avatars on Twitter calling you a Nazi to be like
on a platter?
That's crazy.
And
they
then
have
there are
material
real
interests.
issues that are much larger.
They have
that also cost us, and it makes it look like we are extreme. When in reality, 2/3 of the country's on our side. Take the fucking win. Take the win. So here's another one, and this one I don't know how you're going to light up on this one.
No, this is
Defund the
important.
police. It's
This
a
is-
terrible slogan.
Okay.
A terrible
No,
idea.
we're moving away from other talking.
Oh god, dude. Defund the police. He's still mad about it. Like he's still mad at like the insane like straw man he constructed for himself. Is Hasan related to Cenk? Yeah, Hasan is Cenk's nephew.
Points. Let's get back to the one issue that we were talking about. My perspective is that they have every interest to fuck you every single time. Mainstream media does, because of their underlying material interest in defending the corporate oligopoly structure that we have. This is who funds them. This is how people rise into positions of power in the media infrastructure. You've been a part of this already. Personally, you've seen it happen to you at MSNBC. So like, there is no reason why they're not looking at like magical trans people on Twitter and going, oh, that's it. Here's the reality. They're being crazy again. They're calling Cenk a Nazi.
Yes, they are. And they're looking for any excuse. I agree with that. But then stop giving them excuses, which is the point you started with.
Okay. there's a major disagreement here. We are at odds,
but we're not at odds. You say don't talk about it. I say don't talk about it. We say you say you're against the bill. I say I'm against the bill. You're for trans rights. I'm for trans rights. But my point is
but the difference is the same people that call you transphobic also called me transphobic all the fucking time. The difference is I don't change my perspective at the end of the day, or even offer it any fucking additional light, because who fucking cares? You just do what you think is right and you keep pushing. And I think that it's very dangerous and very scary when you get moved by your base of support that you have worked tirelessly for 20 years and like building and solidifying, turning on you and saying you're right wing now. I think that didn't
happen though. I agree with you. It's 11 people on Twitter, so our audience is just as gigantic as it's always been. So you can go ahead and cry about it if you're among those 11 people. So I'm not worried about that. Haas, I gave it as a small example, and defund the police is a much larger example.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Progressives are getting pigeonholed by mainstream media and Republicans as radicals, when in reality we are the overwhelming majority of the country. So we need to focus and get our messaging right.
And that's why looking at a couple of random people and greatly emphasizing the impact that they have, and even attributing like the mainstream media's perspective shift on progressives, when you and I both know that they never fucking gave a shit, and they don't even need like a couple of random trans people to call you a transphobe to like justify their hatred for progressives.
Okay, let's go to a larger
There's no
issue.
reason to talk about that. Now, as far as like there was one other point that I wanted to make, because we were talking about state legislatures. This is really important, please. I think that a broader Republican project, and I think you'll agree with me on this, has been that they want to dismantle the power of the legislative body and then utilize the state legislatures where they know they have control due to gerrymandering and ridiculous district maps, where they can, even if they don't have popular support, even if they lose the majority of the votes, still maintain a majority in the House and the Senate, right? State House and state Senate.
It's one of the most important things in the country.
Absolutely. And then there's a secondary side to this, though, because there is the judiciary. So they've also they've dismantled the legislative body. They have pushed their power in undemocratic ways through the state legislatures, and then also solidified that power and codified it by court packing, right? So they have this very open project within the Federalist Society, all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States, where they have hyper-reactionary judges that they've placed in positions of power through appointments, right? So when you do that, there is no need for a democratic process, which is precisely the reason why saying that these Republicans are actually acting out the desires of their psychotic, bloodthirsty base when they're pushing for, trans bills that are getting passed in every single state legislature is objectively false. Why is it objective?
Now, I know we've been watching a lot of Hasan bad content. Like, Hasan has a terrible take on China. Hasan has a terrible take on Taiwan. But you know what? This is a good take. I'm willing to acknowledge that. This is good. He's doing good here.
objectively false because one, Republicans have never cared about their base. Let's be fucking real. They just use the culture war issues as a way to like draw up support. But in reality, they don't really give a shit about what the base wants. If they did, then they would have never in a million years allowed the Roe v. Wade decision to be overturned because that.
Yeah, Gay Fesh, I saw that. Apparently, chat, that apparently Hasan's god-awful takes on Taiwan managed to make their way into the White House. And there was originally, as part of like this summit at VidCon, going to be an event where, Vosh, Destiny, Keffels, and Hasan were all going to go into like the White House and like be there, and like be able to talk with folks in there, which is amazing, but that got canceled because of his goddamn takes on Taiwan. So it never happened.
That was a much better way to just keep dangling in front of the most.
Every time I see a leftist try to say we need to sacrifice social issues on the altar to die just because we need to focus on the working class issues, I roll my eyes. Yeah, Griff's, I had a talk with the Humanist Report earlier. That's one of the things we talked about. And just I don't it's a cucked attitude. It's just absolutely cucked, and it's the attitude of people who are addicted to losing.
Active base of support they have, white evangelical Protestants, and never actually push to Roe v. Wade and completely criminalize abortion in red states. That's why they have a major fuck up right now, because they're suffering from their own success. So I don't think that pointing to state legislatures and bills that they've passed to say, no, there is actually a decent amount of support for anti-trans legislation from the Republican base of support is correct, especially when all signs point to the opposite. At the national party level, the Republican Party is currently going through a crisis, an identity crisis. They have...
Yeah, Humanist Report convo was from earlier in the stream. After I finish the stream, I'm probably going to cut that before I go to bed and get it at least in the process of being uploaded. We'll see if YouTube looks kindly upon my video to, enable me to monetize it.
Capitulated to incredibly bloodthirsty, psychotic fucking culture warriors for so long that they end up leading like Ron DeSantis, pushing for objectively unpopular bills, okay, by utilizing the state legislatures, and then suffering the consequences on the perception.
Put a big red arrow on the thumbnail?
National Party.
Wait, why?
Yeah. So, look, again, there's a lot I agree with, but let's break it down.
Good
one
night,
by one.
Storma.
So it can be both, Haas. It can be that, yeah, they've done the gerrymandering. Gerrymandering has done most of the work for them, and it made their seats pretty much impenetrable. So if the Republican legislators do something, it doesn't necessarily mean that the voters of that state want it, for sure.
Griffs,
right?
thank you for the follow.
Also, the vicious end of the Republican base does want
Well,
it.
and as I said to Mike, like, a successful leftist movement has to be built and predicated on, frankly, it has to be built and predicated on a rainbow coalition, and a group of people willing and able to win by working and standing together.
Indicates that they do want it, right? And so, but the larger point here is,
I don't agree. I don't think
Hold on. Let me be clear, because it depends.
Oh, let me be clear.
Do you hate trans people? The answer is no in the polling for American people. They are in favor of trans rights. They're in favor of treating trans people in the same exact way about employment, health care, etc., which is wonderful. And again, 2/3 of the country is progressive. Okay, so when you go to ask them about bathrooms, no. When you ask them about the military, no. These people are willing to give their lives for this country, and you don't want them. What kind of a monster are you? So the American people are on our side on all those things. That's why they had to go digging for this stupid high school sports thing, right? And on that, I've seen the polling, and it's over 70% of Americans are on the side of banning them. Right now, I'm on the other side. I'm with the 30%. I leave the kids alone, right? It doesn't matter if your daughter was going to break a record or whatever. Just calm down. Stop checking the genitals of kids. You're sickos. Leave them alone, right? So, but having said that, what they're trying to do, Haas, and this is the oldest trick in the book, and they did this back in the 1980s, is they dig until they find something unpopular, and they make Democrats or the left wing attack them on it. So, for example, flag burning. So flag burning, everybody knows it's protected by the First Amendment. They know it's protected by the First Amendment, but they want to make it seem like we hate America and we hate the American flag and we all want to burn it. So they contrive this bullshit issue. No one's burning the American flag. It's happened like twice in the last 20 years. And then the Democrats can't help but say, well, it is First Amendment issue. You can burn the flag, and they go, aha, you unpatriotic assholes, right? So so my point is the same point you're making, which is don't fall for that trap. So just say, hey, we disagree on this. Move on.
You're saying don't fall for that trap and don't even defend it or don't even. I'm saying
defend on the bills, because when there's a bill, you have to defend.
Yeah.
But then point out super aggressively what the Republicans are doing wrong.
Chelsea Manning has a question for you.
Don't play into Republican nonsense, because if you do, they will take you for everything they can.
Q for Cenk. Is it possible that trans people are reacting the way we are because we hear people make these talking points, and the next thing we know, people are saying, this is why I had to become a conservative time and time again? And that right-wing slant is true for the likes of Dave Rubin and many others, even including like former TYT people. I think that's where a lot of people are defensive when they hear you talk about this, or when they hear people fall into the trap of like jumping on every single non-issue that ultimately turns into discourse, like bonus holes or whatever the fuck, like some psychotic weirdo British person came up with at the fucking Daily Mail, right? If you are even pushing that discourse as though this is like real and applied and genuinely a threat to democracy because it's something that everyone is like forcing you at gunpoint to utilize, then all of a sudden you are a culture warrior, whether you admit it or not, because these issues are distractions and they're stupid as fuck, and that nobody should even talk about it, let alone amplify it. I'll take it one step further, though. There is one other issue here, and that is the Democratic Party. What do reactionaries do? They have no agenda, right? They have no agenda. They react and they try to claw back civil liberties. That's their goal. And if the Democratic Party is not actually pushing, okay, if the Democratic Party is not actually pushing material realities to change in a positive way and giving something to the Republicans to react to, right, to fight against, then all of a sudden, that the reactionaries are leading the discourse.
Yeah.
And that is the problem, which is why whenever issues like this come up, because listen, I have a very dynamic stream. People come in here all the time. They say a million different things and they want me to address it or they want me to talk about it. I am very terse, very strict about, like, whenever someone comes in and they're like, address what Anna said or address what Cenk said, I'm like, no, fuck off. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. We're talking about real issues. Okay? So,
but by the way, that's almost exactly what we said, and everybody called us Nazis. So not everybody, those folks. So look, guys, first of all, let's just be clear on
It's almost exactly what we said. Don't ask us what we exactly said, though.
everything, okay? So number one, I fight for trans rights. I have for 21 years when no one else was. So if you don't like it and you don't believe it, that's up to you. You can do whatever the hell you want, okay? So, and I just told you all my positions, which are actually 99% identical to the most extreme trans right activists, right? So we have a microscopic difference. So somebody asks me about it, I say it once, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And then a giant pylon starts because people want clout. They're like, oh, no, he's not as good as me. He's not as pure as me. He's a right-winger. He's a Nazi. Okay, so
I mean, you kind of just did the "you're not as pure as me" thing, but just in reverse to people who disagree and dislike you.
So I'm like, I ignore it. And then they just keep going. And I don't give a shit. They could do whatever they want. Okay. But then don't pretend that I brought it up. No, you brought it up, and you made it a giant issue, and you're the one hurting the progressive cause and the trans rights cause. We win on every goddamn issue on trans rights. Why are you going and dying on the hill that no one agrees with you on? You're going to ruin trans rights on other...
You're a political commentator, bro. Your job is to make trans rights popular. Not to be like, oh, well, we got some trans rights popular, but the rest, they're just too unpopular. Dang. Oh, well, time to settle for less rights than you deserve.
Issues.
Okay.
We're going to lose because you're being so extreme. And then every ally you have, you're like, nope, I'm going to be more pure than them. So I'm going to burn their bridge down. I don't want any allies. Okay, well then don't have any allies.
Okay, if both of our goals are aligned and we are interested in coalition building and actually fighting for justice, okay, there's two different things to do here. One is try to engage in purges and try to say this purity spiral is self-defeating, which I agree with you on.
100%.
Or the other thing is...
Time to engage in purges. Yep, it's time, Hasan. It's time to purge the tankies.
To just stay the course and just let people chirp into the void and never give them an ounce of pushback, because why? Every single... If people are looking for...
Come on, get out of here.
No, that's not a get out of here situation.
So here, I'll tell you exactly what happens.
Because
this is really important because you know why? So, Haas, so every time we say any little thing, all the other streamers and stuff, these come in and go, oh, we're better than the Young Turks. We're better than the Young Turks. We agree with you 200%. They're such monsters. And they clutch their pearls and stuff, and etc.
I don't, by the way, for the record, don't think they're monsters. I was literally one of the most supportive people of Anna. I gave her the benefit of the doubt for a very, very long time. And, yeah, look, I just gotta call out bad behavior when I see it. Sorry. I'm sorry if that's inconvenient. Gotta call out bad takes. That doesn't mean they're evil, but it does mean that they're not particularly great on trans issues.
And then we go, okay, guys, but hold on. We said a tiny thing. You guys had this nuclear reaction. Okay, say another tiny thing and defend our position for like 3 minutes on air, right? And then another round of nukes, right? We're better than the Young Turks. We're the most pure. We're the most progressive. Radical, radical, radical. We have to be the most radical. And if you don't believe us, then you're a Nazi. Well, and then I made it an issue. I talked about it for about a total of maybe 3 minutes in all the Young Turks, okay? And then everyone else talked about it for 200 hours and pretended that it was us.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing that there's two.
Well, you kept bringing it up over and over and over and over and over again, yeah, including right now. Literally, no one was talking about trans issues in this discussion until you brought it up.
Different parts here. One, you've immediately ascribed to.
Yeah, this is presidential material right here.
Bad faith
Yes.
arguments to these people. You're like
Yes,
saying they're
I
cloud
definitely
operated.
do.
Okay, so one, that might not be the case. There might be genuine disagreements. That's number one. But at which point you think, well, you know better than them, right?
No, they could disagree.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
give a shit
okay.
about
But
their
listen.
disagreement.
But like, okay,
But okay,
even
but
if they are
disagree
bad
with me, I'm
faith,
going to call them Nazis.
okay, even if they are bad faith, right?
Okay.
Even if they're bad faith, then what the fuck are you doing giving them more clout?
I don't.
No,
I don't say anything.
no.
And then they do 200 shows
No, it
about
doesn't matter.
and then pretend I'm the one saying it.
It doesn't
so
matter.
hey, can we agree that all the others, like Lance or whatever the fuck their names are?
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is what everyone was talking about. I gotta attack Lance from the serfs. That evil Lance. Also, Lance is a big time sweetie, okay? Like, Lance is a really nice dude. And he has gotten things wrong in the past. Like, that kind of goes with the territory. But, like, I think he's pretty goddamn good on most issues. No, I think he's talking about Lance being a streamer.
They should all shut the fuck up then, okay? Right?
Dude,
Because that's what you're saying.
dude.
Why are you making a big issue out of it?
Because
I only said it for 1 minute. They said it for 200 minutes. Why don't they shut the fuck up?
Oh my.
This is genuinely so fucking unhinged. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to be a media figure but not have anyone talk about what you're doing in a way that you didn't like? Oh, well, okay.
My God, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I don't even understand what we're disagreeing about. So we agreed 99% on the issue, and we agreed
I think the major
99% that it's not a major issue, and people are making a big deal out of it.
I think the anger that people feel towards that sort of thing inevitably derives from offering any fucking light to that conversation, especially when you understand that it is just like bullshit talking points that have been focus tested and being brought up. The moment that you give it any validity, okay, and now I'm not even talking about like
Let's talk about a general thing.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about like talking to other leftist people or like defending your positions or whatever. I'm talking about how deeply and undesirably unproductive it is to offer any amount of consideration to literally talking points that are cooked up in a fucking laboratory about
The
fucking
streamers
population.
as they do 200 shows back to back.
There are
on
a
it?
Lance is just so goddamn jovial. Like I'm sorry. Like such a weird such a weird take to even try and attack him, honestly.
million streamers.
Are you telling them?
There are a million streamers that have not only said things about you, but have said things about me as well. There's a difference between you and I, though, because no matter what happens, when people do write those things or people do say those things about me, I've learned the hard way not to give it any credence whatsoever and stay the fucking course. And ultimately, if people have made up their minds that I am a transphobic person, then that's, yeah, GG's. There's nothing I can do about that. If people think that I'm bad on racial issues or if I'm a misogynistic person, then there's nothing that I can change about their perspective. They are entirely too malleable, which is why I have assumed positions on so many things that the American population considers radical, whether it be foreign policy and what I believe in, or
I think the biggest criticism you can make of Lance is that he is too willing to be friends with everyone, which means he keeps getting in hot water for defending bad people because he's undiscerning. Yeah, and I don't think that's a uncommon characteristic in leftist spaces, to be 100% with you guys. Which, by the way, is why I tried to... Like, I want to be on, like, good terms with folks. I don't necessarily want to be everybody's best friend, you know, in these leftist spaces, because I want to be able to critique people without people feeling like I'm betraying them, you know? And I think I've done a pretty good job of that at this point. It was a painful lesson to learn, but I think it was a good one to learn early.
or whether it be trans issues, even if it's something that Americans across the board consider to be like unpopular. The reason why I can stay the course in spite of that pushback is because I fucking ignore it, because I know that it is unproductive. That's it.
Yeah.
And the second thing I will say, and this is something that I try to talk to my audience about quite frequently, is that being a progressive is not about having black people or trans people hype you up all the fucking time. There are going to be plenty of moments where you are going to be at odds with activists. There's going to be plenty of moments where you have disagreements with the marginalized communities that you claim to speak on behalf of, okay? And ultimately, it's not even about a logical conclusion to those problems. It's about being empathetic, right? That's at the heart of the matter.
So let's
being
let's do a
empathetic.
super important distinction, okay? Because and I don't think I made a good enough case for this distinction, and I want to be way clearer. There's a difference between randos in the world that care about this issue, whether they agree with me or disagree with me, or they heard the wrong thing about me,
By the way,
or they have heard the right thing and they still think this guy's a Republican and I hate him. No problem, okay? And media figures, streamers, etc. Those guys are largely scorpions. And it's because the incentives and disincentives create scorpions. Because when you attack someone else, you get into the algorithm loop on YouTube, mainly YouTube, but in some other places as well, and you try to get attention. So they don't even know, I hope they don't know, a lot of them, that they're doing it on purpose. I hope they're not doing it on purpose, but probably some of them are, right?
I hope they're not doing it on purpose, says man who just screamed about how they all need to shut the fuck up.
But they think like, no, this is really important. I have to correct the record by attacking the Young Turks. Oh, look at that, my views went up.
Yeah, as somebody who's small and has done videos about the Young Turks, those videos don't do gangbusters, okay? Turns out attacking like the darling of the left is not actually a super great way to build views, but it is important to not just swallow what an outlet says blindly, you know? Like that is in fact important to not do.
What a wonderful coincidence. I'm going to do it again and again and again. And this is not just about radical left. Are you crazy? No way. The right wing started this. Why did Steven Crowder dress up as me?
Yeah,
Right?
I was about to say, listen, but you're
So why did Jimmy Dore attack me like a nut job? Why did Sargon of Akkad go back to like 15
Partially
years? Why
because-
did Sam Harris? Why did all of them attack us?
partially
When
because
go
you
on YouTube,
respond.
We're the largest.
Partially because you respond. It's called getting farmed. Trust me, I know from personal experience what that's like. I, for a very long time, I got farmed like a motherfucker, okay? Because, just like you, perhaps because I am...
Oh no, Hasan went to the Chinese milk farm that Jordan Peterson was talking about.
also as stubborn as you are, I couldn't shut the fuck up anytime there was like any error, okay? Whenever someone said, this is what Hasan believes or whatever the fuck, I immediately rushed to correct the record. thinking that there was good faith discussion to be had. Now, out of the people that are actually criticizing you, there are people who I do like, who I do appreciate. I'm not going to get into that part of the conversation because I feel like that's going to blow a lid in this. It's going to make you blow a gasket. But the reality is that ultimately, if you want to have a productive...
Oh, no, Sam Harris is a very, very right-wing dude. Yeah. Sam Harris, like, went down the route of basically, critiquing Islam and then into, making extraordinarily far-right statements about, Islam, Islamic countries, etc., etc. It kind of rolled from there.
Productive. If you want to have a productive and successful coalition, you just can't stress that shit out, okay?
Cenk is currently imagining unthinkable violence on Hasan right now.
You can't.
No, I'm good with
even
it.
If
Look,
they
I
say
was super clear. You like what we're saying, you come to the Young Turks. If you don't like it and you want super radical weirdos, there's like a million shows for you.
That's what you're doing. Like you're casting everyone else in a bad light. Don't even talk about it. Don't even bring it up. That's it.
Okay, so I know I've been punched in the face 200 times, and I'm not allowed to punch back.
Exactly, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you get it. That is what I'm saying. That's what being fucking progressive is, okay? If someone on your side is punching you, you ultimately turn around and say, I don't give a fuck. It's fine, because the real motherfucker whose face I have to punch is out there that actually holds on to all levers of power. Because while we're fucking arguing about the minutia of your perspective on trans issues, or whenever...
Or you could make a good argument for your position. It's just very unfortunate that you have the position you do, because that makes it impossible to have a good argument for it. Oh, God. Man.
Whenever you choose to engage in like any kind of reactionary framing of an issue, there are actual fucking people out there who are making everyone's lives actively worse. So why the fuck would I ever care about what some dumbass fucking YouTuber has to say when Ben Shapiro is, again, stealing our fucking lunch money and doing whatever the fuck is necessary to keep propagandizing every fucking awful position that makes people's lives worse. Right. That's why I fucking cover Ben Shapiro every day, by the way, you dumb cocksuckers in here who fucking think like, oh, why does this song talk about Ben Shapiro all the time? That's why. Because he's the fucking bad guy. You will never see me fucking agree with Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder or any of those fucking bullshit charlatans out there, because those are the fucking bad guys. I don't give a fuck if people call me transphobic or racist or whatever the fuck. I'm not gonna stray away from my point.
Why would people call you transphobic for attacking Ben Shapiro? What?
Point of view, but more importantly, and I don't think you do either, but there's this one issue that you and I have, there's one disagreement, there's one difference that you and I have. You spend entirely too much time thinking about all the people on your side who fucking hate you, okay? Who say you're bad and wrong, even if it's a misunderstanding. Don't even fucking clear it up. It doesn't matter. People will see where you are genuinely coming from when you keep saying the same shit that you're saying that you've said for 20 fucking years. That's it, okay? A lot of people yelled at me during the fucking Hogwarts drama. There were every
oh, yeah, I remember that. Goddamn, guys, you went too hard on Hasan. You broke him.
Trans content creator on Twitter yelled at me, okay, and said
that's not true. I didn't yell at you, Hasan. I'm one of the good ones.
You're a fucking piece of shit. You're transphobic. Oh, what you?
JK. Look. Ultimately, I was critical of that Hogwarts drama because it's an empty gesture to boycott a game that the boycott inadvertently made even more successful than it would have been otherwise. So I just ultimately settled on, do I want to play the game? Fuck no. Do I think people who buy the game and play it are bad? No, I also don't think they're bad. And end of story. Meanwhile, people acted like he was the fucking devil for wanting to do a charity stream with the game, which, I don't know, that seems weird, but whatever.
You can't play one fucking game that's transphobic. It was an idiotic fucking take from the jump. I said it a month in advance that this is entirely too popular of an IP. The best thing to do is not like try to do boycott. Is try to boycott this fucking IP that's completely devoid of the transphobic person that is making money off of it, and instead use it to fundraise or push the issue further. Everybody yelled at me, said that was incredibly transphobic. What the fuck did I do? I shut the fuck up. I said, you guys are wrong, but it doesn't matter. History will absolve me. It did. Who gives a shit? The game fucking sucked. Right-wingers like Ben Shapiro made commentary on it, saying that Hasan is terrified of trans people in his own audience, and that's why he also has to capitulate to the trans people in his own audience, when if I wanted to capitulate, I would have never said anything about Hogwarts whatsoever, and I would have just stayed the course and...
Also definitely not mad.
Never played it and said, yes, it's a transphobic fucking game. But I didn't do that because I'm a stubborn piece of shit. I yelled at the people and I moved on. Many of those people who thought I was
Wait, are we talking about Jesse Gender? In a sideways manner, yes.
Transphobic in that fucking fervor have come to the realization that they were maybe wrong. A lot of people don't want to admit that they're wrong, especially when tensions are fucking high. It doesn't matter. They finally, quietly come to that conclusion that you were on, if they truly do believe that you are genuinely on their side. That's it. So just make your work speak for itself. You don't have to constantly fucking yell about random trans people online. And yes, that's what being the bigger progressive media person it revolves around. You have to do that. That's it.
All right, look, I'm going to take your advice. Let's move on because it's a microscopic.
Except if he had followed his own advice, he would have just played the game. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Issue.
There you go. So let's talk about defund the police now.
Okay, so the overall issue that
and
we
before we do that,
there's two
I got to run the 3-minute ad break real quick, and I'm going to pee, but you can keep going. Oh, shit.
No, if you're going to run an ad break, run an ad break.
No, I did already, but people can still watch because there's 56,000 subscribers in here, 56,000 strong. So most people...
Jesus Christ, he has 56,000 subscribers? That's crazy.
People are not seeing the ads. All right, go ahead.
No, we're just... what I'm going to say, guys, is that... there's two icebergs that we need to talk about in terms of why, what could prevent progressive victory. Started with the iceberg to catch you guys up, if you later, of progressives going far and then getting painted as radical when in reality we're 2/3 of the country. I'm going to pick that conversation back up in a second. But you know what? I'll use this time to do plugs. One is not for myself. It's actually, and especially if you're subscribers to Haas, you guys might be perfect for this. This is to help you guys out. I got no dog in this fight. I like the guy who's doing it, Larry Lessig. He's the godfather of campaign finance reform to get money out of politics. But if you go to cancelsuperpacs.com, you can win $50,000. Especially if you're a good editor, not going to be that many people that enter, okay? So $50,000, cancelsuperpacs.com. All they're doing is they're asking you to make like a super interesting, understandable, relatable video about getting money out of politics. But they have all the instructions at cancelsuperpacs.com, okay? So I hope one of you guys wins the $50,000. That'd be awesome. I'm done with it. And then we've been talking about my book, Justice is Coming. You can buy that at tyt.com/justice, tyt.com/justice. Okay.
Damn, this man is doing an ad within an ad break, dude.
That's what I did.
Hell yeah.
Because
right,
you went to the
fine.
bathroom. What am I going to do? Talk to like an empty chair? I'm not Clint Eastwood.
You can talk to the chat, but anyway, listen.
I just did. I just made them for somebody in there $50,000.
Okay.
Okay,
what were we gonna talk? Oh, defund the police. Okay. Issue with messaging overall. Another great issue because you and I have duked it out on our famous Thanksgiving specials that we do, where you come here and we argue about issues that we have disagreements on, genuine disagreements on. One of them is crime, right? Not to say that like I like crime and I think crime is awesome. I jokingly do say that from time to time, but ultimately nobody fucking wants crime. We might have a disagreement on how to solve that problem, right? Now, you brought up defund the police.
Tropical,
So
thank you for
I
the
will-
tier
I
1
would like
sub
to hear
over
your
on
position
Twitch.
on that, and
I
before
appreciate it.
get into my monologue.
Okay, so first of all, it's the world's worst framing. And framing matters because it gets into people's heads and leaves the impression of who you are as a movement.
Mhm.
And whenever I talk to people who are in favor of defunding the police, the very first thing they usually say is, no, I don't really mean defund the police. Then why did you call it that?
So
Don't call it that at all.
What
Call it
would
something
you
else.
message it as?
So, look, it depends on what you're trying to do. So, for example, and I believe in, as I think you, but we do have real substantive disagreements too, but I believe in criminal justice reform. I believe the cops training is completely wrong. They're taught only protect yourselves, don't worry about the citizens, etc. Are there racial issues? Of course there are. Are there class issues? Of course they are. So I would want massive reform, and I would want the messaging to be around reform, which the great majority of Americans actually agree with. Again, 2/3 of the country is progressive. They agree with us. Don't drive them away with bad messaging, okay?
Okay.
When people hear defund the police, they hear there's not going to be any cops, and they panic. And it's not just white folks that panic. It's not just right-wingers that panic. Ilhan Omar almost lost her seat in a primary because 78% of African Americans in her district did not want to defund the police.
So how about this? Here's my reframing. When this works with a lot of like liberals that I talk to, at least rich and poor. Hey, police, do your fucking job. Is that good?
That's actually
Is that better?
really good, and I talk about that all the time.
Okay, listen. Here's the issue though, right? With defund the police. as far as messaging goes and as far as optics goes, you yourself have basically created an argument that you are not using in this situation. You said the media is all too powerful in manipulating public consciousness, and they can change people's attitudes for the better, even if it's entirely at odds with the material realities and the oppressive constructs built on top of those material realities. If that is the case, then optics issues are simply an issue caused by the media not pushing the message enough. Is that what you're saying? So if in a future where MSNBC is truly progressive, that they could just be like, no, defund the police is actually fucking super sweet. Let's go forward. Do you think people would be on board with it?
No, because it's mixed. So yes, media pushes the message, but the message itself is also important. So if you had the message of kill all people, that would not work well, even if MSNBC pushed it to ad nauseum, right? And defund the police is such a fundamentally wrong framing.
You think defund the police is a message as aggressive and as wrong as like kill all people? No.
I gave an extreme example, so not all examples are the same, but I think defund the police is almost as bad a message as you could possibly find, because it leaves the impression that there will be no police, no safety, no security, and it freaks people the fuck out. That's a fact, and it's shown in every poll.
Okay. Defund the police means what? Reallocate some of these ballooning police budgets to social safety nets and social programs, because that's where crime starts, and that's the best mechanism to combat certain types of crime, at the very least. Okay.
So that's where we get into substance.
So you don't agree with the policy, not just the optics. Let's just clarify that.
Yeah. So now the optics, I 100% disagree. When it comes to policy, it's much more nuanced. And by the way, if people don't like nuance, then you're not going to like me at all, because you're. Oh no, I want a black and white world. I want everything to be extreme. No, I'm not that guy. So where does the nuance come in? So if you say to me, should we reform the police, reform the training? Obviously, as I said earlier, I say yes. Right. Say, let's reallocate some of the funding to social services. We keep the same amount of money, but move some of it from cops.
I don't think
they
should keep the same amount of money.
Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Some of it to social services because they can handle X better. I'm open to that. I'm totally open to that. Okay.
So it's a semantics difference. You're saying like keep the same amount of money, but don't defund it.
Okay. First of all, semantic difference is a giant difference, as we just discussed. Optics, framing, etc., makes a huge difference. But when you get into the substance,
it doesn't matter.
There are some things I disagree with.
But you don't.
So
but you don't agree with the policy anyway. You don't agree with the policy of like our ballooning police budgets year over year have not actually genuinely improve the lives or genuinely fucking put a dent in like in fixing some of the pervasive problems. You don't agree with that?
No. So look. So here's what happened. So if you'd asked me that a couple of years ago, I probably would have agreed with that. And then we did in some places reallocate some of the money or cut some of the money. And so it's a little bit misleading in places like Washington, D.C., because they took from one budget and moved it to another budget, et cetera. But the bottom line is they did lose a number of cops in a bunch of cities. Okay, they lost raw number of cops.
Yeah, they died to COVID.
Yeah. Well, look, there was a...
No, the funding didn't happen, bro. You're just rewriting history.
A lot of factors, okay, including cops not doing their job, which I'll get to in a second. But having said that, less cops, but that's not the main problem. But that was one of the contributing problems that led to more crime. Now, other things that I agreed with now have created issues. So, for example, no cash bail, okay? I was totally in favor of no cash bail because I totally get the argument. I was the one putting forward that argument of, hey, a rich guy and a poor guy does the same crime. Rich guy gets out on bail. Poor guy can't get out on bail. That's totally unfair, right? But what wound up happening is recidivism is a massive part of crime. And so when we did no cash bail, yes, there are a number of guys who are down on their luck, high, whatever. There's a fat number of factors. And when we did no cash bail for them, they just went out and did more crime, more crime, more crime, more crime, more crime. And it became...
That's not how cashless bail works.
Became a real significant problem. And so when I look at
a certain point, I got to cut you off because you've made a couple points that I definitely disagree with.
Right. So, but let me just button it up this way.
Okay.
And there's other factors. But my point is, let's be open to how do we get to the right reform so we have justice and they don't beat up black guys for no reason. They don't beat up homeless people for no reason. They don't shoot people for no reason. But at the same time, have a reasonable policy where we protect the citizens.
Okay. Great. So I've said this before. I'm not an abolitionist in the sense that, like, I don't believe that there is no necessity for a group of people, whether it's democratically organized or not, that will maintain the presence of law and order, but also solve crimes and do what police are theoretically supposed to do: protect and serve the community, protect and serve the people. In the United States of America, throughout the history of the United States of America, I do not believe that the police force, or whatever it was originally in its original inceptions, whether in the North they were the guys who were supposed to protect commerce in shipyards or slave catchers in the South, have ever done that. They've always been protecting and serving the interests of capital. So that's definitely an issue that I have. Having said that, however, you brought up a couple different points that I disagree with in terms of defund the police and also about how less police have caused more crime, and crime has like exploded in cities and whatnot.
The contributing factor.
I do not believe that in the slightest. I do believe that what is known as the blue flu has created a lot of issues that police are supposed to theoretically solve, which they never really have done a good job with. If you look at their clearance rates, you will realize that. Okay, but beyond that, it's gotten even worse than it was before, because these are the most selfish, the most lazy, the most entitled, gigantically, insanely violent, uneducated paramilitary group that you could have ever fucking put together, and all of their ineptitude and criminal negligence is constitutionally protected. They have no right to they have no duty to actually have to protect you. They can shoot you if they perceive you to be a threat when you're running away. All of these things have been protected by the Supreme Court. The real reason is because police are supposed to be a violent brigade that will defend and protect the interests of capital when push comes to shove. That is the reason why they are the way that they are. Okay, the idea that their funding is fine and that their numbers are diminishing, and that's what actually is like a real gigantic problem for crime, is, in my opinion, a historical and completely incorrect. They have gotten more money year over year, including in the defund the police years, where not a single fucking precinct, with I believe one exception, it might have been Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Yeah, Minneapolis, we decreased the budget of police by like, I don't know, 1%. Like like again, any of these districts that they're talking about where people cut the police and actually did defund the police, we're talking like 1%, 0.5%. No place actually like torpedoed their police departments. This isn't a thing.
Not a single fucking precinct actually had diminished resources or diminished funds. As a matter of fact, they got more money, and they got the most amount of money in comparison to all of the other amenities that the local governments are supposed to offer. The Los Angeles Police Department gets costs taxpayers $8 million a day to operate. Okay, and what is that operation? Fucking not doing shit when a robbery is happening in front of them.
Thank you for streaming.
Now, if you ask them, they'll say, it's because you don't want me to be violent.
You're welcome.
You made me this way. You don't want me to stop the crime, so I'm not doing it. They're like petulant little fucking children, okay, who refuse to do the fucking job that they are supposed to do. They have the best fucking workplace protections. They basically live in like a social democracy. They're the only individuals in society that have like fat pension programs and permanent job security. And then on top of that, what is their job? Is to be able to fucking shoot people if they want to and get away with it.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
It's fucking insane.
Neuron.
Okay?
I worked really hard to put it together.
The entire structure is fundamentally broken, okay? And that is by design. They are supposed to be that way. They are supposed to operate that way because when push comes to shove, when people are rioting in the streets or whatever, okay, when the inherent contradictions become ever present and people start to react to that in either direction, okay, whether it's like
where's that sound coming from? It's not from my computer, by the way.
Reactionary activity, 3%ers and the like, or whether it's like people fucking throwing Molotov cocktails or whatever because they're losing their minds at the reality that they have no economic prospects, and it feels like the
Also, folks, please do remember to subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'd really appreciate it. We are currently 44 subs away from hitting our subscriber goal of 2,000 over on the YouTube. Also, even if you aren't terribly interested in the goal, we do have videos coming out every day. So if you missed a stream or missed part of streams, segments do go up on the YouTube, so make sure you check it out, okay? I like unions, but drop police unions. Yeah, police unions don't count. Specifically because police unions are used to insulate police officers from the consequences of, abusing state power.
Their lives are getting progressively shittier, okay? They will sit there and they will put their fucking police force in rich neighborhoods and protect those people and ensure that storefronts are not damaged.
So, there's actually a lot I agree with you on. The main difference is that I think all those factors contribute, whereas you think the biggest factor is the cops basically not doing their job, / their job was always misdirected in the first place, right? So I don't disagree with you on that at all. I just think that that's a big part of the equation, but not the whole equation. So, and I'll give you a couple
Exactly,
examples
Gayfesh.
from LA to give you a sense of what I think are the issues. So in terms of the funding or the number of cops, I think that is a factor. You don't think it's a factor, but I actually think it's a relatively small factor.
If that was the case,
So-
then policing would have gotten better year
Hold-
over
hold
year
on,
as
hold
their
on,
funds
hold on. Let
grew,
me- hold
right?
on, hold on. And so by the way though, hold
No, like yeah, if you look at the again, like Cenk is a numbers guy, or at least he likes to portray himself as a numbers guy. You know, he's all about the polling, all about the poll numbers, all that stuff. If we keep pumping money into police departments and yet we don't see crime respond, at what point do you stop increasing the budget of police departments, my guy? Because we know how much money gets pumped into police doesn't lower the crime rate. Like, you can see just massive exponential curves for the funding going into police, and you do not see massive exponential drops in crime.
on. Don't make that argument, Huss, because crime statistics got way better throughout the years as police budgets did get larger.
No, actually. There is not a correlation between police budget and crime going down. I haven't... Look, if someone can find me a study on that, I would love to see it, and I would change my mind accordingly. But I have not seen that study, and I've been streaming in this space for years now. Also, like, it just seems odd to me to be making this argument, especially when you have case studies like police going on strike to protest, you know, like one of their own being held accountable, and then you see the crime rate plummet while they were refusing to work. You know, yeah, like, you have to be able to explain that with your model of, like, oh, more money and more police equals more safe. You have to be able to explain that, and he's not, frankly. Giving your local police department an armored personnel carrier when they live out in Podunk nowhere is not actually reducing the crime rate in Podunk nowhere.
Right? So that doesn't really help your argument. Now, but
honestly, all it's really doing is fueling the military-industrial complex. So, cool stuff on that one.
I don't think it's that simple either.
New York City has 6 submarines? Fuck that.
It was just a police budget. No, there was a lot of different things that happened with crime that made crime go lower, including, by the way, lead in the walls and the paints and the cars.
Okay, but we all know CopBot's going to be destroyed in, like, I don't know, a handful of days.
Very complicated issue, right?
Yeah,
but
I'm glad that you at least brought up the lead point, because crime has globally gone down.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
areas where police budgets
Absolutely.
in areas where police
I know,
budgets
but it just
have
doesn't help
not
your
gone
cause.
up as high as the United States of America.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that it doesn't help your cause to say that the budgets have gone up and crime has gone down. That did happen. I don't think that's a great correlation.
No. You can look at the police budgets and you can see the crime rates. They are not related, really.
Either. Don't get me wrong. Okay, now I think and I agree with you that the bigger problem, the cops not doing their job, is in a story that I'm going to tell you. But it's
Submarines
also
are for when
because
the
of some
city
of the laws
sinks.
that we passed, and so now some
Good
very
point.
violent crimes are misdemeanors, and they should not be misdemeanors because misdemeanors get pled down to nothing. Felonies get pled down to misdemeanors. Misdemeanors get pled down to nothing.
Mhm.
Okay. So no one's talking about that.
What do
and
you-
that is
what
a giant
crimes-
part of the
what
problem.
crimes are you
Some
talking
sexual
about?
assaults are misdemeanors.
Mhm.
Okay, that's insane. It's totally insane.
So-
the guy in New York subway took a dump and smeared it on a woman's face, and that was a misdemeanor. How is that a misdemeanor? Are you insane?
Okay.
Okay. So
I mean, that's really, really fucking gross. I don't necessarily know that person needs to go to jail for years. You know, I'm willing to bite the bullet on that one. I don't necessarily think that poop face guy should go to jail for years. Teenagers throw poop at houses. Should they go to jail for years? I don't know.
So, okay, look, and maybe some mistakes were made there, and they should have made some of those things misdemeanors, and that's exactly my point. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you don't have to go to extremes and say we should only focus on one or the other, right? But now I'll give you an anecdote that is an example of the type of thing that happens. So I have a neighbor who's...
Look, yeah, obviously houses and faces are different. Yes. Thank you so much for clarifying. I was very confused for a moment.
By the way, we're not operating under the principle that like the New York Police Department or the New York court structure or New York.
You're right. If somebody puts poop in your face, you should be they should be sent to jail for years. You're right. Take years of their life away. It's time.
Work in general, currently led by a cop mayor, is in any way, shape, or form like engaging in police abolition, right? Or
No,
defunding the police.
No, but...
Because it is more expensive to run the NYPD than like multiple countries' military.
Yeah, I don't think the budget is the issue in New York. So,
Okay.
So let me give you that
But
anecdote.
you used the poop example to,
No, that example was not about budgeting at all. That example was if that's a misdemeanor, it gets pled down to nothing. So we have to make sure the serious crimes are felonies.
Okay. By the way, so you and I do agree on NYPD not being underfunded, but if you ask the NYPD,
Was your argument that should be considered a serious crime and a felony? Like I'm confused, dude.
they are the most underfunded.
Oh, of course, they're always going to say that.
Okay.
Look, are you kidding me?
So they're lying. Okay.
So here, I'm gonna get to that in a second. Of course they're lying. Of course they are. So it's not. What am I trust? Do I just trust cops? No way. So let me explain. So I have a neighbor. We wound up having some deranged person.
Also,
on
that
the
guy was
street.
charged with felonies. Apparently, the poop man.
Oh. Okay. Poop man should be in jail for years. Poop man should never see the light of day. Count of Monte Cristo, the poop man.
Okay. So good. I'm happy that he was, but
That poop man's name, Elon Musk.
there's
So the question in that situation though is
But
like,
originally he was let go.
why?
And so we have to so that's an example.
Well, yeah, until he had his court date, and then he probably went to jail for putting poop in someone's face.
There are many examples, but let's if you want to dive into that one and see what
Well,
went wrong
it's
as to
your
why he was let
anecdote.
go. That's great. Let's find out why he was let go because he definitely should not have been let go.
Okay, so you brought up an anecdote.
So that
but,
was
like,
about cash bail.
So you're
he got
happy
out
with
because there's no
justice being
cash
served.
bail. Right?
Okay.
Okay, but are you saying that if he had the money, he should just be able to get out of prison, out of like jail, right? Like that's the argument here. Like if you're arguing against cash bail, you're arguing that, well, you see, he would never have gotten out if there was cash bail. Okay, but like the argument you're making is that you would want him out if he was wealthy enough to afford bail. Like that's the argument you're making, I guess, which is fucking weird.
Got it.
So
cash bail was important to talk.
Look, I know that Poop Man has a history of signing all of his filling out his ballots by marking the boxes with poop, but I still think he deserves a right to vote.
Talk about as well, which is really, really, really important, especially with the conditions in Rikers as the way that they are. One
I'll
reason
get
why.
to that. Hold on. Can I just tell the story because it informs
Okay, but
the
I
rest
have
of the
to-
conversation?
I didn't think that I had to fact check you on something, but like, of course, we're gonna have to cut through for a second. You know what I mean?
Okay, so why was he let go? Was it cash bail or a felony misdemeanor issue? Because it was definitely one of them.
I don't know why he was let go.
Okay,
You're the
that
one who
guy
brought
was
it
let
up.
go
I
like
did not
11
know.
times. If I misremembered and it was 12 or 9, okay, corrected. No big deal. I'm happy to
Okay.
have whatever it was corrected.
Hassan did not come ready to debate the merits of Poop Man.
But there's a million examples of
Okay, can I-
just like that.
The reason why cash bail and all of these kinds of, I guess, supposedly progressive implementations are happening is not because people have George Soros-backed district attorneys that want
Good
to
night,
undermine the
Chipper
American
Doodle.
criminal justice system.
Thanks for
It
sticking
is
around
out
so
of
late.
necessity because of how draconian the American criminal justice system is that we simply do not have enough space in our carceral
Well, I mean, if you're taking a shit on the subway and smearing it on somebody's face, you have mental issues. Okay, no one who's doing that is doing it like in sound mind.
state that currently houses chains.
No,
25%
Malachi,
of the
no.
entire population's incarcerated
Scatman is pure and wholesome. Don't defame him like this.
population, despite America being only 4%.
The camera transitions to the inside of a jail cell, and in the corner you see a man rocking back and forth, beard tangled and matted. And as he rocks back and forth, he whispers to himself, "Skibbity young mum yum, young mum yum, skibbity young mum yum, young mum yum, boo 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 ba ba ba, ba da 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 ba da."
Of the world's entire population. We have an overpopulation.
Oh, Gayfesh, there are definitely Wall Street guys who want to do that shit.
An overcrowding problem in our prison system, and that problem didn't happen
Oh.
overnight. It did not
Boiled peanuts, I'm sorry you're feeling sick. I had no idea. You're very welcome for keeping you company.
materialize out of nowhere. It happened with centuries of having the most draconian outlook on crime and punishment and refusing to analyze the structural issues that cause crime, the poverty cycle, the cycle of poverty and violence. That is why we are now at a situation where our prison
I'm nervous around every cop. As a trans woman, I don't want to interact with cops, ever. They're scary. And frankly, I don't feel safe around them.
population, our prisons are filled to the fucking brim, and the alternative is what? Like building more prisons, I guess. Instead
What game is this? I'm playing Team Fight Tactics. It's a spin-off game of League of Legends, and it's quite fun. It's very relaxing. It's also a game I can play while talking with you guys and listening to something, like reacting to the content here. Good night, Tipster. Thanks for sticking around for so long. I really, really appreciate it. And shoot me a message on like Twitter or Discord or something, and we'll figure out when you can come on. Outreach arc. Let's go.
of trying to push for a different way of trying to solve the underlying reasons as to why crime and mental disorder manifest in the public. That is my argument.
Yeah. No. So listen, if you say we imprison way too many people, I 100% agree. So now, but then you've got to break it down. So why did we imprison too many people, 80s, 90s, 2000s, etc.? Because we had insane drug laws. That marijuana possession was a very serious crime, right? And we filled the jails with people
There's one other
over
reason.
marijuana.
There's one other reason.
What's that?
There's a material reason.
Especially the hot
Slavery.
cops.
Yeah, I got
Is
you.
that skip?
And we built private.
No, that was the Scat Man. The Scat Man, chat. Do you guys not know the Scat Man? Like, I'll play like 5 seconds. Song. What? Okay, well, Scatman is not coming up. Am I just? You know what? I'm gonna Google it on my phone.
From the politicians.
No,
All that
no,
is
private
true.
prisons are a minor, even though they are like objectively one of the most cruel and inhumane things that you could do, that like Europeans look to and go, what the fuck, you guys have that? Like, you guys capitalize and profit off of the existence of fucking prisons? Like, that's nuts. That's a small part of the.
Okay, why didn't that come up? I'm the Scat Man. Are you fucking with? Oh, okay. That would be why. It's in the last 24 hours. Okay, this is probably gonna get me DMCA'd, but here we go. Too much of that. I can't play too much of that. I wish I could. I wish I could, but for legal reasons, I can't. I'm the DMCA man.
Of the puzzle, small part of the conversation.
So
the state prison structure also relies on slavery as a form of punishment. And
It's a really great
Okay.
song. Everyone should listen to it
First
for
of all, I
hours
think
on
the
end.
prisons were far too many, and we were imprisoning too many people, and mainly on drug charges. And yes, there are nefarious other reasons that you point out. I point out private prisons. You point out slavery. And yes, slavery is real. They make them work for $1 or less per day, which is ridiculous. I know and fight against all of that.
Cenk said,
Now,
get your
having-
money up, not your funny up. You say get your money up to the fucking to the prison system. You know, pay these motherfuckers more.
So okay, but look, but at the end of the day, what is it that we're putting people in prison for? If you say just generically, okay, let's have less people in prison, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, should we let out murderers, rapists? Of course not, right? So the question is, what should people go to prison for? So we all agree they should not go to prison for marijuana possession. That's insane, right? But we all agree that they should go to prison for murder and rape and the horrible crimes. So now we might disagree around the edges, but those are important edges, right? And so now when say the prisons are awful, I totally agree. I don't know why we allow for the prisons to be disgusting, right? And in how they treat people, the solitary confinement.
I mean,
so
the average existence of a poor person in America is disgusting. Why the fuck would they care about prisoners on top of that?
No,
Nobody
but
cares.
what we do in the prisons is beyond
of course.
inhumane. And
of course.
so, like, there's all the jokes like, aha, you're going to go to prison, you're going to get raped. Why is that funny? Why is that
True.
a thing that we think is normal? No, rape is not
That's
normal.
gross.
Have people going to prison and getting raped is not normal. That's insane, right? So do we need massive reform of the prisons? Yes. Do we actually need to spend more money to make those prisons bearable? And I don't mean just give it to the guards. I don't mean just give it to the warden. I mean actually make the prisons bearable. And we know that creates less crime. Look at Norway. Recidivism is much lower in Norway, and they have
Yep. Cenk is 100% correct on this. I know he's had a lot of deranged takes tonight, but he is correct on this.
much more humane prisons. So reasonable people agree, progressives agree, the great majority of the country agrees, but yet our goddamn politicians won't do it. So those are great places to start. When you get to the issue of cash bail, Haas, I was in favor of it, but now it clearly shows that there's a problem with recidivism. So can we agree, hey, you get no cash bail on the first one.
Can I say something?
But on the second one, if you do another crime,
You wanna do it
then you need cash to get out of. Sorry, then you need bail because you are incorrigible. You're committing more and more crimes, and I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you brutalize the citizens because it's not fair. It's not just. We have to talk about the things that are real, that are in the middle.
Hold on. This is important because let's walk through some stuff here. Because last time you were here, you brought up some talking points that were just I was fundamentally at odds with, and this is another issue of disagreement, a point of contention. Okay, so as far as cash bail goes, okay, the walk me through what you think happens in that structure. Like, do you think that someone goes up and in front of a judge and they're like a habitual reoffender, and the judge just goes, "Oh, there's no cash bail, so you're released"? Do you think that's what happens?
Unfortunately, a great amount of times that is what happens. Yes.
Okay.
That's fucking.
No, it's not a great amount of times
dude.
that happens. It does certainly happen, though. I'm not going to say that it doesn't, but this is, in many respects, the classic Michael Dukakis moment where crime is a hot button issue and it invokes a lot of passion out of people. So anecdotes work really well in comparison to actual empirical evidence. The problem with cash bail is not that like people just keep stealing cars. You can give me 1,000 examples overall of being like, this guy's a carjacker and he got released immediately and he jacked another car, right? Ultimately, the data does not show that these people are becoming repeat offenders. And what you are describing is an issue within the criminal justice system with a singular judge, or maybe some judges that fuck up every now and then. Because ultimately, if someone is a habitual reoffender, the job of the judge that you are bringing up is to say, no, dog, you're a poop guy. You're the guy. I'm sorry. You've smeared.
You're the poop guy.
Like, this is your second time doing this. I'm not offering you bail, because cash bail does not mean that judges have no power to offer.
U.S. has one of the largest legal slaving systems in the world.
Judges have no power to stop you from, entering a carceral facility at any given moment.
If you commit a murder, you're not going to get bail anyway.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that is.
But Haas, then do you agree with me that if you do it a second time, that you need to pay bail?
I don't think that legislating that is the smart decision, because, well, if you
okay,
agree,
go ahead.
Well, then
why don't you think it's
then
smart?
the 3 strikes law would be a smart idea.
Okay, no, 3 strikes is you lose your entire life.
Yeah.
You lose,
Yeah.
et cetera. And so, no, there's a difference. Like, there was a guy in
the
Louisiana that was serving a life sentence for stealing a pair of hedge clippers, right?
Okay,
but that's a different issue.
the principle
than,
behind
hey,
it-
I'm letting you out to do another crime and another crime and another crime.
The principle-
I'm asking you, like, so would you? Is there? If it's not 2, is it 3? Is it 4?
What you're describing is literally, no, codifying that in that way is quite literally running into the same exact problem that
No, it's for
feeds into
bail.
the carceral state. Whereas, no, the problem there is judges should have discretion, okay? And they should apply that discretion appropriately, rather than saying they are no longer able to apply discretion whatsoever because the law does not permit you. Because
I'm perfectly comfortable saying if someone does, especially if you go to 3 crimes, they got let out with no bail. No, sorry,
that's
brother.
quite literally the principle.
The
you're
law,
describing the
yeah.
principle behind the 3 strikes law.
Except for the fact that one is about bail, and you're going to get an actual court date where you will receive justice and you will receive a trial,
Which, of course-
et cetera.
which,
The
of course-
other one is we take your liberty away for the rest of your
Which
life.
of course
It's
brings
a
us
giant
back.
difference.
Which of course brings us back to the major reason as to why people are just kind of letting people go, and that is that Rikers is an insane place to even fucking exist. And no, a lot of those people are not getting their fucking day in court immediately because the courts are fucking backed up because we have an incredibly draconian criminal justice system.
That's why you shouldn't commit 3 crimes in a row, because you don't want to go to Rikers.
Okay, that's a really...
Dude. He's so fucked up.
That's awesome that you said that, because you think that higher sentences or more aggressive ways of punishing put deterrent strategy when there is not a single piece of paper that you can point to throughout. You just gave that as a reason for deterrence.
No,
it doesn't work.
No, brother,
it doesn't work. It has never worked.
No, hold on. So when a guy commits 3 crimes in a row, I'm not worried about deterrence. I'm worried about getting him the fuck off the street so he stops punching defenseless women in the face while they're trying to get to work. Okay, so I'm going to take his ass off the street. You committed enough goddamn crimes, when we're going to put you away. And if you want to cry about it, well, sad day for you.
I'm shocked.
You shouldn't have punched a poor lady in the subway 3 freaking different times.
I'm shocked that you do not see. On the one hand, you have sympathy for the other guy who was swept away under the same draconian rules when he got
that guy can't get out of prison for life. The other guy just has to go to trial and prove he didn't do it.
Okay. So the guy that was suspected, because you don't have to actually do a crime to get thrown in Rikers, right? The guy that was suspected,
yes,
in a situation,
and that does happen.
In a situation
but
where
much more common occurrence is guys doing crimes over and over and over and over and over.
Okay, no, that's not.
Recidivism is like the #1 problem.
Recidivism,
a tiny amount of criminals create a giant number of crimes.
Wait. I know that. Recidivism doesn't happen specifically on the bail side, though. Recidivism is the sum total of all people who were incarcerated that get out of prison after serving their sentence, Cenk. There is a much larger number of people that are serving prison sentences and getting out and then engaging in crime again, rather than being apprehended for a moment, being detained, and then fucking going out and doing the crime again. That's not recidivism.
So you're just talking past reality. You guys are going into hold on. You guys are going into stores. Guys are harassing people on the streets, etc. And
yet people have always done that. That's the thing. People always did that. There's nothing special about it. I'm so baffled by this.
They're walking, brother. They're walking. And that's why they're coming back and doing it again and again and again. If you say that's not happening, you're arguing against reality. And that's exactly what I'm saying here. You're losing people. You're losing people who are on your side because they go, Haas, that's not reality. That's not the reality that I live in. They're locking up all the stuff in the CVS because guys keep coming in and taking it.
That's another really good. See, again, all matter
you
of.
Think that it just everybody's making it up? CVS is
hey, late reader.
Well, they're not.
How you
doing? As a matter of fact, if you look at the actual data coming from the National Retailers Association, they literally talk about shrink, which is not necessarily simply people stealing. 36% of that, the $112 billion number that they point to in terms of total shrink, actually is external theft in the form of organized retail theft, which, by the way, isn't the overwhelming majority of external theft that's happening. It's just a fucking media fantasy. Okay, 26.
No, it's not. We see with our own eyes, Haas.
Dude, do you want me to describe to you what the reality is by giving you empirical evidence, or are we going to talk like you're a reactionary conservative by just talking about your fifis? Like, this is not
fifis. You're crazy, man.
No.
Fifis. How dare you talk about my precious fifis, dude.
You're literally. Oh my God! You're doing Ben Shapiro.
No, brother, come on. You're telling me that Philadelphia didn't happen? Are you telling me they didn't go into that
goddamn
store? No,
of course it happened.
You're telling me this one crime didn't happen? How? Oh my God! But my guy, there has always been organized retail theft. That has always been a thing. You think a bunch of guys have never gotten together before and been like, yo, that jewelry store only has a pane of glass between us and a bunch of jewelry. You think no one's done that before? Come on.
Do you think that $112 billion of shrink is happening? 36%
always happens.
Okay, exactly.
But now it's worse because they've added this extra.
It's not, though. You can look at the statistics. It's not. You can look at their business meetings every quarter that they have for their shareholders, where they say it's not.
Is it worse? That's really interesting because according to the National Retailers Association, that fucking same number that you hear in local media, that actual study shows that shrink has not increased in comparison to former years, and it's actually trailing along at 1% increase.
So all those shops in San Francisco are closed because they don't want to make money? Because they wanted to make
they closed as part of cost cutting to appease the investors, and they used the closure of stores to get good PR so that, you know, they didn't get pushback for closing a bunch of stores that people need and use.
Make some political point?
Do you think organized retail theft is capable of stealing $112 billion? Or do you think that
it's not the whole shrink, Haas?
Yeah, exactly. It's literally internal theft in the same way that
has always existed.
Employees stealing 26%, which, by the way, totally on board with that. Keep doing that.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Not only that, but also there's inventory mismanagement, things that are damaged in the process. That's a part of shrink as well.
Always.
Shrink across the board has not increased in a dramatic way,
Haas,
according to the national.
Why are they closing down the stores?
Because real estate.
Because you can't make money.
That's insane. They can't make money because of real estate, Cenk. They can't make money because brick and mortar has no basis anymore. There's no way to make money with a fucking Walgreens. No, that's a much larger factor. It's insane to say that like 3 fucking teenagers or 100 teenagers even are a gang of roving teenagers are able to literally take down the entire retailers in neighborhoods. That's crazy. You know why shrink is actually increased? Self-checkout. That's why shrink is actually increased, because you know what contributes to shrink? That $112 billion number. You know what actually increases that? You and everyone else that goes into a fucking Wawa and like steals the Skittles. What do you think is happening more frequently? Roving gangs of people that are able to steal billions of dollars of merchandise, or a sum total of every fucking American doing the same goddamn thing without even thinking about it when they just go into a Wawa and yoink a Skittles at 2 a.m. when they're high as fuck? That's what is actually the shrink.
But Hans, I'm not denying any of the factors that you mentioned. Those are all real factors. But you're denying the one factor that everyone can see with their eyes. So are you saying, so what should we do with those guys who break into those places?
Okay.
Shouldn't we put them in prison right away?
They get put into prison if they are stealing the significant number of things that you are alleging they do.
And make sure.
Do I think that police should stop robberies? Yes, I do.
Thank you.
That is insane. No, that's not a few moment, because the reality that you are dealing with is not like what is actually happening, and it saddens me to see you go along with mainstream media narratives that are inherently reactionary.
Guys, it's not even mainstream media narratives that he's going along with here. It's quite literally like the PR line from these companies. That's what's really frustrating about this.
Haas, you're not living in reality.
Brother, how am I not living? I just gave you empirical evidence. You gave me look around. That is the reality. How is that not any different than what Ben Shapiro does?
First of all, we all see that they walk into the stores, they take the stuff. We all see that the stuff gets locked up. We all see the stores closing down. Not only that, we all experience it. So finally, can I just get to the anecdote that I was talking about? Because it's instructive, not because it improves definitively anything, but it's instructive for the point I'm trying to make, okay? Which is partly agrees with some of the things that you have said, okay? So we got a guy in the neighborhood. He's carrying around this metal pipe, and he's sharpened the edge, and it looks like a frickin' spear. There, by the way, there was another lady with a machete, and these are real stories. You can catch feelings over, but they're absolutely real. And by the way, the lady with the machete, nobody did anything about her because the cops say, "Oh no, we don't see the machete," and that's the cops not doing their job, right?
I agree. Yeah.
But at the same time, they go,
What is he talking? Like, like you looked out your window and you saw a lady wandering around with a machete?
Take her in. She comes right back out. Okay, so at some point, she finally grabbed a mom and a kid. So finally, they took her away. She comes back 48 hours later. Okay, fine. But now, the guy with the spear is yelling the N-word 24/7 on the corner of the block. So I have a biracial neighbor. She comes out, and he sees her, and he starts calling her the N-word. And he's got a goddamn weapon, right? And then cops come out, eventually, begrudgingly, right? And the cops say, no, we're not going to do it. He puts away the spear. The other lady takes it away. And the cops go, no, we're not going to do anything about it. And they say, why? My neighbor asks, why? 2 reasons. One, we bring them in and they get released. You want me to bring them in? He's going to be back out here in a couple of hours. Okay?
Earlier you said you don't believe cops, and now you're saying you believe cops.
Let me finish the story. And then as they're leaving, they then say, no, if you care about this, you should care about how you vote. So that's the cop saying, I'm not going to do my goddamn job unless you vote Republican, unless you can let me kick people's ass for a living. I don't like solving crime. I like kicking ass when I have an overwhelming advantage, right? So is that real? Yes, it's real. But it is also real, Haas, that when they bring them in, they let them out. And so what happened with the lady with the machete? She's back out in 48 hours.
Thank you for bringing this up, because it made me more angry at the cops.
I'm just curious what he wanted to have happen here. He's saying, "Oh yeah, they should have let her out if she had had money." Which is a weird argument to make here. I don't get it.
That's my point. Both things are true, Haas.
Okay,
cops
got
aren't doing their jobs. And if I was in New York City police, if I was Bill de Blasio back in the day, I don't know if you remember, the cops turned their backs on him in some press conference when he was doing like a mild critique of cops or something.
Yeah, I remember. They run the show over there, the Sergeant Benevolent Association.
Yeah,
they dox his child.
Yeah, you know what I would have done? I would have been like, you're fired and you're fired. Go ahead and sue me, okay? And police chief, you're fucking fired. And if you don't do your goddamn job, you're all going to get fired.
Okay.
Go ahead and sue me. Okay?
Can we before
He's so tough. Cenk is so tough.
Both are factors.
Okay, can we get back to the major difference of agreement that we had, because like you were doing the anecdote thing while I was trying to show you something that is objectively true. Walgreens, when they closed down their shops in certain areas, they said it was crime. Crime was the reason, right? I at the time said that's fucking bullshit. And it didn't matter because everyone was doing the same thing that you're doing. Look around. Crime is happening everywhere, right? Except Walgreens now openly states, a year after the fact, oh yeah, I guess the CFO came out and said, the chief financial officer said, that maybe we cried too much last year over theft. So the question at this point is, why did they do that? I know why they did that. Do you have an idea why they said crime was the reason why they were closing their shops?
So look, you're taking Walgreens as one example, and there's a lot of different companies that react in different ways, and there are a number of factors. So if Walgreens admits that they overstated the crime, there was a real reason why they closed their shops. I agree. So in that case, one of the other factors was probably larger, right?
Yeah. So what is the reason?
The point you make about
so
real
what do you
estate,
think it was?
The point you make about real estate is actually a perfectly good point.
So you think it was
and that
Amazon?
Is also one of the factors.
Okay. So you think it was like same-day delivery, Amazon, e-commerce dominating?
That's complicated too, because that
Hasan is actually doing a pretty good job getting his ass here.
That's a contributing factor, but COVID made a giant difference because people were not actually physically going into the
Fair,
stores.
true. So that's good. So you recognize all of that. Okay. So if even one of these executives that was leading the fucking charge openly admits that they were lying a year prior, and the National Retailers Association that puts out those numbers on shrink is openly admitting that.
Reward mommy for enduring this brain rot with donations, chat.
Kyryu, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. I fucking appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much.
The increase in shrink is like actually perfectly in line with the increase in retail shopping, and it's totally normal. Then you, as a smart person, values empirical evidence over personal anecdotes, should, in that situation, do what?
Thank
So,
you.
Haas, so look, if you want, next time I'll come with a book of statistics for you. But are you saying that
Ugh, if you want, I guess.
in Portland, the good progressives in Portland were full of shit, and they panicked, and they got rid of their progressive legislators and got tougher on crime because it was just all a mirage, and they bought into the mirage? No, Haas, you see the crime, you see the numbers going up in select cities, you see it sometimes affecting some retailers but not other retailers, and so it is a confluence of factors. But if you think that actual crime is not one of the factors, go ask the good people of Portland, go ask the good people of Seattle, who are all overwhelmingly progressive, and they're saying we've had enough of this shit. Will you, for God's sake, when someone commits a crime, put them in goddamn jail?
Okay. I don't know what to tell you because, like, you can come back with more statistics, which I think if you are
would be useful,
a
yeah.
media person with a profound amount of influence, 5 billion views a month, like you said,
No, a year.
or 5 billion views
nice
a year, okay, you should probably have those statistics because those statistics should have been guiding your
So you think the people
point
of
of
Portland
view.
and Seattle just totally got played? There was no
Yes. That is what corporations do, yes.
crime. The
I'm not
homelessness
saying that-
situation wasn't out of control.
I'm not saying
Crimes happen, but crimes happen everywhere. God damn it. I feel like I need to like slow talk, like I'm talking to somebody who needs me to. And this is a rabbit.
saying that there's no crime. I've never said that there's no
Okay,
crime.
but then it was overhyped.
Crime
and
is
then
a-
they threw out their progressive legislators
Crime is a
because they were wrong.
That's really interesting that you mentioned that because in San Francisco, Chesapeake was recalled, right?
Right.
Because he's like woke George Soros back DA, and yet it's not like they got a handle on crime after that.
Because it's about the laws. It's not about one individual. So that's why I'm focusing on too many misdemeanors that should be felonies, and we got to put a cap on no cash bail. I'm giving you very specific, reasonable amendments of what we need to do to have a fair prison system and a fair criminal justice system that does not over-imprison people and that does not under-imprison people, so that you protect everyone. And
there's
have justice for all.
come on, you can't say that there's a problem with under-imprisoning people in America, right?
Well, these days, unfortunately, in some cities there are because
No,
of these
you and
Dude. Unironically arguing that we need to imprison more people in America. We literally imprison the most people on Earth. How the fuck are you running the most, you proclaim your outlet as the most progressive one in America, and you're claiming we need to imprison more people? That's crazy, dog.
laws that we
in some
passed.
cities, what cities? Point to a single city where there's an under imprisonment issue.
For the last 3 to 5 years?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Portland, Seattle, San Francisco.
Okay. San Francisco or in the California in its entirety, okay? Because San Francisco is like, what do you point to with San Francisco's under policing? Like the classic grand larceny restrictions have been limited, right? So why did it happen in the last year or so when that's been in place as a law for, 10 fucking years almost?
That's because they started watching the local news and going, oh, we can do this and there's no consequences. Let's just all go steal shit
Okay.
because nobody's getting arrested.
Almost like if you're going to use that argument for people on the ground, you should be first making that argument for CEOs. Curious.
Okay, got it. But we already established that retail theft has not actually increased according to the Retail Association. So where is that happening? That is outside of the bounds of reason.
So look, you're coming at, all right, Hus, you win. And next time I will come with
All right, you win. I've just been arguing for the last hour based on this gut feeling I have. You're being the unreasonable one here.
credible stats about crime because you're obsessed with proving that our eyes are lying to us. And
You're obsessed with these things called facts. I don't get it, but oh my god, I can't believe this guy goes on the news every day, and he's getting upset about being asked for facts to back up his political positions that he's broadcasting to 5 billion people a year. He's considering running for president. I forgot, Sashi. But I have these anecdotes. Again, by the way, I just need to point this out. This is the same argument that white supremacists use to argue why, they need whites-only cities, okay? Unironically. Like, they go to Stormfront every day, and they read all of the news about black people doing crimes, and they go, you're telling me you want me not to believe my eyes? Well, I just saw 50 videos about black people mugging folks on the street. You want to use facts? I don't believe facts, I believe my eyes. Like, this is the same argument white supremacists use. It's just being repackaged with hardly any changes, really. Good night, Griffs. Thanks for coming here. Hope to see you again soon.
and that the stats are perfectly lovely. There's no extra crime. There's no extra retail.
I mean, I'm shocked mostly because I can't believe how quick the decline has been.
Really important. This is
I mean, at least it seems like it's been really quick.
We're all making it up.
This is the same conversation. Cenk, this is the same conversation that I had in some respects with Andrew Tate, right? No, I'm serious. Anecdotes have a tendency to misguide us because, of course, when you see something happening right in front of your eyes, you have a tendency to think this is happening infinitely more frequently, which is
any presidential run he makes will be plagued by clips like this where he just comes off as completely unhinged.
We rely on empirical evidence, right? That is
they're letting people go. That's a fact. That's a fact.
But one part of that,
they're letting people go until their court date. If they commit another crime after they've been let go, they aren't let go a second time. That's...
The lady has a machete. She's back on the corner in 48 hours.
I understand
You're denying people's reality, and you're driving them crazy, and you're making
No.
them go, I'm not going to vote for that person or anyone associated with that guy under penalty of law. I am not going to let my kids get kidnapped by a machete lady because Haas has some stats about Walgreens.
Look, I saw a lady with a machete, and theoretically, she could have been a threat to me. Therefore, we need to restructure our entire judicial system around me feeling threatened by that random lady with a machete. What the actual fuck is this argument? Like, genuinely.
No, you're mixed.
I got into politics because I started paying more attention in like 2013, 2014, and I am baffled by this. You know, my political evolution essentially went TYT, Majority Report, Michael Brooks, Vosh, and then doing my own thing. And I still watch the hell out of Majority Report. It's so good. But, I mean, this is why Majority Report has always been the GOAT, you know? Sam Cedar doesn't miss. And if I ever saw Sam Cedar having takes like this, I'd probably cry. This is terrible.
You're mixing and matching two different things when we're talking about it. You're saying crime across the board, specifically in retail stores, is happening, and it's happening at levels that previously were unheard of or unseen.
You're obsessed
I'm
with
showing
the retail
you.
stores. I'm telling you the
No,
broad
that's one
picture.
aspect of it.
You're obsessed with retail stores. You are the one who talked about organized retail crime nonstop.
As far as the criminal mishandling of the personal situation that you're talking about, I'm right there with you. It is unimaginably cruel that police have this fucking stranglehold on the neck of Americans where they just go, sorry, I'm not going to do my fucking job. That requires swift justice in the sense that these cops that misbehave in this way, that get paid $300,000 a year with overtime pay that they fucking did.
Yeah, honestly, that Jimmy Dore show, Aggressive Progressives, is when I started moving away from TYT. I feel like it might have infected like Jimmy Dore having that one standalone show might have infected the entirety of TYT. It's just taken a long time to metastasize.
All to just sit around in a fucking parking lot and jerk off all day and look at their fucking laptops and drive around and drive over fucking red lights with their lights off every goddamn day for no fucking particular reason.
Yeah, Hikiko
Those pieces
Corgi
of
is
shit
awful.
Need to learn to do their goddamn jobs.
If you
One
think
of
that's
that
the
is
only
being
factor, you're wrong.
How is that not the most
Haas, are they
significant
letting
factor?
them go or are they not letting them go?
They're letting them go and then telling you they're letting them go because, sorry, there's nothing we can do because
They're
these
not letting
woke
them go.
DAs
The
are
prosecutors
going
letting them go, Haas. The prosecutors are letting them go, and then the cops are not doing their job. It's a double whammy. Okay, so are you saying the prosecutors haven't changed anything about cash bail?
Do you think-
haven't changed anything about misdemeanors versus felonies?
Prosecutors changed the bail to cashless bail so that if you're poor, you aren't just held in jail because you're poor. That's the change. The prosecutors aren't like refusing to prosecute people who make their court dates. If you are released from, the bail bondsman, not bail bondsman, that's not the right term. But if you're released after having, are you a danger to society, here's your court date, you're still getting prosecuted because you have a fucking court date. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Prosecutors aren't the one deciding bail. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. Also, yeah, we should get rid of the situations that keep people in prison just for being poor. We should get rid of that.
Do you think?
And that it's just magically
Do you
happening.
think prosecutors are just like, we love that fucking? Do you think that in the United States of America, under this criminal justice system, okay,
At least this dog is cute.
do you think that prosecutors are going, we love crime, let's fucking
not
let
what it's
these people
about.
go? So
No.
what is it about then?
So when the law changes and a prosecutor says, hey, brother, this used to be a felony, but now it's a misdemeanor. Now I got nowhere to plead. So I plead him out to nothing. And he's walking because I can't try all these cases. I can only try about 2% of these cases.
Okay.
So I have to do pleas. I have to do pleas. So when you call something a misdemeanor, I'm going to let that dude walk 9 out of 10 times. Okay. So all I'm saying, Haas, is a slight change where we go, those crimes should not be misdemeanors. They should be felonies. And we go one by one. And I bet you we get overwhelming agreement, right? And the other slight change is, hey, somebody commits a crime once, don't make them do it.
But by the way, just as an FYI, if you have 2 to 3 misdemeanors, you get charged with a felony. like he's talking as if like, oh, you can basically do infinite crimes now. You can't. You can't actually. That's not how the law works.
Cash bail. That's not fair to poor people, middle class people, etc. But somebody does, in my opinion, 2, you can say 8, whatever the number is, and we could argue over the number. But if they do 2 crimes back to back, no, then you've got to stay in jail and you've got to pay bail. That's it.
Okay.
If you pay bail, you don't stay in jail. Like that. What are you talking about, dude? If you pay the bail, you still get out. The system you're arguing for still allows them to get out of jail.
I don't agree with your solutions because the issue
he has legal training, VCC TV. It's frustrating.
The problem here is that, and the reason why I went back to retail theft is because it's the one that like everyone fucking constantly talks about, is that when you're talking about like violently threatening someone with a fucking weapon, okay, that's not a misdemeanor. Like
in a lot of places it is.
No, it's not.
Just out of curiosity here. Threat with a deadly weapon would be called aggravated assault. Reserved for people who threaten someone with a weapon but do not have the intent to kill another person. And if it's without a gun, let's take a look. Oh, in Florida, this is considered a 3rd-degree felony. I wonder elsewhere. What might it be considered? Do 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 do. See. What about in Texas? Oh, in Texas, it's a 2nd-degree felony. What about California? Oh, it's a felony. Can be punished by up to 3 years in prison with an additional year added if the defendant used a dangerous or deadly weapon while in making the threat. Crazy.
All right.
Okay, in Los Angeles, is it a okay? Threatening assault with a deadly weapon is a misdemeanor in Los Angeles?
No, first of all, let's
No.
okay, let's look it up.
You're gonna look up? You're gonna look it up? I just harumph.
It's a felony. It's a felony.
No, dude, you just took the most extreme example.
What do you
You're
mean?
like attempted murder. Is that a misdemeanor?
Wait, no, I did not use attempted murder. I used the anecdote that you brought up. You said making criminal threats or a threatening to assault someone with a deadly weapon is lowered to a misdemeanor. It's your example. I didn't bring that up. You brought it up, and I'm fact-checking it.
I don't know why that machete lady was let out. Okay, so I wasn't there in her court trial. But in terms of tons of sexual assault.
So then why are you using it to try and prove your point?
Here, petty. I just looked up like common misdemeanors, right? And this doesn't. We can get it. Like we should do a real analysis of it. But some forms of assault, and DUIs, on and on and on.
No, I love that. We will get into that in a second. This is very important, and it deserves self-examination. This is an issue that happened in the real world in your life. This is something that you have used in your commentary. Should you, in your opinion, at least do the due diligence and have checked to see if it was a misdemeanor or a felony when it's an example that you've used before last time you were here? Since between last time you were here and now, do you think that you should have
2 weeks ago?
Oh, okay. You were then you were talking about a separate
I'm gonna read
issue.
you misdemeanors in California: assault, battery, indecent exposure, shoplifting, domestic battery, trespassing, receiving stolen property.
Trespassing.
Okay. You laugh at trespassing. Here's another anecdote. I know you don't like anecdotes, but this is real people's lives. My neighbor comes over, talks to me, says, I got a deranged person in my front yard, and I say, I'm going to call the cops, and he starts to sexually pleasure himself in front of her window. And he says, go ahead, call the cops. They won't show up, which is partly your point, Haas. But when they do show up, they go, what do you want me to do? I can't. They're going to let him go. I'm going to bring him in, and he's going to come right back here. He's like, haha. And so you know what the guy does? He goes into their backyard and just starts hanging out and pleasuring himself and doing whatever the hell. And so
wait.
You laugh at trespassing. Haha, it's so funny.
I am laughing at that.
No, I'm going to put that sumbitch away. Okay,
listen. First, didn't a homeless person masturbate in front of you? Yes, they have. Yes. I had a serial masturbator here as well. So
yeah, they're all over LA because we don't put them away.
Well, also, they're homeless, so, I mean, dude, just give them homes. 99% of them will masturbate in their home.
Actually, by the way, those guys should be institutionalized. They shouldn't go to prison. They should go to a mental health facility that is properly funded, that takes care of them.
Okay, good.
Or they should just have homes in the first place, and then they can just masturbate in their house.
I'm glad we at least agree on that.
Yeah, but what we shouldn't do is go, whatever, it's not a problem. Just jerk off all over LA. Now kids will see it. Maybe you'll get it on grandparents. Who cares?
Who says that?
You kind of do, Haas.
That's the
so
most.
What do you want to do with them? Go ahead. What do you want to do with them?
You already said what I want to do with them. I agree that
Okay,
someone
so now
who
we don't.
Also, again, the argument that a homeless person can just masturbate in front of a child and the police aren't going to care. I'm sorry, if that happens, that homeless person's going to go away. They're going to be charged with crimes. Actually.
Don't have that current system in place. You and I agree on what the ideal is.
Okay, wait.
What do you think we should do today?
Why do you think that I think that you should be able to masturbate in public?
Because Haas, you're constantly saying these are imaginary issues. It's
I never
not
said
a big deal. So
no,
okay, so what do you think we should do with that guy?
I don't
Then
think
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't think that these are imaginary issues. I've never said that these are imaginary issues. I'm simply stating that some of these issues are demonstrably and.
Oh wow! Look. Here's a story. Oh, from LA. Wait, no, sorry. This isn't from LA. This is from a different LA. God damn it. But anyway, this guy threatened people with machete. Also got charged with aggravated assault. Wow, look at all of these felonies. It's crazy.
Nefariously weaponized and propagandized by mainstream media, specifically local news outlets, when the reality is very different, and empirical evidence shows that the reality is very different. As a matter of fact, in many instances, the very same authorities that we're getting these numbers from openly admit that these are not as severe as the media presents.
By the way, no, the crime problem is way worse because the cops aren't even bringing them in. So there's all this crime that's not even being reported.
Okay, please, hold on. You asked me what my perspective is, and I'm telling you what my perspective is. You and I have already, going through this conversation, you've already admitted one of the major problems is that the police aren't doing their fucking jobs, right? You already recognize that. You also recognize that they lie all the time. Do you think that the 86% of police, which voted for Donald Trump, right? Do you think that those guys have a genuine reason in pushing more reactionary politicians into office, specifically because they agree with them. And one aspect of that is to simply refuse to do your job beyond what blue flu is supposed to be, in an effort to get people to feel exactly in the same way that you do, because it's so easy to get people.
This is very interesting. Very, very interesting here. Here's a local newspaper in Santa Monica. Machete-wielding man arrested after threatening resident. Machete-wielding man was subdued and arrested this week after chasing a resident in an alley. According to the Santa Monica Police Department, 53-year-old Andre Joaquin Castile, possibly from West Los Angeles, was arrested on September 13th after a resident saw Castile attempting to break into the backyard of a home on the 1400 block of 26th Street. The resident reported Castile was armed with a machete. During the 911 call, Castile chased the resident through the alley. Officers responded and found Castile with the blade and a pipe. Castile tried to avoid the officers and entered a nearby residential street. As officers tried to stop him, Castile swung the pipe at them, and officers deployed a taser. Despite being hit with the taser, Castile was able to get back on his feet and re-engage the officers. Officers tackled Castile to the ground and were able to subdue him. Castile was initially held on $50,000 bail. Oh, I guess that solved the problem. You know, he wasn't able to get back onto the street because of all the bail he was held on. Oh, wait, but his bail was revoked after the district attorney's office filed 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon and 1 of resisting arrest with violence against him on Wednesday. So, even in California, it turns out if you threaten someone with a machete, they'll revoke your bail. So, I have to imagine here, Cenk is not being truthful about his anecdote. There's nothing special about LA that prevents police from charging someone with assault with a deadly weapon for threatening people with machetes. It's Cenk's hat, man. I am ashamed that I understand that Spitfire. I'm not ashamed. I'm delighted, actually, that I understand that reference.
Very upset in this circumstance when the media is also aligning with their interests as well and constantly pumping people full of misinformation, as I've shown you, that all ends up.
But here's the problem, Hasan. Cenk doesn't care about misinformation. He just cares about how he feels based on what he sees.
Moving Americans, which already have a reactionary slant to begin with when it comes to crime and punishment,
Even if what he sees is misinformation.
in that direction that we need more enforcement and not any of the solutions that will solve some of the underlying problems in which crime manifests.
So, Haas, I didn't admit that. I came in saying that. I've always said that cops are a huge part of the problem. I've said that super clearly 800 times. So what I'm saying is that is a giant factor. And another significant factor is the issues of the laws that I have talked about. So now I'm asking you in return, what would you do? And I don't know if you're saying no, the other stuff is not, it sounds like you're saying the other stuff's not even a factor.
Oh, by the way,
only the cops.
Crime has decreased in Los Angeles. That's the other.
You see, the problem with that stat is that nobody's getting arrested. So
That doesn't mean the crime's not happening. Jesus Christ, dude.
yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, so it's all the secret crime. You know, the crime rate's gone down, but there's a bunch of secret crime that you don't know about. That only I do, because I trust my eyes. What are you talking about, bro?
That you might have a stat go down. That's because the cops aren't A, doing their job, as you're pointing out, and B, we're letting everyone go. So what do you do?
Wait.
In the
If we're letting everyone go, that's not crime decreasing, because that's still if someone is being detained and arrested, even if they let them go, that's still factoring into crime increasing.
No, tons of times, like the spear guy, they go, no, the machete lady, until she actually took a person, they just kept saying, no, I'm not.
You don't know anything. You already admitted you have no idea about the machete lady. You keep bringing her up. You already said you don't know dick about her.
Arrest her. I'm not going to arrest him. I'm not going to arrest her.
Crime is not calculated on clearance rates. Crime is calculated on arrest numbers.
That's what I'm saying. They're not even arresting them.
Okay. Then the problem isn't the woke pervert DAs that are backed by George Soros. The problem is, and I think you and I agree on this, the police not doing their jobs.
No, but Haas, first of all, I never said woke pervert Soros. That's a Republican talk.
I know. Well,
Okay.
well, you do align a lot with Republicans on
No,
this issue.
that's a ridiculous. Look, I just explained it. I don't know how I could be any clearer. If you think it's a Republican to say,
You just explained how police need more larger budgets in order to roll back their bail reform policies and imprison more people. You're literally arguing in favor of imprisoning more people in America. That is your position, and it is one of the most fundamentally Republican positions I can imagine.
hey, maybe we shouldn't let guys commit 2,000 crimes in a row, well, then you're ceding ground of
They can't commit 1,000 crimes in a row because even with reformed bail, they would be arrested and held. Even if you get rid of cash bail, you still arrest people and you can still hold them if you believe that they're a danger to the public.
sanity to Republicans.
I don't think a single person says that. Does anyone?
So Haas,
I've
what
never met a
do you
person
want
that says
to do
that.
with the guy masturbating in the street right now? We haven't built the great facilities that you and
I
I
already.
want to build.
Probably arrest him and give him a court date, and if he doesn't show up, then probably arrest him again and then hold him for his court date.
I already told you.
What do you do with him?
The guy masturbating on the streets needs to have both social workers and police officers, which
Look, I'm fine with people masturbating on the street being arrested. I'm fine with that. But they don't need to be held in prison if they're not a danger to the public. Dude.
exist. Come to the scene, okay, and then take the necessary steps. To bring them immediate mental health treatment and some form of apprehension in that moment. I agree. That is not something that I disagree with you on at all. I am not if crime is happening, we shouldn't stop it from happening. That is the entire point of why there is a fucking police force.
I am in favor of not stopping. Like if you're in a grocery store and you see someone shoplifting some food, I am in favor of not stopping that.
No one says that shouldn't happen. There is not a single. I've never met. I know abolitionists. Okay, I love them. Some of them I disagree with. I think that we are ultimately unified in the short term on similar goals overall. Okay, they're leading the charge of criminal justice reform. Overall, I've never met someone who goes, if someone is jerking off in your vicinity, you have to let them go. I've never met. Maybe they exist.
Good. So
maybe they exist, but they are far from politically
okay,
important.
then let's make it broader. Okay, cash bail. You say infinite, no cash bail, or is there a moment where you would say they've committed too many crimes, they're gonna have to get bail?
What is he talking about? Does he just not understand the concept of cashless bail? No, real question. Real question, chat. I want to see responses from you guys. Does he not understand cashless bail? I'm actually so baffled. We need to go back like 10 seconds.
So
Maybe they exist, but they are far from politically
okay, then
important.
let's make it broader. Okay, cash bail. You say infinite, no cash bail, or is there a moment where you would say they've committed too many crimes, they're gonna have to get bail?
He doesn't understand cashless bail. He literally doesn't know what it is. He doesn't understand the concept. This is I'm actually wildly confused. I can't believe we are this deep in the conversation and he's this clueless.
No, I think that this literally has to be a discretion issue within the courts. That if someone is a routine offender, then of course judges are going to put them in a facility. Like they
haven't yet, but okay.
No, that's
it depends. It depends.
They've never held someone in. The fuck you talking about, bro? Oh, I just feel like it's true.
They are actually doing that, but the problem is the media makes it seem like they're not doing that. If they weren't doing that, then our prisons would not be fucking overflowing in Los Angeles, in specifically in California. California is an incredible carceral state. We have a massive problem with prison population.
We're letting people out of prison left and right.
You and I have this
serious convicts
bro,
out of prison because Gavin Newsom wants to move the budget around and save money.
Love what you just said there. No, we aren't. The 75,000 prisoners are being released is a abject lie. These are not people who are violent criminal offenders. You are wrong on that. They are going through the same exact process. They're not being released, Cenk. They're not being released tomorrow after doing a pedophilia fuck crime, okay? These are people who are not violent criminals. These are people who have already served more than half of their sentences
none of them are violent criminals.
That are still
no way that's
even
true
if
and you know it.
For years.
None of them are.
Did you not believe him?
Thank you for the $5 dono. Just as in case you guys are wondering, here's a graph of the California prison population over time from 1925 to 2019. Okay? Now, you might notice something here, but up until around the 1980s, it was less than 25,000. As of 2019, it was around 125,000. Rose by 500%. And he's saying we need to go back to the good old days of 2010, where almost 175,000 people were imprisoned in California. And I just have to say, he's not really making a good argument for it. He's just saying, I just feel like we need more people in prison. And also, they should be kept in prison, especially if they're poor.
Violent criminals. There's no Haas. They're all just angels that just walk into a prison.
That's not. Wait,
okay.
What
and
are we
God,
talking about?
you know, we just
Because
really.
as we all know, only people who are, only violent criminals get put in jail and prison. As we all know.
75,000 of them.
No, we haven't. We haven't yet. We have not
That's
yet.
the plan.
No, the plan is not to immediately release 75,000 prisoners like fucking
Don't
Russia.
Put in the word immediate. It is to release 75,000 prisoners. It's not tomorrow.
Dude. That's like. See, this is why people think, hey, get out of there. Hey.
Honestly, yeah, we could probably do with that, because it looks like starting in 1980, we vastly over-imprisoned the population of California. I mean, even if you go by like how it was growing from like the 1950s through the 70s here, like there should really only be like around 50,000 people in the California prison system. And 75,000 people probably should be released from prison, because it seems, going by this graph and my basic knowledge of US history, a lot of people who are currently in the California prison system probably don't need to be there.
Kaya, get out of there. What are you doing? Come here. Yeah, they're releasing it so they could fucking join Wagner. You know what I mean? That's not what's going on. Here's what.
Yeah, you can see the introduction of mandatory minimum. You can see like the election of Reagan in there.
Actually happening. Do you want to know what
the crime bill happening? You can see all of that.
Is actually happening, or do you want to keep?
Okay, keep going.
Okay. What's going on in the state of California with the 75,000 prisoner release situation is that they are still, of course, going through the exact same processes where they go and sit in front of a panel of people that analyze whether or not they have actually reformed. Okay, so that same panel, which I don't think you think that panel is like actually, pussies or woke DAs, right? Like those are the same exact people.
Also, I just Googled California 75,000 prisoners release. And no, California Governor Newsom did not just let 76,000 inmates out of jail. What about some of these? Oh, interesting. In 2021, all these stories. That's crazy. 76,000 California inmates to be eligible for earlier release. This is what Cenk is complaining about.
That stop most people from leaving prison.
Change something. If it was the same exact procedure,
Okay.
it would be the same exact procedure.
Okay. Yes, the procedure is
Oh,
accelerate
look, he brought up the same article I did.
the process that most people go through, right? Normally, you commit a crime and you're in prison, let's say, for 15 years. Now, with this new structure, 76,000 inmates that are allowed to leave prison, some of which does include violent felonies as well, as long as they have served out half of their sentence or more than half of their sentence, and they have demonstrated good behavior throughout the entire process. This is not. Do you
So
feel?
what changed?
Do you feel like?
What changed?
What do you mean? What changed?
So what is the thing where we're going to let 76,000 people?
I just explained it to you.
No, but you're saying it's the same exact process. Well, that can't be true.
No.
They passed the law that's going to.
Yes.
Yeah, there are processes for early release. They're just eligible to go through those processes. The fuck?
Make it different.
Yes.
What changed?
Yes, the process is accelerating people who have already done half of their prison
Right.
sentence.
And I would say to you
that they should be in prison for double the time.
No, I would say to you that I use judgment. I don't just go let him out or keep.
That's what happens. That's what parole boards do. That's what they do when they interview prisoners for early release. What happened to his brain? Did COVID eat away the neural pathways? What happened?
Keep them all in.
Wait,
right? I go,
at
wait,
no-
what's the crime? What's the crime?
at
It's
no-
a minor crime. You did it 20 years ago. You served a long
no
sentence.
point-
You're free to go.
at-
Oh, it's a major crime. No,
at
I don't
no
agree. No way. Okay,
point-
go back into prison.
At no point did I say that any part of the panel of judges that allow you to cut your sentence in half as long as you've demonstrated good behavior has changed something fundamentally that allows them to turn the other cheek
Boss,
on
they
violent
don't
criminals.
Spend the money. Why do you think there's a new situation?
The
They're
reason-
not saying, "Oh, you know what? Let's just
No.
do everything the same."
The
Except for this
reason
giant law that we
why-
passed, where the governor is telling you, "Let 76,000
The
people
reason
out."
why they are able to do such a
By the way, this talking point that Cenk is regurgitating here was a lie told by a recall candidate in 2021.
thing is because California has a horrific carceral state that is over-policed and over-criminalized for far too long. That's why our prison
Boss, this
population is overflowing. There are plenty of people that you and I both agree are in prison that don't need to be in prison any longer. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect. That's great. This program is supposed to find those people and allow them to be released early. That's it. It's not fucking, oh, you did a rape and then now tomorrow you can be free.
I didn't
That's
never
not how
say
that works.
anything like that. I'm not a Republican. I don't.
Your entire point has been predicated on that, my guy. Your entire point was like, yeah, you want people running around threatening people with machetes to be let back out on the street? That's literally what you've been doing the entire time.
Make extreme claims like that.
No.
I'm trying to find a reasonable place
I don't make extreme claims like that. Bud.
where we have balance and justice for both people who are wrongly in prison and general society. And Haas started this conversation with
Then why are you so against the idea of a panel of judges judging more people to see if they're eligible for early release?
two potential icebergs
So-
for
so,
progressives
wait.
in not winning elections. And one of them, I said, was progressives going too extreme. And I think that you've accidentally proven my point. Because if a normal California voter watched this debate, there's no way in the world they're going to vote for you. And
That's really
when in
interesting.
reality, 90%...
That's
the
interesting
things that-
because-
Hold on. When in reality, 90% of your positions that are progressive are incredibly popular, right? But the minute you say to them, oh, no, you're all imagining it, there's no extra crime, it's all the shop's fault, and it's all the cops' fault,
Oh, hey, this is pretty cool. Biden cancels another $9 billion in student loan debt days after repayments start. I mean, that's pretty goddamn cool. Additional debt relief for an additional 125,000 student loan borrowers. Let's see. Cancellations announced Wednesday come through 3 different existing debt relief programs that have been plagued with problems in the past. The White House is conducting what it calls fixes to a broken student loan system. An additional 53,000 borrowers will receive debt cancellation under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which wipes away remaining student debt after qualifying public sector workers make 10 years worth of monthly payments. Nearly 51,000 borrowers, who have been in repayment for the last 20 years, are getting relief thanks to a recount of their past payments. The administration has found that these borrowers already qualified for student loan forgiveness, but were missing out because of past administrative errors. And nearly 22,000 borrowers who have a total or permanent disability have now been approved for an automatic debt discharge through a data match with Social Security Administration. I mean, that's pretty cool, but hopefully more can happen. Yeah. A White House official said that the new discharges bring the total approved debt cancellation to $127 billion for 3.6 million borrowers. Honestly, this is just fucking good. This is just fucking good. It's not enough, but it's fucking good. Just a splash of cool, relieving water on our faces in the middle of this absolute dumbassery.
And there's no crime, and we shouldn't fix anything.
I never
There's
said
no
that.
problem. There's no problem.
I never said that.
That's what they're hearing, Haas, and they will never
That's what who are hearing.
vote for you if you say that.
Okay.
You think that if they watch this debate, Haas, crime, and we should the shops fall, no, the positions that are progressive, 90%.
That's interesting because
hold on. When in reality, 90% of your positions that are progressive are incredibly popular, right? But the minute you say to them, "Oh no, you're all imagining it. There's no extra crime. It's all the shop's fault, and it's all the cops' fault, and there's no crime, and we shouldn't fix anything.
I never
there's
said
no
that.
problem. There's no problem.
I never said that.
That's what they're hearing, Haas, and they will never vote for you.
Who's they? Who's voting for Hasan? I'm very confused. Hey, Bowser Big Bean Burrito. I would eat that. That sounds delicious.
If you say that.
Okay.
You think that if they watch this debate, now, I don't know your audience, and maybe your audience thinks, oh, Haas is 1,000,000% right. Oh, my God, he had that stat about Walgreens. Yeah, he's got him. But if you think a general voter watches this and thinks that they would vote for you, you're totally detached from reality.
If you're the one considering running for president, my guy, and if you think the average like left-leaning voter or Biden voter would watch this and think, yeah, that's my guy, I'm gonna vote for Cenk Uygur, you're fucking delusional, guy. You're fucking delusional.
The minute they hear you talking about this stuff, they're like, give me anyone else. I don't care if they're a lunatic Republican. I'm going to vote for them.
Listen, the reason why crime was such a compelling argument that Rick Caruso is now the mayor and we did concentration camps for homeless people, you are correct. That's precisely what happened.
Rick Caruso almost won when he's basically a Republican.
Exactly, and he didn't. So there you go. So that's number one. Number
That's
two,
not a great
the
thing.
crime rate.
I mean, normally a Democrat wins by like 30, 40 points in L.A.
It's
and
really
Caruso
funny.
almost won.
It's really funny that you say that because he did have to run as a Democrat. So clearly
know,
that
but-
matters. Okay, got it. So number one, that's that.
Oh, damn, dude. Damn. That look. Damn. That was a punch to the balls. You can tell. Don't tell me he's not hurt, dog. For the record, I'm pretty sure Cenk voted for Caruso.
That is also incorrect. The crime panic narrative did not work. And of course, the only people who own the crime panic narrative are always going to be Republicans regardless. So all you do in that situation is concede the field to Republicans instead of walking them step by step through the realities on the fucking ground. I know that it is difficult to fight anecdotes with empirical evidence, but this is not something I'm going to do specifically because I think I can win more people over to my side.
Cenk is about to be very upset about being asked for basic facts to back up his positions.
Especially when the crime panic narrative has not been successful. It has not.
You didn't see the progressive legislators get their ass thrown out in Portland and Seattle? You didn't see Chesa Boudin get his ass thrown out of office? So you don't see any of this.
No,
you
I
don't
do.
See that,
I do see that.
You didn't
Chesa Boudin had his ass thrown out of office by Democrats for a variety of reasons. Let's just take a look here. Chesa Boudin. Yeah, he received criticism for increases in specific crimes like burglaries, car theft, and murders during his tenure. However, there was also a decline in reported rates of general violent crime, including rapes and assaults. And also, the overall number of reported crimes declined. So, actually, he was the victim of a propaganda campaign. Strange how that works, actually. Also, just to keep in mind, all of this happened during the backdrop of, like, COVID. Like he came into office during COVID, and then people were economically terrified for the next 2 years while he was in office, and so they did a lot of crimes, you know, because people couldn't work because there was a plague. But sure, yeah, people hated him for his left-leaning policies.
See Ilhan Omar almost
Definitely wasn't used as a scapegoat.
a primary in like the bluest district in the country.
It's almost
So,
like moneyed interests are always, just like you say, all the time, going to have a specific narrative that they latch onto, that they hammer over and over again, and then actually implement
I
recall.
talk about the money narrative all the time, the money issue and the media issue. So those are things are true. But if you ignore every problem and go, no, it's imaginary, it's the money, it's the media, well, you're going to lose people, and we're losing people.
Weird how when it's an issue you care about, it's the money and the media, but when it's an issue someone else cares about, no. It's you're disagreeing with the hard facts of what I see with my own eyes.
We're losing people because you're pretending crime doesn't exist when it absolutely exists.
I
and
never said
everyday
crime.
People are
I
saying
never said
2,000 times over, there's crime, and they get right back out on the street.
I never said crime doesn't exist, Cenk.
No, I hear you. That's
I don't know why. I'm
but
trying
you're
to be.
saying that
I'm
crime
trying to be.
didn't go up.
I'm
Crime's
trying to be
not a bigger problem than it was before. You are saying that.
Because crime hasn't gone up.
They're not arresting them, Haas. They're not arresting them. So there's a rampant crime, and they won't arrest them, which is partly because the cops won't do their job, and partly because when they arrest them, they want them to right the fuck out.
It's entire. If they were arresting them and then they were getting the fuck out immediately, then crime would literally be higher overall in
They're
unimaginable.
not arresting them.
Okay, then fucking deal with the police. Then it's not the woke DAs.
No, because in the beginning when they did arrest them, they did get okay. Look, guy, you know what, Haas?
What
so
you're
this has swallowed up the entire conversation, but next time, I will come with book and verse with like incredibly specific stats and non-stats
That'd be
and
great.
everything else in the world.
It would have been
to show
yes.
the goddamn reality that everyone else on Earth sees.
No.
That no one agrees with you in the polling.
That would be
no one agrees with you.
It doesn't. No. You can't use polling
Oh, I can't.
or people.
I want to win elections. You don't want to win elections. You want to go with the 2%
no.
instead of the 98%.
If we're having a conversation, a back and forth about what is objectively the reality of what is happening, then you can't use anecdotes and then leap over to the other side and go, well, this doesn't poll well, as a matter of fact. So obviously, we should secede on this narrative.
There is no extra crime. You're saying I saw the stats on the appeal, and I love the appeal, but okay.
Crime.
And like I saw like 2.5 articles about it, so I'm going to pretend that there's no extra crime.
That's what do you mean 2.5?
So
First
you're
of
not
all,
pretending. To be fair to you, you're saying there is no extra crime.
I'm saying that crime increases and decreases, and right now we are still at a historic low in comparison
to the 1970s, Haas.
No, not
Don't go back to the 1970s. Crime was higher in 2020, higher in 21, higher now. So I've got stats, but
I don't know, guys. If you hadn't broken with TYT yet, like, I can't believe this guy runs it.
I didn't know we were going to get into a giant crime debate. I would have brought my goddamn stats.
I'm not saying in comparison. I'm not simply saying.
I mean, you should probably have those in your back pocket if you're going to make broad, sweeping claims about what types of policies we should have.
I'm not saying specifically in comparison to the 1970s. Okay.
agree that
However,
crime has gone up since 2020.
since COVID, yes. Why has crime gone up since COVID? Not only economic turmoil, but also because no one was fucking outside during COVID. So of course, if you compare it to COVID versus post-COVID, that's going to go up.
Pre-COVID to post-COVID, crime has gone up.
Crime in certain areas, certain kinds of crime, like specifically murder, for example, in Los Angeles has gone up. Every other type of crime has either remained stable or lowered.
No.
What do you mean no?
So the crime has gone up generally, and specific kinds of crime have gone
The
up.
only kind of crime that has gone.
Fun fact. The violent crime rates in many places across America are lower than they were in like the 1980s and the 1970s. Fun fact for you guys. Here's the Brenner Center for Justice. An analysis, America's faulty perception of crime rates. Just real quick. Look. Violent crime in St. Louis from 1985 through 2015. Wow, violent crime is lower now. What about homicide rates? Oh, they're a little bit lower, but around the same. That's crazy. And yet we've incarcerated exponentially more people. Huh. Oh, look. We can take a look at where violent crime across the entire U.S. was in 1970. Approximately a crime rate of approximately where it is today, and yet we incarcerate exponentially more people. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Whoa. Huh. Weird. You can look at just massive amounts of headlines about murders, and yet the homicide rate continues to go down. That's wild, dude. Anyway, probably doesn't have any bearing on this conversation.
Gone up in Los Angeles, California is murder. That's it.
So you're cherry picking one city and one crime. Overall crime stats
It's the
have
city
gone
that
up since 2020, and you acknowledge that. Have overall crime stats gone
You want me
up
to
or down
expand?
since
You want me to
2020?
expand on the data? I'm giving you the expansion of the data, and then you say, well, that data doesn't favor my position, so I don't believe in it. You're just fucking cherry picking one data point. No, every other type of crime has gone down in comparison to murder.
In LA, you're saying?
In Los Angeles,
only
yeah.
in LA. Okay.
Well,
So
that's
now
what we're talking.
no,
We
no,
live in
we're
LA.
talking- Wait a minute. So has crime
Hey,
gone
chill.
up or down nationwide since 2020? I'm asking you a simple question.
Depends on what kind of crime you're talking about and where you're talking about. Of course.
Yes, it's gone up. Yes.
Certain areas, crime has gone up. Has it gone up to unimaginable degree that you're
I didn't
talking
say
about?
unimaginable.
No.
I didn't say unimaginable. I said crime has gone up. People are super worried about it, and I am trying to find in a rational way.
Okay, can
what
I
is
ask you a
causing
question?
the crime to go up? And
We
and
talk about
deal
San
with that
Francisco and
without going extreme.
Okay, we talk about San Francisco, we talk about Seattle, we talk about all these like blue states, right? Do you think crime has gone up in red states? And if crime has gone up in red states, do you think that red states engaged in defund the police narratives? Do you think red states also had a similar structural problem with like woke DAs and whatnot?
I constantly think that there are always
Anyway, here are the last 30 years of, last 33 years of crime stats. Overall crime rate. Down. A little bit higher after the the economic issues in the 2010s. Look, then COVID happened and the massive spike in crime because people were, having to survive. And then, look, it started tapering off, and actually the latest crime stats we have now are that it's going back down.
a number of factors, and that there are different prioritization of those factors.
Mhm.
For example,
So why has
when you
crime
talk
gone
about
up in
crime-
South Carolina?
When you talk about crime increasing since 2020, I just wanted an acknowledgement, first of all. I don't know if you gave me half an acknowledgement there. So then when you get into why, there are a number of factors. The things that we've been talking about,
sorry.
the cops not their jobs, but it's still, even then, those are actual arrests, and even those numbers have gone up.
Okay.
And
Do you
then
think
there's
that-
the issues, but then there's all And the isolation that COVID created has also contributed to crime.
Uh-huh,
Right?
absolutely. Good.
And
All right.
and that is why some of them have gone up in red states as well as blue states. But then you have to look at, and we can get in, if we're
Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Hope the people who got those subs appreciate it too. Aw, good night, VCC TV. Come on. We're getting towards the end. Is this because I played Scatman on stream? I'm the Scatman. Bing yum mum 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 yum. Young mum 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 yum. Bing mum mum yum mum yum. Mum 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 mum. Scooby dooby dum yum mum mum yum. Young mum mum yum. Yeah, I'm gonna restart Google Chrome. Probably a Chrome problem. Bum 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 bada 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 bum 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 ba ba ba. Or is it not? Your hair looks very nice today. I am wearing a very cute outfit today, Boiled Peanuts. Did you see the full thing? One day more, another day, another destiny. I didn't? All right. I don't know why it's not loading, but while we wait, it's a very good outfit. You've really helped me see through Cenk's positions. I'm glad, Mr. Anderson. Yep, I again, like, there are definitely challenges presented by, like, crime and, like, rising crime rates in certain cases, in certain situations, but, like, the vast majority of the solutions involve addressing the underlying causes of crime. You know? They mentioned one of the underlying causes that was massive, which was, like, lead in everything. You know? Is there... You know, we're just gonna... I'm gonna put this over onto a different browser. Because this is nuts.
You know, bad faith
Yes.
arguments to these people. You're like
yes,
saying they're
I
cloud
definitely
operated.
do.
Okay, so one, that might not be the case. There might be narratives. Do you think red states also
Nailed it.
Had a similar structural problem with like woke DAs and whatnot?
I constantly think that there are always a number of factors and that there are different prioritization of those factors.
Mhm.
For example,
So why has
when you
crime
talk
gone
about
up in
crime-
South Carolina?
When you talk about crime increasing since 2020, I just wanted an acknowledgement, first of all. I don't know if you gave me half an acknowledgement there. So then when you get into why, there are a number of factors. The things that we've been talking about,
sorry.
the cops not their jobs, but it's still, even then, those are actual arrests, and even those numbers have gone up.
Okay.
And
Do you
then
think
there's
that-
the issues, but then there's all, and the isolation that COVID created has also contributed to crime. Right?
Absolutely.
Oh, weird. Compared to 2022, robberies at this time in 2023, robberies fell by 3.6%. Residential burglaries fell by 3.8%. Non-residential burglaries by 5%. And larcenies by 4.1%. It's almost like all of the crimes are going down because there's not a major economic crisis.
Good.
And
All
so,
right.
And that is why some of them have gone up in red states as well as blue states. But then you have to look at, and we can get in, if we're going to do like a 2-hour debate on crime, yes, then we can get it parse, hey, which crime went up in Portland, which crime went down in Portland, which crime went up in Alabama, which crime went down in Alabama, right? But overall, there is a
It's almost like there was a massive plague, and over 1 million people in the United States died from it, and it's still going around causing havoc.
and the crime has gone up. And there's also a trend that they're doing less arrests, and hence the crime stats are actually not nearly like they're not.
Well, if they're doing less arrests, could it be because there's less crime? You are assuming that they're doing less arrests, but the actual level of crime is remaining the same or even rising. But that's something you actually have to prove with facts, not just your feeling about a lady you saw with a machete.
Showing the depth of the problem that everyone is actually feeling in their lives.
Would you say that when we talk about crime, would you say that like as far as macro trends goes, do you think that like 2017 till now is like a reasonable assessment, or do you think that that's too far back in time?
The numbers that I've seen, and that I don't have the exact like 21.7% off the top of my head, but
21 point?
No. I just gave that as a random number. We're from 2020 on. Crime has gone up from 2020.
So
on.
yes, crime has gone up since 2020. I would never argue with that, especially because
Yeah, Ms. Drizzlin, I believe Salmon Moose made that. It's a very good emote.
as you and I both agree, crime was at an all-time low in 2020 due to other factors, the most important one being COVID. It wasn't like woke
No,
DAs
it's
or
gonna,
anything.
then let me rephrase. It's gone up since 2019.
Okay. You are correct. Crime has gone up nationally. If you look at macro trends since 2019, what do you think, how, this includes all kinds.
What do you think might have affected macro trends in 2020?
Kinds of crime, by the way. So like when you have obviously murder, for example, like I admitted and conceded, or rather not even conceded.
Oh, you got beef
something
tork
is-
hunk us
something is
up.
just the
That's very
truth.
kind of you.
That
Mr.
factors
Anderson.
into overall crime as well.
I wonder what beef tork hunk is up to. It's been a hot minute since we saw them in stream.
So
Hope they're doing all
what
right.
percentage do you think crime has gone up by since 2020?
Brother, we did this story.
Okay. Well, it's 3%. If I were to tell you that crime has gone down since 2017, what would you say to that? Would you say that
I wouldn't be overly surprised. Crime has gone way down over the years 1970s, 1990s.
that's not what I'm
There's a
talking
lot
about?
of dips.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
Okay.
talking 2017 is not the 70s.
So I got you.
If I were to tell you that crime has gone down since crime is still down since 2017, what would you say to that?
So I wish I had a bigger reporting. What I want to do is I want to dive into.
But why aren't you answering my question?
Hold on. I want to dive into what changed and when did it change. So were the laws changed in 2017? Were they changed in 2020? What laws were changed? How did that affect this? And Haas, maybe we'll look
Talk into the microphone.
into it and you find out, no, not a lot of laws were changed. You know, it looked like there was a lot of felonies that were brought down to misdemeanors, but that's a little bit misleading, etc. So I'm with whatever reporting abilities we have, I will try to dive into it and get you specific
Oh, a
answers.
little more Nanny.
These are not black and white issues. There are contributing factors like COVID, like
Oh, yeah, I can't answer that. But I'd really like to talk about how crime has been going up, and there's only one reason: it's the cops not doing their jobs, and the prosecutors being too libcuck.
cops not doing their jobs. But yes, also changing some of the laws so that it got too permissive. Okay.
Okay. So the reason, I think you and I both agree, the reason why I said 2017 is because crime has still down since 2017 by 4%. If you look at crime being up since 2019, it's 1%. Do you feel like that that corresponds to, one, the information that you brought up? Actually, wait, hold.
Do you feel that that corresponds to the policy proposals you're making about we need to imprison exponentially more people because no one's prosecuting people for crimes?
Hold on. Here it is. It's a 1% increase from 2018 and a 28% increase from 2019, right? 28% increase is the number that you used. 2019, okay? So
that seems devastating.
and yet that still is, and yet that
increase.
still is a decline, a 6% decline since 2017. So
crime went down massively between 2017 and 2019.
yes,
And then after 2019, when I think we might have changed some of the laws, crime went up and
we didn't.
28.78%, which is a massive increase.
Okay, so
He's what? He just claim crime went up by 27%?
Kaya, no. Oh shit, she's just like fucking ripping. Kaya, no. I have toys right here. Stop eating the cords, you fucking asshole. Christ. Since in that entire process. Oh, sorry. In this entire process, I said something wrong here. U.S. crime statistics for 2018 was a 6-point decline from 2017. It was dropping, and it has increased from 2021 to 2020. Or
Are you that demon mama person? I mean, oh, why? Why the ban? I wanted to answer his question. Are you that demon mama person?
2021.
Bitch, does this channel say demon mama on it? No. Fucking go learn how to read, asshole.
There was a 6-point increase from 2020. The 28% is an increase between 2019 to 2020.
Yep.
Okay? That sharp increase is due to COVID.
What a fucking little
So COVID is
weirdo.
An
huge
insane.
factor.
Yes, of course.
But it
COVID.
might also be those things that I mentioned.
What?
So the tweaking of some of the laws around misdemeanors and cash bail. So look, we go on forever about this. I think people are super clear about our positions, but we are not absolutely clear on exactly what caused crime to go up since 2019. And what I'm telling you is I will literally put someone
that major
on investigating it more so we can
Okay.
get even greater clarity on
What?
what laws were tweaked and what weren't and what worked and what didn't. And I hope that we come back to that discussion, that you keep an open mind about, hey, listen, we were trying to do the right thing, but maybe there was a misstep or two in there, and maybe we can tweak things so that people are protected, but at the same time, we have justice for people who are unjustly accused. We don't want over...
Look, we've been through a real journey tonight with Twitch chat. We've had Are You Demon Mama guy, and now we had Shit Dick, the legend, the myth. And now we have Are You Demon Mama. Like, bitch, I live on a riverboat. Look around, this ain't hell. We aren't on the river Styx.
or imprisonment, etc., that we get to a reasonable middle ground where people go, oh my God, progressives are wonderful. They get to a reasonable middle ground and they get to figuring out what the real problem is, and then they solve the problem.
I need to clarify something here, though. Once again, okay, crime per capita population has increased since 2018 when it was at 4.93 to 6.8. Okay. That's a dip. I mean, that's an increase, certainly, but it's not the increase that you're claiming it is. That's number one. And number two,
Demon Mama is based as fuck. I do quite like her.
This massive jump that you're talking about from 2019 happened due to COVID.
Haas, you just both said it was minor and massive. So, yes, in 2019 it was massive.
It's pretty rich hearing Cenk try to claim someone's being hypocritical and contradictory.
Because the types of crimes that are increasing, is not the types of crimes that you're using on television, the types of crimes that you see on TV. And a major part...
Echoplex Media, welcome, Raiders. We're just going over this this debate between Cenk and Hasan. And it's fucking crazy.
Of the issue in terms of
Oh,
crime.
Paladin, how dare you
increasing
call
in
me
the
a
United States of
keffel?
America is, or
Hey, Mr.
rather,
Anderson.
the major issue that you have is police not enforcing in moments where they're supposed to. They're not doing their fucking jobs.
Okay,
This
Haas,
is my
we're
major
super
argument.
Clear on it. You're saying that there are factors like COVID and police not doing their jobs, and I am agreeing with those factors, and I'm adding one other factor that you're not agreeing with. Okay, we're clear on it. Okay?
It's not, but that is a very significant factor because ultimately this increase doesn't simply happen due to
Hey, fuzzy
under-policing
chicken.
or due to
Yeah, I'm not saying it only
due to like
happens to-
police
because
budget.
of
So
No,
cringe,
that's a
it
big
didn't
part
even
of the
say
problem.
howdy.
You're looking at the situation and saying it's happening due
Also,
to police not getting
Folks, go follow Echoplex Media. Go do it. They're really wonderful.
enough funds or police fucking leaving in droves or whatever the fuck.
Those
And
are some of the issues that some municipalities deal with.
if that
It
was
is
the
not
case,
the only
then
issue.
if
I'm not saying it's the
if
only
that was the
issue.
case,
You're
then
saying
South
it's not an
Carolina.
issue.
If that
You're
was the
saying
case,
it's not an
if that was the
issue.
case, then Texas, South Carolina, all of these red states, Oklahoma, they would not be experiencing similar problems. It almost feels like there's
Haas, we've been over this 1,000 times
What?
now. You're saying that there are a couple of factors, like two, basically, COVID and the cops not doing their jobs, and I'm saying there's three factors. That's I'm not saying that your factors aren't correct. I stipulated that right in the beginning because I don't stipulate it. I agree with you. I agree the cops need to do their jobs, and I agree that COVID drove up crime as well. But if we wanna win, we should figure out what is the reasonable answer.
What's the issue
to
with
what
that?
Should be
What's the issue with that
misdemeanors,
message?
What should be felonies?
Hello,
and
my
to what degree
lord.
should we do
How
no
you
cash
doing?
bail?
What is
so
the-
I can't be any more reasonable than that.
Okay, here's the problem. You talk about certain crimes being flipped to misdemeanors, okay, and then being plea bargained away. This also would still absolutely correspond to arrest records in whatever specific crime you're talking about, okay? It should bear itself out in the data. The problem is that it doesn't, okay? Murders have increased, and yet murders in and of itself have not been flipped in any
Mr. Anderson, you don't need to keep retracting your messages. I saw it. It was cute. I enjoyed it.
capacity. They're just still increasing. It's not the deterrence has not changed, and yet murders have increased.
So, Hans, for example,
If that
on
was
murders,
the case, then murders would be flipped to
I
like
think
misdemeanors
murder
or
has
some
another
shit.
factor. So each of these is interesting and complicated on its own right. So I think murder is a good example of, no, it's not just a deterrence. It's not just some of the laws that we tweaked, but I never said it was. But murder has a second factor involved, which is guns. The number of guns in this country is insane, and it has exploded, and it is leading to a lot
Great.
more murders. And so that is a giant factor as well. Now, the right wing would never acknowledge that, but that's definitely a fact, and that's definitely a
Okay, I'm
contributing
glad,
factor.
especially considering that when we look at violent crimes per capita, California and New York and even other states with much better, even Illinois, other states with
Good night, little
notoriously
morphine
better
Annie.
gun laws, as a matter of fact, have significantly less gun violence in general, but also violent crimes in general are
Oh, sorry, Mr. Anderson. There's a YouTube chatter who's also named Mr. Anderson.
lower in those states in comparison
I
to.
couldn't agree more.
Okay, so you do understand that like
So,
the
but-
other factors in consideration are significantly more important than like.
No, I've now said like 2,000 times that there are other factors and they're important. And so, and Haas, you mentioned in L.A., homicide has gone up, but other crimes have not. We just talked about it on the national level, and you acknowledged that there was a significant increase 2019 on. So, I mean, don't cherry pick L.A. in that regard. We're talking about national average. Crime has gone up, and for the billionth time, number of contributing factors, the ones you're pointing out are perfectly legitimate, and the one I'm pointing out, I believe, is also perfectly legitimate for all the reasons that I have stated. If you don't agree, that's okay, but let's move on, right? So, okay, so that's one of the issues when touch. Now, moving to a second, we just discussed the policy. Now, when you move on to the politics, which is different, right?
Well, I
The
know the reason why we
politically,
can't move on from it is because like Los Angeles is a major hub of crime that everyone always uses as an example.
But if you
and
notice,
I
didn't. I said San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm using it is because one, I live here, And it's the same exact fucking falsified crime narrative in general that exists here as well. And I see it in my own fucking backyard, which is why this is something that I've looked into quite a bit and tried to understand. The reason why I'm using Los Angeles is for that reason. It's where I have all the data, and it's where I see a shit ton of counterfactual information in the media over. I think you.
Oh, again, Gayfesh, he just is living in like this perception where he believes he knows exactly what's happening across the entire country. He's seen it with his own eyes. You know? It's silliness.
You and I both agree that people say that crime is a major problem in Los Angeles too. You've used personal anecdotes from crime happening in Los Angeles, and one of the reasons why you say because the data doesn't correspond to your anecdotes is, well, they're just not reporting it, or, well, actually, as a matter of fact, police are just not even arresting or apprehending criminals that are doing violent fucking crimes.
Yeah, I do believe that.
And that is, well, that's ridiculous. That's a
It's not
major.
ridiculous. So remember when the
No,
guy
that's a
broke into my
major
house?
problem.
You remember like 10, 12 years ago when somebody broke into my house?
Yeah.
At that time, did I flip out? Did I go, oh my God, it's a personal anecdote? And it was my house, right? Oh my God, crime's out of control. I didn't.
No.
Right? Because at that point, it was not,
What?
it wasn't like this at all, okay? So now, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about almost every person in LA has a story. So I go to a Supercuts. They go, look, the
All the people I know. Again, this is why you need data to form your policy positions. What are you doing, guy?
the glass is shattered. The icy store next door, the glass is shattered. So what happens? Well, she says, number one, they started shattering the glass to throwing bricks through it. Called the cops. The cops, A, wouldn't come out for a long time. B, when they finally came out, they wouldn't arrest people. C, when they finally arrested people, it didn't make any difference anyway. And so we finally stopped calling the cops because the crime is so out of control. And the cops won't do their jobs. The prosecutors won't do their jobs. This is a random hairdresser lady. She didn't talk about prosecutors. But she talked about how there's no point in calling anyone anymore. Crime is so out of control. We've just accepted it. That doesn't go in the stats.
Yeah, it seems to me like the real issue is policing and cops not doing their fucking jobs, despite, as you and I both agree, I think, consistently getting funded more and more year over year for the past, every decade.
It depends on the jurisdiction.
What jurisdiction have cops experienced severe or any kind of defunding, as a matter of fact?
In Washington, D.C., they moved money around, but it did affect the police budget and a number of cops in Washington. Crime did go up.
So you're
saying
it's
a
hold
100%
on.
correlation.
So you're
but
saying,
I am saying that is
what
a
jurisdiction?
factor.
Just Washington State?
Washington, D.C.
In Washington, D.C.
So that's a story that I remember that we covered recently.
Okay, so you're saying in Washington, D.C., they actually defunded the police by, moving their budgets around.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated because it depends on how you do the accounting. It decreased.
So they didn't defund the police. They budgeted the police. What are you talking about? They do this every year they do this all the time when they set budgets. What are you talking about?
In a
What do you
raw
mean?
number.
Fucking gas leak theory becoming more and more real by the day, I swear.
But if you look at it based on how they moved it around, it didn't necessarily decrease. I don't remember all the details now.
Here's the reactionary
but the
framing
number
that
of police did go down.
Here is the reactionary. No, I don't care about the number of police decreasing. Once again, we're talking about funding first. Okay, we'll get to the decrease in police numbers in a second because you, I think, also openly admitted that there are a multitude of different factors at play when the number of police decrease. Okay, as far as budgets goes, I can't speak for DC in particular, but I know for a fact that they said this exact same thing about LAPD, for example. The way that people try to justify defunding the police has happened, right, in the reactionary news framing, is by looking at budget allocations, where let's say the LAPD gets what, $3 billion. Their operational budget is something around like $3 billion. Every year, their discretionary spendings, not dissimilar to the military, increases. If they were supposed to get a 10% increase in their budget,
Chat, let's do another combo. Instantly break the combo. I love you guys. I love you guys so much.
if they got an 8% increase in their budget, even if the libraries were supposed to get a 5% increase in their budget and they got no increase in their budget, they look to that situation without adjusting it to like all of the other factors, all of the other departments not getting an increase in their budgets, and they say they defunded the police. They were supposed to get 10% and they got 8% additional funds instead. That is not defunding the police. That is still funding the police.
They got funded. They just got funded 2% less than what they wanted.
More than all of the other instruments of local government.
I agree with that.
So that in and of itself
Damn,
is
chat,
a lie.
6x?
Okay?
That's pretty good.
As far
Good
as
news, I didn't
DC,
say it.
as far okay, no, I know. I'm just
Can
saying.
you make
I
it
don't
to
know
double
about
digits, though?
specifically DC, but as far as I understand it, it could be something along those lines. Here is WUSA saying that the DC police budget did not actually go up, but DC's budget went to a final vote in front of the full DC Council, and the council ended up shifting management of $23 million school security contract from DC Police to DC Public Schools. That shift did, in fact, leave the MPT's final approved budget number less than the year before at $545 million. So do you think that $23 million of funding, changing from a school security contract and taking away money from school resource officers that were supposed to be funded and going into the DC Public Schools instead, specifically because this was allocated for the school resources, right? So the DC public schooling system decided, instead of giving more fucking cops or putting $23 additional million in the hands of cops in the DC schools, we should put that money into the DC schools instead. Do you think that actually corresponds to the narrative that you were talking about, or is there something I'm missing here?
Yeah, there are things you're missing. So that is one of the issues that happen in DC, but a couple of other ones happen as well. But the bottom line is that there's less police officers in DC. And now the mayor, the Democratic mayor, and then even a city council member who's very progressive, has flipped on it and said, we didn't do it right. We got to make sure that there are more cops. You know, you can argue about which part of the budget the money went to, et cetera, but the bottom line was there was less cops. And I'm not the one saying it. Very progressive council members and the mayor are saying,
I know, but this is not even about cops. This is about school cops, which are still getting paid, but instead the school security contract is being paid out from the DC public schools rather than the DC police instead.
So I remember covering that part of the story, and my recollection is that I said on air, that one, for example, is not that big a deal because it's still the same money. They're just transferring it from one set of cops to a different set of cops, right? But there were other issues. But the bottom line, Haas, is do you think that, look, I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to be like, ha-ha. But like Oakland NAACP put out a statement saying, for God's sake, we need more cops.
Okay, no, we can't move away.
Hold on.
You brought up DC.
Hold on. Why NAACP joined the Oakland NAACP and saying, we totally agree. The Washington City Council, the Washington mayor are all said the same thing. So all these different people, have they bought into Republican framing, or are they maybe seeing something that you're not seeing that's affecting their local communities?
Cenk, every time I dive into the personal examples that you're bringing up, whether it's anecdotes or news stories that you've covered, the truth is very different than the way you have presented it. And immediately,
I'm telling you, there's less cops in D.C. That's what the city council is saying. That's what the mayors are saying.
Okay, but the police budget is still the same. The reason why cops are leaving could be a number of different issues, but the police budget is still the same. They're still funding.
I'm not making the argument that, oh my God, we need to massively increase police budgets in America.
Okay. No.
I'm just saying. That there is a couple of issues here where we have to be careful.
Good night, Winby.
We still need policing. We still need at least a bare minimum amount of policing, and we need them to do their jobs.
Okay.
And
yeah. giving them only 8% more and millions more dollars is only doing the bare minimum of policing. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Those
But you did-
communities are.
He's just full of shit. Yeah, ultimately, Ms. Drizzlin, yes. Yeah.
crying out to us.
So you and I,
And they're
but
not
you said they
saying-
defunded
They're not
DC.
saying reduce police budgets. They're not saying reduce the number of police. They're saying the exact opposite. Those are African Americans in those cities saying, please get us help. We think the help is in the form of the police. Now, I think that it's even a little bit more complicated than what they're saying, right? And I think part of it is the cops are
Yeet
driving
the
people
rich,
crazy
thank you for
by
the
not
follow,
doing
and
their
hack
jobs.
all the
But
things. Thank you
but
for
if
the follow
think
as
that
well.
they're-
I
that
appreciate
all those
it.
folks are wrong. That crime is not going up in D.C. and crime is not going up in Oakland, and they're just those communities are imagining it. I think they're wrong.
That's not what's happening. I'm literally letting you lead the conversation. You bring up examples. We address them piece by piece. We find out that is not exactly what's happening. You move the needle away from police budgets to, because you said DC defunded its police. We found out that that's not the case. Then you turn around and say,
you go back and roll the tape. I say they move the money around, and it's complicated because sometimes it was just transferring from one department to another. I literally
Okay.
said that at the very beginning.
but then you dovetail that into police are leaving in droves
I
as
did
though
not
these
say
are.
that. I said
as-
there's less police.
Okay, as though there's less police because they all fucking refuse to get vaccinated and quit, or fucking died of COVID. Okay, that's
those
it.
are factors.
Yeah, no, those are the major factors. That's the actual only factor. You understand
then
that, right?
you-
They were
then do
dying.
you want more
these
police in DC or
these
don't you?
fucking fat sacks of shit were dying so much that the departments were like, dog, you gotta get vaccinated. And then they turned around and were like, fuck no, I'm not getting vaccinated. I was slated to retire anyway, so I'm gonna fucking retire now, but without getting fucking vaccinated, and I'm gonna make a TikTok video about it because I'm a giant fucking pussy. That's what the fuck happened. Okay?
That's not
so
the only thing that
that is
happened.
the major component. What are the other reasons why they're
So,
leaving?
Haas, when-
Because like they
so,
can't
Haas,
fucking kill black people?
So hold
Like
on,
is that why
hold
they're
on,
leaving?
Hold on.
Jeez.
Think that there should now be more cops in D.C. as the community is asking for, and now as progressive legislators in D.C. are asking for, or do you say no, we shouldn't give them more cops?
I don't know what the fucking people in DC are asking for, but I'm given your track record so far. If I were to look at the actual fucking thing that people are asking for in DC, I'm sure that there's a difference in opinion with what you're stating and what the reality is there as well.
Okay.
At this point, it's like I can't help but feel like you are a little bit more motivated by your own personal opinion on the matter, and you're just looking for things that correspond to your personal biases on the issue due to your own personal experience with crime running rampant in Los Angeles with police not doing anything, and instead of addressing
all over the
it
country.
and then
showed the
saying it's all
stats.
over the country over.
We've gone. This has been a almost 3-hour long conversation. We've seen the stats. You're just wrong, and you didn't bring any of your own to back yourself up.
And over again, and of course the media machine, which you have fought for 20 fucking
Also, you literally argued that you didn't need stats because you have eyes.
years of your entire life for the
Fought
past 20
against,
years or fought against, sorry. The media machine has now completely captured you, and instead of like instead of like looking into it in the way that we just did on like 3 of the 4 points that you've brought up so far and addressing the realities and how different it is from the way that you have covered it thus far, like I feel like this is a
I'm
moment
with all
for
those local communities.
this is a moment for self-examination. I think it's
I'm
a
with
good
the
opportunity.
voters of Ilhan Omar's district. I'm with the voters in Oakland. I'm
Well,
with the
Ilhan
voters
Omar
in
still
Washington,
won, so
D.C.
clearly there was still a majority of people that agreed with her in that situation. So again, you keep saying like, "Oh, well, she almost lost." Oh, well, she almost lost. Yeah, the Democratic Party launched a fucking primary opponent against Ilhan Omar and funded and
It
facilitated
didn't
her.
work against
She's
Rashida
not the.
Tlaib. It didn't work.
She's not the reason.
In the case of Ilhan Omar, she specifically was in favor of a defund the police bill that affected that area. That's why it affected Ilhan more than it affected Rashida or AOC
So-
or Ayanna Pressley.
So, are you talking about the Republican that she comes through, or are you talking about her
in the
primary opposition?
In the primary.
Okay, regardless of what you are stating, if there was such a reactionary attitude on the ground in terms of how much, because nobody fucking participates in the primaries, as you know better than anybody else. That's why Bernie Sanders lost. and they are way more motivated by local media and the Democratic Party's apparatus to go out and vote, because these are like the fucking these are the type of voters that are Democratic Party first voters. If that reactionary sentiment was all that important in Ilhan Omar's specific district, she wouldn't have fucking literally Cumstered and dumpstered Cicely Davis. This would be a much closer race. But it turns out people actually weren't motivated by defund the police as much as you claim they were motivated by defund the police.
It's one of the bluest districts that a Republican has 0% chance of winning that
Okay.
race.
Well, there you go. And it's shown in the data.
But a conservative Democrat has no business winning and almost beat her. And you can look at the polling, 78% of African Americans were against defund the police bill that specifically affected them. You think that that's inconvenient for you because you think, no, they should be in favor of defund the police, but they're not. They're not. So
NBC Washington says the department has had fewer than 3,400 members since December, 430 fewer officers than we did in 2013. If everything has gone to shit due to the loss of 430 officers, clearly there's a bigger issue, says Axel DM. There's
431 cops in a particular area is a
wait,
lot
no,
of
no,
cops
there
to
is
lose.
there is a lot of. You said it wasn't COVID, right?
No, I said it's definitely partly COVID.
Let's look at Washington police. What fatality numbers? I want to see how much of that 430 is actually COVID resignations and COVID related deaths, right?
I think that's a big factor.
Washington line of duty deaths, officer down, memorial page, officer down. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh, no, this is Washington State, I think. Oops. Washington, D.C. police fatality numbers. Now, I don't know the exact numbers, but I do know trends. I do look at numbers quite frequently, and I do know trends. And if I know anything about trends, a major amount of the police that are no longer with us in service are most likely as a consequence of both COVID retirements and COVID-related line of duty deaths. So, let's see. Washington VA is doing great. Let's see if I can find it right here. I'm looking for it. I mean, I don't know why they don't have an officer down page here on the Metropolitan Police Department.
It doesn't matter, Hus, because if you're
of
trying
course
to
it matters.
if you're trying to prove that there's a great number of factors as to why there's less police in D.C., I agree. So there's nothing left to prove. I'm asking you, do you think we should have more cops in D.C.? And
Hey,
I don't know.
good
I don't
one
want to
there.
put words in your mouth. I think we
How you
should.
doing?
The community's asking
Where you
for it.
been?
I mean, I know that overall this is chat. I know that this is like the leading cause of deaths. I know that. That's why I'm specifically looking for Washington D.C. I want to know what the numbers look like for Washington D.C. in particular. Look at my messages is right there.
And by the way, a lot of the cops leave because they're whining that they don't get to beat up people anymore. I know that too.
Yeah,
that's definitely one of the factors as well.
So if a chunk of cops are leaving because they can't, do hate crimes willy-nilly, and another much larger chunk of cops are actually dying to COVID, and another also sizable number of chunk of cops are leaving due to retirement as a consequence of COVID and refusing to take the vaccine, okay? And all these resignations are occurring. Do you feel like this is a problem born out of defunding the police or any of the narratives that the media presents, any of the narratives that you've brought up, or do you think it's more so cops being giant fucking pussies and refusing to do their fucking jobs, which on both the resignation side is the case and also on the enforcement side is the case?
It just ended there. Well, I'm glad that this conversation had no resolution. That's a fitting way for all of this to come to a conclusion. Frankly. Were there any other clips here? No. The answer is nope. That was all of it. Well, And he put that on his own channel? No. Hasan, for a very long time, has has just kind of an unregulated, like, unregulated clip community. I don't know exactly what to call it. The Hasan Clip Industrial Complex. Yeah, there are many Hasan Clip channels. It goes on longer if you watch the VOD. Well, we're in for a penny and in for a pound, as they say. Let's take a look. Maybe we can find the rest on Twitch. Do. All right. Hasanabi.
And they have much more humane prisons. So reasonable people agree, progressives agree, any of this.
No, I do. South Carolina, all of these red states, Oklahoma, they would not be experiencing similar.
Hold on. Why NAACP going to Oakland NAACP and saying
out that is not exactly what's happening? You completely you said it wasn't COVID, right? Being giant fucking pussies and refusing to do their fucking jobs, which on both the resignation side is the case.
Because I can't beat up people anymore. I say, oh, thank you so much. Give me your badge and gun right away and get the fuck out, okay? So, but I do need to hire a cop to replace him, Haas.
Yeah, and,
okay.
and a major chunk of the funds are actually going to recruitment now, and
Good.
even then,
Should.
But even then, it is.
We need to just watch it
So
small.
people are being recruited. They're just not recruited
They're
at
not
levels.
recruited fast enough.
Do you think that
it's an issue?
Do you think we should apologize to cops?
No.
Do you think that we should say when I see a cop, I hug and kiss him. I say, "Sir, please give me your service weapon. I want to polish it." That's what I
Yeet
say.
the rich. Thank
say,
you very much
Sir,
for the heads
I love
up.
you. I get on my hands and knees and I lick their boots, and I'm doing my part. You know what I mean? That's my job. I'm doing that specifically because like I just don't want them to stop working on the force.
But Haas, we agree on this,
Right? Okay. So if we agree that they're fucking giant pussies, okay, then
Those
why are we
particular
even?
cops.
Then why are we fucking talking about the defund the police optics? Why the fuck are we talking about woke DAs? Why the fuck are we talking about
I never
anything?
said woke DAs.
So
Okay.
so it seems like we are in agreement that there is an issue with enforcement and police doing their fucking jobs and not being giant pussies, right? I think we agree on that.
That is one of the contributing factors.
But
it's not
you
all
keep saying,
police, but it is a lot of police, unfortunately.
so why are they?
And the good
why
news
are they
is
quitting?
a lot of them quit. A
Why are
lot of them quit because they were babies. The ones who quit, by definition, were babies. Okay, so I'm thrilled that they quit. But I need to replace them.
Mhm.
They
so
were
people don't
babies.
Feel safe.
So
do you agree with that?
Do you think that? Sure. Do you think
Okay,
that?
good.
No. Hold on.
And we almost completely agree.
Where are the hurdles in that recruitment process?
So
Like, do you think woke activists are like stopping the recruitment process from happening? Is that what's going on?
No, but in D.C. they realized that they needed to unfortunately appropriate more money for the recruitment. So that's what they had to do. So that that's part of an issue.
They had
sure.
they had a lot of budgets that opened up for them when some of them died. So they didn't have to spend money on all of the improper use of violence charges that they have to pay out, things of that nature. So they are using those funds on recruitment because we just talked about, no defunding has occurred. So if there is a recruitment crisis in the country with respect to the police force, how do we solve it?
So first of all, if you're looking at overall ways to fix the system, the place that I would start with is police training. And I would explain to them that this rule that they have, that they all refer to, better to be judged by 12 than carried out by 6, is the world's worst rule. No, yes, the nature of this job is to take certain risks, and yes, sometimes with your health, safety, and maybe even your life, because your job is to protect the citizens. So no, do not shoot the citizens as your first option, That should be your last option. De-escalation should be much better taught. And I can go on and with the way the cops should be retrained. Once you've retrained the cops and you have appropriated money to mental health services that belong in mental health services and not going to
Inktober
cops,
drawings. What are you drawing past
then
shelf date?
at that point, I would want to pay the cops well. I would want that job to be a really valuable job.
Wait, do you think that they're not paying him well right now?
No, right now they pay him excellent, and so the fact that they
it
can't
hasn't.
get cops to sign up, I'm actually flabbergasted by.
Uh-huh.
So you tell me what your answer is for getting more cops to sign up in
do you
DC,
think
North
people
Carolina, and other places?
Do you think
where they're
people
having
hate
a problem?
Probably because they get paid better in suburban districts and they don't have to, like drive that far because they live there already. Just some ideas.
Do you think people hate cops and don't want to join the police force because like the media keeps saying that they're bad, or do you think that they are actually bad and people understandably don't feel safe around them because
both.
the presence of police need to be both? What do you mean?
Yeah. So I think that
Do you think the media is contributing to the cops are bad narrative?
I think that when you say media, that then expands into include us that are online and all the videos that have been done that show the cop. Yeah.
Let me tell you, I've participated in that every goddamn day of my life, brother. I'm always talking about how bad cops are. Do you think that I've been able to move the needle in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar mainstream media operation that absolutely does not show that cops are bad? If anything, sometimes covers the horrific crimes that cops engage with.
So for
Am I out here doing it?
All my life, mainstream media has covered for cops and told us that they're angels and saints and they never lie, etc. But since 2020, actually even earlier than that, it started with Trayvon Martin. And by the way, it started in a lot of ways with the Young Turks. And we were righteous in our anger, and we were right. And Benjamin Crump has been.
We were righteous and we were right, but you all motherfuckers are ruining it for us. What are you talking about, Cenk? You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Wonderful and giving us credit that we up to Trayvon Martin's story, made it a national story. Justice for African Americans in this country, justice for people who are being abused by police. Now, have we collectively in online media moved the needle by showing video after video after video? Yes, we have moved the needle. Should we have moved the needle? Yes. We've exposed the corruption that was within the police departments, the abuse that was happening, that needs to be addressed and began to be addressed. Now, did that affect?
Yeah, honestly, the combination of COVID, BLM, and trans issues broke TYT. Like, thoroughly and completely.
People's view of police overall? Yes, I think it did affect people's views. Is that a bad thing? No, not necessarily. Cops should get their acts straight and should stop abusing the shit out of people, right? And shooting people in the back when they're running away from you, the South Carolina case, and on and on and on that we exposed, right? So what we needed to do was to fix the problem. We began to fix the problem. Now, did that create some other issues that need to be addressed? Yes. So is it that cops, people don't want to sign up to be cops partly because they have seen cops do bad things in their lives, so they don't want to be part of the bad guys? Yes. Another factor that they've seen the videos, and well, it looks like cops are the bad guys, and I don't want to join the bad guys. Yes. Is the answer to that, well, okay, then you should do propaganda videos like mainstream media where we tell you the cops are awesome and the greatest thing ever? No, it doesn't mean that. It means that cops should fix their act, okay? And mayors and local districts should insist that police do community policing, serve the community, not only serve the rich, and not only get their jollies by beating people up, etc., not abuse the system. And yes, we compensate you really well, so you take risks and you serve the community. If you don't do that, we're going to fire you, but we're going to keep recruiting because we need.
Look, I gotta take selfies. I don't really dress up outside of dressing for stream, so I gotta take selfies when I look good, okay?
Need cops, but we need them to act right. And that is a balanced approach and the correct approach.
Can I ask you something?
And by the way, if we said that, the whole country would agree with us, and the whole country would elect progressives nonstop.
So We were talking about DC before, and they have a recruitment problem, right? The one I showed you that the Fraternal Order of Police said, like, nobody wants to be a cop anymore. Nobody wants to work anymore, right? One other thing that it says here, at least according to W Top News, is that DC's police chief says recruiting officers is harder due to new laws. One of those laws is that discipline taken against officers in DC is made public, which is actually hurting their image.
No, don't care. No,
So
of course it should be made public.
So it seems like,
But it's also being made too difficult. Like what? Goddamn, dude. I can't with goddamn Cenk. I can't.
you understand the fundamental problem.
Like up till now, I've been kind of operating under the assumption he's ride or die for Anna, and that's that. You know, I find that to be kind of like an endearing quality. But like this is all just really hammering home to me that I've outgrown TYT, and this is embarrassing for them. Like deeply, deeply, deeply embarrassing.
Problems with policing in the country. It seems like you understand that cops are being giant pussies. It seems like you understand all of that, but then you still say that like there's a mismatch of it, just like there's an issue here that I do not understand because
Yeah, Solazar, it made me real sad to take down the channel trailer I had on Twitch with Anna's endorsement, but, you know, times changed.
we're in agreement that cops are being pussies, and a major part of the reason why.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, the DC cops are saying they need any disciplinary actions against officers to remain private. If it's not private, they don't want to work there.
They can't recruit people is because everybody fucking hates them because they've done a horrifyingly bad job so far. Then the overall problem is in the hands of the police, and they should fucking have legislators fix their image by fixing the structure in and of itself.
Sophie, I don't know what you're talking about with this Keppels and President Sunday stuff, but I'm sorry you aren't coming back happy. No.
This would
Okay.
require legislative reform. Okay?
Okay. I mean,
so why are
I
you
don't think it's the sole factor,
so-
but I agree with
so you
generally
don't
with that.
so you don't
Part of the issue past shelf date is cops have a thing called the thin blue line. Any good apples are required by the fraternal brotherhood they share to maintain the innocence of, you know, the bad apples.
you don't think that like defunding the police is an issue then?
No, I'm saying that there are. How many times can I say it? There's
I mean,
a
but
bunch
because
but there's a bunch of factors, and in some places, unfortunately,
Also, I'm just moving my arm around because like I have like a pinched nerve and I'm trying to like unpinch it, I guess, and stretch it out.
in DC, they need more money to hire more cops.
that's not what they're saying. They're not saying that.
Us, they need more money to hire more cops. People are saying, "God damn it, get us more cops."
Okay.
No, it's
Okay,
okay, Sophie. I just
People
remember
are saying get us more cops, and the
I just keep being reminded of it when I'm like moving my arm up or like picking something up at like a slightly unconventional angle and my arm's like, haha, time to lose half your strength. And I'm like, oh shit.
the DC police chief is saying we can't get more cops because we give them more money. We're spending more money on recruitment, and they don't want to join because they fucking hate the police. So it's a crisis of identity, not one born out of the supposed made-up problem of defunding the police. We've demonstrated here
So
in the
do you
past
believe in
hour.
defunding the police? Do you want to do? So you're saying we didn't really do it?
We did
although
not
there's-
do it.
I showed you a couple of instances
No, you
where it
didn't.
happened.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
No, you did not. But you did not.
The law in Minnesota they.
Okay, we're now
the
moving to
budgets
Minnesota.
around in DC. Okay, but forget it.
No, that's
so
important.
my question to you is, do you want to defund the police? Do you say, okay, fuck it, less police. I don't give a goddamn what the people of Washington wants. I don't give a goddamn what the people of Oakland want. Less police, because I have this agenda, and I'm going to have less police, and I don't care if they're unsafe. Besides which, there's no crime problem anyway. So you want to, like now you're forcing me into exaggerations, right? Because you won't let it go. So do you want to defund the police?
The only thing I haven't let go is basically looking at the information that you've provided as a way to...
Just, since he brought up my home state, just real quick. Here's from last year. The police are defunding Minneapolis. 2 years since George Floyd was murdered, the Minneapolis Police Department is a fiscal disaster. In 2020, the allocation of money within city budgets, and specifically the distribution of Minneapolis' budget, became a national concern. The slogan was defund the police. The idea was to take some of the $193 million in that year's police allotment and put it towards alternatives and social programs. Options included unarmed emergency responders and youth employment initiatives, among others. The hope was more general, though, to imagine beyond police a way of creating institutions that could prevent crime without the potentially deadly encounters with officers that had become all too common, especially over minor infractions. After all, Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd when the cops were called because of a counterfeit $20 bill. As defund was debated across the country, a vague idea of Minneapolis took center stage. It was often said incorrectly that the police were significantly defunded. In 2021, $8 million was reallocated from the police budget. Then later that year, the city voted down a ballot initiative that would have remade the police department into a Department of Public Safety. It was a defeat for the defund movement. By the 2022 budget, the Minneapolis Police Department had more cash on hand than they did before Floyd's murder. Now something even starker is occurring. A combination of costs that all emerge directly from the police department has sent the city into a fiscal crisis. This has all been tracked by local reporters, especially Minnesota reformers Dina Winter, whose extensive reporting has charted a story few people paid attention to as the national focus shifted away from police reform. Simply put, Minneapolis did not defund the police. It's the opposite. The police are defunding Minneapolis. How? Well, first, there are costly settlements from the violence the police committed. $27 million for George Floyd's family, $2.4 million for protester Soren Stevenson, $600,000 for journalist Linda Tirado. Tirado and Stevenson both have an eyeball missing as a result of the police firing so-called less lethal rubber-coated steel bullets at them during protests. There is a $1.5 million for Jaleel Stallings, a black Army veteran who was hit by a less lethal round from MPD officers riding around in an unmarked van 5 days after Floyd's murder. Under the impression it was a real bullet, Stallings fired a real gun in self-defense. He was beaten by the cops and charged with attempted murder, only to be acquitted on all charges. His friend, Virgil Lee Jackson Jr., who was with him and beaten and tased for 2 minutes, also received a $645,000 settlement. The total is staggering. An actuarial study by the city in 2021 estimated the legal claims made in the 15 days after Floyd's murder would lead to Minneapolis paying out $111 million in lawsuit settlements. Then there's the cost of the police officers themselves. Nearly 300 officers have left the department since Floyd's murder, over 1/3 of the force. Over 200 have left with workers' compensation settlement checks and lucrative disability pensions, based on claims that policing the protests gave them PTSD. Are these civil servants reaping the benefits of hard-won public sector labor protections after bravely fulfilling their duty? Or is this a permanent version of what labor organizers would call a sick out? Either way, some of these cops are getting generous retirement packages, costing the city money, after a career of complaints, costing the city money. One officer racked up more than $344,000 in misconduct settlements over the course of 12 years. He's now receiving $56,000 a year in disability pension, on top of $195,000 in a worker comp settlement, according to records reviewed by Winter. Another officer, one of 5 involved in the 2013 SWAT team killing of a black man named Terrence Falcon, after new reporting by time the case has undergone renewed scrutiny, is making more than $128,000 a year on disability pension, on top of $195,000 in his workers' comp settlement. Those officers who fired at Stallings from an unmarked van and fractured his eye socket, 3 of them are getting a combined $22,000 a month in disability pension for the trauma inflicted upon them. Since Floyd's murder, Minneapolis has paid more than $23 million in workers' compensation settlements to police officers, according to the Star Tribune. Ronald Muser, an attorney representing 200 Minneapolis PD officers, a large portion of which he says were inside the 3rd Precinct station and were forced to flee the building before the station was eventually set on fire by protesters, estimates that the city will eventually pay out $35 million. This is a great deal of money. The combination of these payouts and police misconduct settlements is approaching $150 million. That's more than 3/4 of what the MPD's budget was in 2020. The city's self-insurance fund, which it uses to pay out settlements, is expected to be at negative $94 million by the end of 2022. For fuck's sake, dude. Defunding the police is about both reconsidering priorities and evaluating outcomes. If another city department was bleeding this much money with such poor track record of success, the Minneapolis PD has a 22% clearance rate for homicide and 15% clearance rate for non-fatal shootings. It would be rightfully condemned as fiscally irresponsible governance requiring drastic reforms, and perhaps even prompt serious conversations about reallocating that money to more productive ends. But in the modern American city, austerity is the rule for everyone but cops. On top of giving them a massive budget, the city had to pay out $154 million. And again, Minneapolis is a relatively small city. So, again, a lot of this talk about, oh, Minneapolis defunded the police, oh, so many police officers left. They literally all retired to reap the benefits of sick pay.
Solidify your argument,
the police?
and you're getting mad at me.
You want to defund the police?
I live in Minneapolis, and after reading that, the answer is absolutely fucking yeah. Disband the entire thing, rebuild from the ground up. Let's go.
No, I'm asking you a super simple question. Do you want to defund the police?
I think police budgets are massively inflated. I think that, yes, we absolutely could use a little bit of that PricewaterhouseCoopers style elimination of redundancy in American policing, okay? And get those fucking bad actors out of there, which some of them have already self-selected, it seems, okay? And put in even more restrictions to ensure that they can't fucking go balls to the wall, gung-ho, I got my gun to my side, I'm going to fucking use it whenever the fuck I can, and we should train them on de-escalation, not escalation. And the funds that we take away from the police, which in almost every single fucking city is more than 50% of the local budget going directly to the police department, we should spend on public education, after-school programs, and issues that actually solve the reasons why crime happens to begin with. There are places, like in the Midwest, where car theft is a massive problem. You got the Kia boys, right? These are like 12-year-olds, okay? And they're boosting Kias left and fucking right. These kids are fucking brilliant, okay? They're smart as shit. They know how to fucking boost a car. Instead of fucking joyriding, they could be using their ingenuity in some kind of in some other direction that is infinitely more positive, and yet there is no funding on measures like that.
Yeah, Hasan's good on this issue.
Our entire
He's
criminal
good on
justice
a
system
wide variety
is
of domestic
focused on
issues.
enforcement, regardless of the results. There is no other system in any other country where something is so consistently fucking bad, and yet we just keep throwing more money at the problem.
Are we sure that Cenk hasn't brought the gas leak to Hasan's house?
hoping that it will like magically perish when history has shown time and time again that we are not solving these issues whatsoever. Now, you also utilize the NAACP as an example, which I think is quite funny considering who you are and how progressive you are when you know that the NAACP is an insanely conservative institution within the Democratic Party, but you wanted to make an argument for funding the police more, so you utilize the NAACP as a talking point, like, oh, black people want more police in these areas. The NAACP,
but they do. The polling indicates they do.
Yeah. The NAACP in and of itself also said Bernie Sanders hates black people. And the NAACP even promoted Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. To utilize the NAACP in any situation whatsoever is perhaps an argument that I would have only expected from the likes of Ben Shapiro, not from someone who has duked it out with other like incredibly rigid
How about the polling,
institutionalists.
Haas? You reject every argument. How about the polling showing that black people don't want to defund the police?
Okay.
So you're forcing it down their throats, saying,
I'm
no,
not.
black people, you don't understand the situation at all. You're imagining stuff.
That's
There
not
is
what
no
I'm saying.
actual crime.
That's not what
I
I'm-
want to cut police in your area. Even though you want more police, I'm going to give you less police because I'm a progressive here to help you.
I did
no,
not.
that ruins the progressive brand.
I did not say that at all.
So, Haas, listen, man. If you say give general extra money to cops, I say no. But if you say, hey, these areas are saying they need to hire more police officers and their community is demanding it, I'm going to give them the money to hire those specific police officers. But I want massive reform of the police. I want massive reform of our prison system. And so we can do both of those things. They're not mutually exclusive. But if you go around taking away cops from the streets and crime rises, they're never going to elect progressives, and they don't
Crime literally has gone down.
feel safe. And it's not just a matter of politics. It's also a matter of policy. But if you turn to politics, it is awful politics. Awful to go to say to communities, you're wrong, we don't believe you, we just take the crime and deal with it, you're imagining it, and we're going to take away more cops from you, and if you feel unsafe, you will lose every goddamn election.
okay.
Fucking
So-
deranged, dude.
As far as speaking for black people in underfunded neighborhoods, I never, said any of those things, and I feel like it's not a great way to have a charitable discussion with your nephew.
I hear you, brother, but now I quote the Oakland NAACP because they're actually concerned, and you say any quoting of the NAACP is
Well, the other aspect of it, Punky Gal, is that a lot of African American folks live in pretty not great areas where there's a lot of crime. And the conventional wisdom is if there's a lot of crime, you want police officers there. Like it doesn't help you short term if there's like a housing program necessarily, because that's not going to immediately cut off all the crime, It's a long-term solution to a long-term problem, but it doesn't help in the short term necessarily, which is part of the problem for getting a solution off the ground for crime, right? So like Cenk isn't wrong here. A lot of low-income communities that are polled will say that they want more police, especially in like densely populated areas. The issue here is that he's using it to make I would argue not disingenuous, that's not the right word, but a point that isn't particularly useful.
Is a conservative position that agrees with Ben Shapiro. So we're both doing it.
I know. Saying that black people want more police presence in their neighborhoods is an infinitely more nuanced conversation than simply stating it as such as a talking point in this situation. Yes, black people want police to actually work in their neighborhoods. That's why
Yes, I totally agree with
simultaneously
that.
there is two different schools of thought that actually align on the same agenda. Okay, on the one hand, black people say police keep fucking killing them, and their presence is seen as not helpful, but instead terrifying. But black people also say we want 911 to have faster response times in black neighborhoods. These two factors still align with what I'm saying. I'm not saying we don't need any police whatsoever. I'm saying we need legislative enforcement to ensure that policing has a level of accountability in this country so they...
Hey, Doodleburb. Somebody who lives in the DMV area, DC, MDVA. Cenk using DC as a point is gross. He doesn't know what's happening over here. Of course, black people want protection, but what we want is for them to do something. There's been a lot of fun violence lately, and their excuse is to make it a community watch / accountability thing. Yeah. That the other thing is assuming that by increasing police budget and increasing the number of police hired, that the police are actually going to go to those areas anyway. Oh, gun violence makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. We all love Doodleburb. Hey, Shicer. I had to have an argument with my mom just the other day, sending her charts demonstrating that crime is the lowest it's been pretty much since the 80s, and her responding with Denver is the worst crime city in the nation because they're the third worst car theft city in the nation. Really is a cult. They're incapable of seeing facts and bulldoze forward with the narrative they've been taught to parrot. Yeah, or the narrative they just intuitively feel is correct.
They are, by design, doing what they're supposed to do, not be an occupying force in black neighborhoods, but instead a force that actually shows that there is some law and order in their immediate vicinity. Police, as it stands currently, is a presence of lawlessness and disorder in black neighborhoods. Okay? It's about looking at a situation, analyzing the intricacies, and finding out what the root cause or what the actual problem is. Looking at it with black and you said nuance. I'm giving you nuance.
No. That
it's
what
not
you
as,
just said right there, I agree with like 98% of it.
Okay,
so
great.
Can we end on agreement? Because we've done it for over 2 hours now, Haas.
But the problem is you made this argument with like 11 different talking points that we had to go through piece by piece and examine and find out is not necessarily the way that you have presented it. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and I think it's important, is specifically because this is dangerous thinking. Because once you are this impassioned about a particular subject, you start seeing information, especially in a mainstream media that is motivated by corporate goals, that correspond to your biases, and sometimes you don't examine them deeply. And that is a problem, and it's an infinitely larger problem when you are a 30-year progressive political commentator. That is an issue that I do have. I don't think, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think you're looking at this stuff objectively because you see crime or you see manifestations of crime, and I think that is causing you to grab on to whatever right-wing framing that...
It's not right-wing framing. I mean, how much more nuance could I have been?
Oh.
It's 100% right-wing framing.
2 hours and 15 minutes of fucking nuance, and you call it right-wing framing?
Talking for a long time is not nuance.
Because when we look at the nuance,
all right, then I'll do likewise. Okay, you think crime's no big fucking deal. Hey, go people of LA, fuck off and deal with it on your own. I'm not going to give you any cops. I'm not going to give you anything, and I'm going to say, oh, progressives.
Yeah, this guy should definitely be president.
Progressives are always right. Just decriminalize everything and crime for everyone. Okay, we can both do exaggerations if you like. Okay, we could both do it.
I don't think that I.
So like you're saying it's.
Oh God, Doodleburb. The idea of such amazing public transit systems connecting 3 cities. A dream.
All anecdotal. We've gone through how many stats? How many times have I shown national crime numbers have gone up and you've agreed? Okay, so we've gone over it and over it and over it. Huss, you're saying to the people of these communities that they're imagining it. They are not fucking imagining it. They're not imagining it.
we're going back to the same issue that we had in the beginning of the conversation when we were talking about two ways of looking at the same data point. You can look at overall shrink without knowing what contributes to that, okay? Like the National Retail Association reveals shrink numbers year over year. Local media will look at that and go, $112 billion worth of merchandise have been stolen, and they will interlace that into
Good
footage.
thing I'm not local media. And I get proper context.
Hold on. They will interlace that with footage of like black teenagers stealing Gucci purses or whatever the fuck to drive home a narrative, right? But when you look at the actual data in and of itself, you realize that the reality is not that like retail theft has gotten completely out of control. As a matter of fact, it's only increased by around 1%. Overall shrink is increased by around 1%. And that is completely an understandable increase that is adjusted with overall retail increasing, not just crime, but retail increasing. So when you see that, there's two ways to look at that. There's two ways to analyze that data. $112 billion, that's crazy. I already have seen the anecdotal, the emotional anecdotes that the media is showing me, and I see the $112 billion number, and I go, wow, that's fucking nuts. Okay, I start developing this idea that it is like rampant and out of control. So what do I do in that situation? I show you the actual information in the way that is supposed to be presented in an objective manner, okay? That is not me saying that you're doing this deliberately or by design. I'm saying that it would require a little bit additional. I think it would behoove you to look into it a little bit further when you see something about crime running rampant, instead of immediately going along and saying, no, I already feel this way. This information is presented to me and such, so I'm just going to go along with it and
Cenk's gonna fucking lose it, dude.
say it is run rampant. That's it. That's all I'm stating.
I'm going to take your advice from earlier and say, hey, we disagree a little bit. God bless.
All right. Well, is there anything else we'll talk about? I'm sorry. We spoke for 2 hours.
Yeah, they're basically the same position, guys.
Hours and 17 minutes. Sometimes it's
About
circles.
just about crime, let alone the earlier part.
Yeah.
So, brother, you're going to ask me if I'm running for president.
Oh yeah, you're running for president. So what's going on? What's your goal here? Why?
How on earth can he ask him that with a straight face, dude? How did he not crack the fuck up? This is such a deeply unserious endeavor.
Why are you running for president?
Okay. First of all, it's not official. I've got to get a staff together, a bunch of challenges, a number of challenges. And so when it's 100% for sure, obviously I'll let you guys know it's 100%. But the reason why I'm very seriously considering it, leaning in that direction, is because I think there's about a 90% chance that Joe Biden's going to lose.
To be clear, even if he seriously did run, it would still be deeply unserious.
Point one is, unlike Democrats in D.C., I actually think democracy's on the line. I actually think Trump is a fascist. And I think that the country's going to have a very tough time recovering if Trump wins the election again. But the Democrats say, yes, well, on the other hand, we have to bow down to authority, and Joe Biden is the authority figure, so we must all obey him. And if it means we lose our democracy, well, at least we weren't impolite to Joe Biden and Democratic leaders.
So I agree with you. I think that Democrats have portrayed every single election as the most important election of our lifetimes, and in some respects, it is true. However, I do think that if that was the case, then the Democratic Party, or if they actually believed it, they wouldn't put up Joe Biden. They would not have put up Joe Biden last time around, especially when the deck of talent was significantly wider. Of course, you had Bernie Sanders, but even on the neoliberal side, even on the corporate Democrat side, you had way more talent, at least younger talent, that could have absolutely defeated Donald Trump. So now Joe's chances of losing are even larger, despite the fact that if it was, and I do firmly believe this, if it was anyone else, if it was like the same policies that Joe Biden has implemented, some of which I do agree with. I think like the federal agencies have done a pretty good job, NLRB specifically. But if he was a younger guy, if he was a more, if he was the old retail politician.
I believe he's planning to primary Joe Biden, but also I have no idea if that is even remotely feasible. Because again, the primaries are literally like 3 months away.
Joe,
Might
he
even
would
be
be winning
less.
by Reagan margins.
Yeah.
I think.
So,
But he's not.
yeah. So first off, on the most important election stuff, I'm on the record. I mean, and I've been doing this a long time. 1996, Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole. And everybody, at every election, they say it's the most important election. And I said, no, this is the least important election of our lifetimes. Clinton and Dole's policies are nearly indistinguishable. And in 2012, and this will make some heads explode, Mitt Romney versus Barack Obama, a very unimportant election. So Barack Obama winning the first time around, very important. Second time around, sure, I voted for Obama. Of course, Obama is better than Romney. But, I mean, Obamacare was previously called Romney Care. Literally the same policy, right? They're both, one's a corporate Democrat, the other one's a corporate Republican. Yeah, there's issues around the margins, but overall, not earth-shattering. Mitt Romney would have done things that were very similar to Barack Obama, right? So now, no, this is earth-shattering.
I don't know that that's true, honestly. I disagree with that, but okay.
Donald Trump tried a coup. He has a fake elector scheme, and he wanted to, we start the riot, we delay the vote, and then we kick it back to the states. The state Republican legislators install the fake electors. The House votes for Trump, complete the coup. I'm not letting that frickin' fascist back in to office. He's never going to let go. He doesn't believe in democracy. He doesn't believe in America. Democrats think, generally speaking, Democratic Party leadership thinks, yeah, but Bernie Sanders is worse because we're all corrupt and we all want to make tons and tons of money. At least Donald Trump still is corrupt, just like us, and he'll lower corporate taxes. All of us, our lobbyists will, party in the streets, etc. So they're not taking it seriously when they need to take it fucking seriously. Things are going to change drastically in this country if Trump wins. Is Biden going to lose? Well, when Biden won in 2020, won by only 44,000 votes in the Electoral College in 3 swing states. So razor-thin margin. At that time, he was polling at 52%. Right now, he's polling at 39%. That is 13 points lower. Why in the world would we go into an election with a guy polling 13 points lower than when he barely beat Trump in the first place? And now the Democrats have to win by 5, the popular vote, to win the Electoral College. Joe Biden won by 4.5 and barely squeaked by. You got to get to 5 to be even close to comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden now losing by 1.2 points in the average of the polls, okay? So that means he's down by at least 6 to Donald Trump. No one should be down to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular. 55% of the country despises Donald Trump. And if you're losing to Donald Trump, you suck at politics. I don't mean the Republicans. I get it. In a Republican primary, he's very popular. But in a general election, a Democrat should be
they suck
mauling Donald Trump. But they do suck.
I agree.
So now, my thing...
So what is your impact going to be?
So my impact is, for God's sake, get Biden out of the goddamn race. So there's a couple of different scenarios here. Number one, if somehow I get to 20, and remember RFK Jr. got to near 20, okay? So it's not at all
16,
impossible.
which
right?
is crazy.
Right.
RFK Jr. is currently in the teens. Well, the speculation at the moment is that he will take more away from Donald Trump than he will
He's going
from
independent, so he's not
Joe
in the
Biden.
Democratic Party anymore, so he's gone.
But
So
no,
if I
but
get to
as an
20
independent, he will play the role of a spoiler, not for the Democratic Party, but instead for the Republican Party is the speculation at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you, but that's not relevant to the Democratic primary. Is my point.
So how are you going to get
Now this video should be called "How to Ruin Your Holidays."
into the primaries?
So if I get into the primaries and I get to about 20 points, everyone will panic. You recognize that? So if I get to 25, it'll be a 5-alarm fire in DC.
Okay, but how do you get into the primaries to begin with?
Run. So I'm do background work. You get on the ballots. So is it easy to get on the ballots? Well, actually, for 48 out of the 50 states, it's not overwhelming. You collect signatures. We have a lot of passion. Collecting signatures shouldn't be that big a deal. Money, we're going to be able to raise decent amount of money is my guess. So there are several different obstacles in my path for sure. It is nowhere near easy. It'll be incredibly difficult. But if the polling shows we want someone else, then Whitmer, Newsom, Pritzker, Shapiro, all those governors will come rushing in, okay? Now, if I beat those governors, fantastic. But the point is, it can't be Biden because Biden is almost certainly going to lose. And we can't lose this election. And Haas, they're not going to run because they bowed their heads to Joe Biden and the Democratic Party leadership. They think it's heresy to run against them. I'm saying it's heresy not to run. So why am I running instead of someone else? Because I literally tried to get every other person in the race. I asked all the progressives to run, they wouldn't run. I asked all the Democratic governors to run, they wouldn't run. So somebody's got to do something because we're going to hit that iceberg. So if we're going to hit the iceberg, okay, I will get so much abuse for running, it will be legendary, right? All the media will hate me or ignore me, right? And there'll be nothing but abuse. But I'm not just going to go quietly into that good night. So if no one else is running and nobody wants Joe Biden, I'm going to run and I'm going to force the issue.
So,
he's going to force the vote.
best case scenario is you run and then the media hates you, which they will do that. You did it in fucking the California jungle primary, or not jungle primary, the jungle special election. And that's when New York Times said you agree with David Duke and are a supporter of bestiality. So that's the best case scenario, is that the New York Times calls you a supporter of bestiality. The worst case scenario is that they just don't talk about you, and then you have the same approval rating or the same polling results as Marianne Williamson.
So, Haas, what you're pointing out is the number one problem that progressives have, which is mainstream media hates us. And
they said he supports bestiality because there's a clip where he supports bestiality.
They have a massive corporate bias, status quo bias, and then they call, oh, that's objective position. The objective position is to be in favor of corporate rule. And so all the progressives are radicals and in favor of bestiality and whatever else that they're making up. And then what the New York Times did in that congressional race, let alone CNN, LA Times, etc.
Yeah, again...
I believe that I am going. If I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Now why? Why did that happen? It's the dumbest thing I've said.
It really is the dumbest thing you said.
No, I'll tell you why. Because was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
You know that people who are, okay, look, not to be a downer about what you're saying, because what you're saying sounds kind of funny, but a lot of people who are being raped can actually, like, have an orgasm. I know. So, like, if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. It's like...
Well, what the fuck? All right, anyway.
Etc. Was basically mask off moment for them, where they're like, we're just going to make things up. We're just going to lie about this guy, right? Period. No subtlety, no nuance.
I mean, I don't think he officially believes in the position of legalizing bestiality, but like that's from like, what, 7 years ago or something?
He's going to lie after lie. So I am perfectly aware of those things. But Haas, dynamic has changed to some degree. So for my book, before the presidential thing came out, I've already been on 20 shows or so, right? Those 20 shows didn't even exist 4 years ago, definitely 8 years ago, right? So now there's a whole different ecosystem where you can get your message out. Can you get your message out enough to get name recognition in 4 months to be able to beat Joe Biden? Not necessarily. But it's a fighter's chance. And the only thing we have left is a fighter's chance. So I will go on every show, no matter if the right wing, left wing, they disagree with me, they agree with me. I don't care. I'll go and I'll make the case. Look, the Democrats never deliver for you. And this, you know for sure, if I win, I'm going to do everything in the world to make sure we pass those progressive laws. And nothing's going to stand in my way, and I will break anything in my path to make sure that I do that. And everybody who knows me, whether they like me or they dislike me, they know I'm not full of shit, right? They know that I'm a fighter, and I'm going to go fight for those things. Like here, I'll give you the example I always give. Paid family leave, polls at 84%. Why isn't Joe Biden fighting for it? Why isn't any Democrat fighting for it? It polls at 74% among Republicans. The whole country wants paid family leave, and not a single goddamn politician will do it. So there is some chance that when I scream from the rooftops, and I'm good at that, that for God's sake, give moms 12 weeks off.
But that is why, like, again, that clip is why, like, mainstream outlets will say, like, oh man, this guy's crazy. He supports blah.
From 2017, it was dropped. It was supposed to be.
We compensate you really well. Local. He wants Joe Biden. I'm going to now think the Democratic Party is about authoritarian rule. I don't agree. I don't obey. And I'm going to go in. If I go in.
Won't be the scribe. Hello.
I just realized the worst double whammy is the worst case scenario is that you get like 10% and no one joins the race. And then Biden inevitably loses, not because of you, but because he's Biden and old. And then the media will Jill Stein you permanently, despite the fact that your impact was not even marginal in that situation.
No, of course. Yeah, that's it. The minute, look, why is everybody scared to run? Because the goons in mainstream media will blame you for the loss when it was their candidate who lost. I've already lived this. They did it with Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton was an awful candidate. People don't want the establishment. They try to force the establishment down people's throats. And then when Bernie ran to give them an alternative, and he would have won, and the polling indicates that very clearly, they said,
doing,
it was
Wolfie?
Bernie's fault. It wasn't our beloved Hillary Clinton. She was spotless. It was the Russians. It was Bernie. So is the mainstream media going to do that? Of course they are. They can come kiss my ass. So, and I'm going to fight them now. I'm going to fight them again, and we're going to win. Because they're going to capsize, and we get larger every single day. So if I'm worried about what the mainstream media is going to say, of course I'd never run. Nobody would ever run, and that's why nobody else is running. Well, you know what? Rest of the Democrats, either gather up some fucking balls and get in the race, or get out of my way.
All right. Well, good luck to you on that endeavor. Godspeed, brother.
Goddamn right. So if I finish up and I get the staff and I go in, come back, I'll tell you the website. And then let's see what we can do. And by the way, and people might say, hey, you know what, Cenk? We don't believe you. We think Biden's going to win. We think Biden's lovely. So when you run, we're not going to give you any money. We're not going to support you. We're not going to volunteer for you. No, Biden. Okay, that's what they wanted. There's nothing I could do about that. Okay? But my guess is a lot of people will go, well, at least the brother's trying, right? And so.
No, they won't. They won't. People are cynical. They're not. No, people are cynical. They're motivated by propaganda. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But like I said, last time you did this in California.
Nah, you're not gonna win, dog.
I know what the difference is.
What?
So in California, I got annihilated, right? So
yeah, you got 5-6%.
Yeah, well, I got no plea. By the time they got to 76% of the vote counted, they still haven't finished counting. I got all the way up to 6.6%.
Yeah, you got 6.6%.
So I got annihilated, right? So why? Oh, you ran for a lower seat and did worse. Why in the world would you do better in the presidential race? There's a very clear reason why. Because almost all of it, and this is what I learned from that race, that actually even having more money doesn't make a difference. More ads doesn't make a difference. There's a lot of things that don't make a difference. Only one thing that drives elections, and that's media. If you're running a local congressional race, corporate media will bury you. They'll write smear articles about you and never give the mic back to you. Then you have no chance of ever reaching the voters.
So how are
you're done.
How are you going to stop that?
But in national politics, in a presidential run, there's tons of media. Yeah, the media might be negative. Yes, the mainstream media might ignore you in the beginning. But there's tons of inevitable media that is going to want to know about that race.
If that was the case, then Marianne Williamson would be trailing right now.
So I love Marianne Williamson. I give her all the credit in the world. Her policies are infinitely better than Biden's, and I think she has a better chance of winning than Biden. Go ahead and have your head explode if you think that's the wrong statement. God bless, okay? And it's not Marianne's fault. We just have different personalities. I'm a steamroller. I'm an endless fighter, right? So Marianne makes her points in perfectly cogent, wonderful, pleasant ways. And it sucks that it doesn't break through, but unfortunately it doesn't break through. And
I gotta be honest, chat. This really just seems like a Pollyanna take from Cenk here. Like oh well, yeah. You see, the problem was I didn't have enough media before, but it's a national race, so I'll get a bunch of media now. And but that Marianne Williamson, she's a little bit too out there. I know how to reach people with media. All right, bud. Sure you do.
I'm not. I can't.
Morning,
I can't
Stan.
express how much respect I have for Marianne Williamson, who had the courage to do it from day one. So at the end of the day, people go, "Hey, you know what, Cenk? You screamed from the rooftops, but then I found out Marianne and she's better than you. Hey, great, wonderful. Anybody but Biden, so we could win the freaking election."
Okay. All right.
Okay.
How are you going to get over the natural born citizen issue?
Okay. By the way, that's the second reason why I'm running. The Biden issue and the winning this election, by far the most important. But guys, this bullshit.
I mean, he did just release a book, Doodleburb. It might be to sell more books. It could be because he's genuinely this delusional. It could be that he thinks this will bring a lot more like viewership to TYT. Like I genuinely don't understand the reason why he's doing this. But I mean, dude's gonna try and do it.
That you guys have heard your whole lives, and I've heard it 2,000 times because I'm a naturalized citizen, that you have to be a natural born citizen to run is just not true.
George Romney did it.
Yeah.
He ran for president. For those of you who don't know, he was born in Mexico.
Yep.
Because his family wanted to do polygamy.
Yeah.
So they moved to Mexico. Sorry,
So
go ahead.
There's a bunch of things. John McCain was born in Panama. Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
No, those are different because
Those
those
are different.
Yeah,
Those are different.
Those are
But-
service members, born on bases, stuff like that.
Yeah, Ted Cruz actually is not different, but that's a whole different story, okay? But the bottom line is, Constitution, the part that we all learned in 8th grade civics class, oh, here's the requirements for being president. You got to be above a certain age.
You
You
forgot.
have to be born in America.
You forgot one person. Barack Obama. He was born in Kenya.
Okay, so in case you don't know, kidding, okay? So, but what they don't tell you is that the Fifth Amendment amended that part. Now, is that my opinion? No. Definitive Law Review articles, University of Illinois, Chicago, explains there is no question that Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment jurisprudence shows that it amended the earlier part of the Constitution, and naturalized citizens have 100% same rights as natural-born citizens. And there's a very specific case, Schneider versus Rusk. It is definitive. It says the Fifth Amendment amended the earlier part of the Constitution, and naturalized citizens cannot be discriminated against in any way, shape, or form and have the same exact rights. So you know how many naturalized citizens there are in this country? 25 million of them. It is a civil rights issue. So you're saying to 25 million Americans, you're not really American enough. You're not allowed to run for president.
That is one of the interpretations of the constitutional provision, yes. As backwards as it is. Maybe the amendments apply, maybe they don't. It's not settled court. It's not settled case law. It's just not.
That's just not true. So if all I do is I run and we definitively settle this and 25 million Americans are liberated in a sense and become 100% American, which they
No, you got it right, Doodleburb. It's natural born.
clearly are, then that's a giant win.
I'm not kidding when I say I feel like you get more media clout if you said Obama was a naturalized citizen born in Kenya. The media would definitely pay attention to you then.
I know, but I'm not going to say things that aren't true.
What's his middle name? Hussein. I rest my case.
Said Hasan.
What? I
Said
don't
Hasan.
know what you're talking about.
Nas.
Who's that guy?
Look, first of all, you know the natural born citizen stuff is garbage on an issue in terms of morality, in terms of
No,
right?
I agree with you. I mean, yeah, if we're being serious, yes, I agree. I think that naturalized citizens should be able to run for president. I do. It's just that America is
I also agree with that.
a reactionary white supremacist nation built on those fundamentals. I'm going to.
Elected Barack Hussein Obama and had him at.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you trying to say America's not a fundamentally white supremacist nation founded upon white supremacist ideals? Come on now. Come on. Oh, well, we elected Obama, so racism's over. Literally from Cenk here. I can't. This has been so fucking difficult to get through.
In 83% approval.
Yeah, that was
after he
Barack Hussein Obama, who was incredibly charismatic and ran against a historically, notoriously bad candidate who was so bad that America, or at least the Democratic Party, almost elected a socialist in 2016. But, you know, there's differences there. But, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Barack Obama was incredibly charismatic. God bless. But what that showed was, yeah, 83% of the country is cool with a guy named Barack Hussein Obama, biracial, and you know, an African American. So people ignore that, but that's reality. So
You know what people do ignore?
Yeah, Cenk, a lot of people ignore that Obama was black. What? What are you talking about, my guy?
The Duluth Dyson, Larry Sinclair, just sucking Barack Obama's dick.
What am I gonna do with this?
I'm just saying.
Hasan is really, really good at breaking tension, dude. That was good. I enjoyed that. I didn't see it coming, and you know what? Neither did Obama. He was just he was just too good.
And dude, that's who the people are actually ignoring. The truth about the matter.
All right.
In Gurney, Illinois, on that one faithful afternoon, Larold Sinclair, a man of many names. I'm done. Sorry, go on.
No, Republicans make up crazy shit all the time. In my case,
thank
good news for
you.
them. They don't have to make it up. Here, I was not born in the country. Look up Schneider v. Ross.
That moment was almost worth having sat through like multiple hours of this painful conversation.
Look up the law review articles. There's no question.
Throat
You can
goat
definitely run
himself.
for president. So if all I do is break that mythology, and 25 million people don't hear 2,000 times over in their lives, hey, you can't run for president, right?
I don't know that people do what? I don't know that happens.
Then I'll have done some service to the country.
I'm so cooked. Anyway, whatever. We'll see. There's gonna be fucking Oppo research if you do actually reach like critical mass and legitimately constitute a threat to Brandon. Oh my God, it's gonna be fucking unbearable. But it'll be fine, I think.
No, it'll be unbearable. And everybody knows that, look, normal corporate politicians run, I'm serving the country. No, you're not. You're serving yourself. Get rich and famous, and you want to have power and status, right? In my case, everybody knows I'm going to get nuked. Media and the Democratic Party, let alone the Republican Party.
Not just you, your family as well.
Yeah, and that's why good people don't run, because the bad guys say, we're going to nuke you. We're going to be super unfair. I mean, last time you mentioned a bunch of examples of the New York Times, and they had to admit that they lied about David Duke, and that I actually kicked his ass in that interview and called him an anti-Semite bigot, and they were goddamn liars pretending that I agreed with him when it was the exact opposite. But another part of that story was they called me anti-Muslim and never clarified that I'm born Muslim. My background's Muslim. I'm an atheist now. But you don't think that's a relevant fact? So yeah, will the New York Times lie about me? Of course they're going to lie about me. Will CNN lie? Of course. MSNBC will be by far my biggest opponent, right? And I welcome that fight. I welcome their hatred. And I'm going to fight for people, and that's who I am. And so, it is what it is. And I'm
But not trans people in sports. Message received, Chief.
not going to stop. So
Loud and clear.
Look, man, you're a cynic, and so I know you don't love this kind of talk.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't like that, I started Operation Hope at TYT. I believe in hope and I believe in being relentless. You're going to get knocked down 2,000 times. The trick is get the fuck back up. When you get back up enough times, eventually you win.
All right. Good luck.
All right.
Godspeed.
Godspeed, everybody. Let's do this. Cenk 2024.
All right. Where can people find more information on your candidacy?
Well, right now we don't even have a website because it hasn't started yet. So not yet. So believe me, I hope you'll see in whenever we're done, a couple of days, a week, whatever it is, Cenk 2024 somewhere, right? And Cenk Uygur, get it. So I wish I had a site for you, but I don't have it yet.
Okay.
By the way, but the staff is half put together already. It's afoot.
All right. Cool.
All right, brother. Thank you, man. Thanks for having me on. Good
Hopefully this
conversation.
was a productive conversation.
I think so. I think it'll,
In some ways.
yeah. All right, man.
That sucked. That was terrible. I think Hasan did a great job during this convo against Cenk, pushed back against a lot of the conservative rhetoric Cenk's been saying. Yeah, no, Hasan unironically did a really good job in this conversation. He was able to push back on a lot of the bullshit. He was able to kind of catch Cenk up in a lot of like inconsistencies and a lot of like anti-factual nonsense. It was really good. You know, this is when I was saying during like the Taiwan segments we've been going over. When I was saying that like Hasan generally has a really good grasp on domestic policy, this is what I'm referring to. Like, generally speaking, he knows what he's talking about. He knows what he's about when it comes to domestic issues in America. And it's frustrating that that doesn't seem to translate to foreign policy at all. I don't know why it doesn't, but it just doesn't at all. So, and also, I think, again, watching this was just like a nail in the coffin for like the respect I had for Cenk. This was a full-on clown shoes conversation. And there's not really that much else to say about it, frankly.